Good morning. City of Lamarque City Council Budget Workshops Agenda, July 26th, 27th, 29th, and August 3rd, 2021. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas, will conduct budget workshops on Monday, July 26, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and resuming Tuesday, July 27, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and resuming on Thursday, July 29, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned. And today, Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned by telephone and video conference Zoom, and also in person at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, 77568, for the purpose considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Robin, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Robin. We will now be led in our invocation by Councilwoman Kimberly Yancey, followed by a leading in the pledge by Councilmember Michael Carlson. Yancey.
Dear God, we woke up this morning and we are grateful. We woke up this morning and Lord, we are thankful. We ask for wisdom. We ask for compassion. We pray for the citizens of our great city. We pray for the leaders of our city. We pray for the children of our city. And now we ask God that you give us direction, that we make the best decisions for our city. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item limited to 3 minutes. You should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, the item may not be deliberated on by city council. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are communicating with us via phone, you may press *6 to mute and unmute your phone. If you're participating with us via smartphone, tablet, or computer, you may look to the microphone icon at the lower left-hand portion of your screen to mute and unmute to speak with council. If you're in attendance, you may move toward the podium and give me your name, and I will call on you to speak. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Galaxy S9.
Galaxy S9. Are you wishing to speak? I don't think so. All right, thank you. Any persons in the audience wishing to speak at this time? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to item 5, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, departmental budgets, and all funds. So we pick up on our schedule, Chase, and our schedule leads us this morning to the city clerk's office first.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ms. Susie, you want to begin?
Sure. City Clerk's Department, it is tab number 7, little tab number 7, page 65 of the proposed budget.
Which tab was that?
7, little tab 7, behind big tab 1, page 65.
Again, we start with the org chart. Council, do we have any questions on the org chart? give you a clue. The city clerk is appointed by council. But because we are not here day to day, that person is supervised by the city manager. Appointed by council, supervised by the city manager. Any questions about the org chart? I believe this record retention clerk is not filled yet.
No, it's a proposal.
It's a proposal. Okay.
No questions here.
No questions.
No question on the org.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
It says city manager and this is city clerk, but you said that the city clerk was someone that was hired by the council,
And supervised by the manager.
by the city manager,
Yes,
except for issues related to elections. Would
Yes.
that be accurate?
yes,
She's entirely independent on that side.
exactly.
Okay.
Is that it, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Talk to us a little bit, Robin, Kiara. You all have a proposal for a record retention clerk, and then there's other items of information that you all have at the dais for us. Would anyone, which one of you would like to go through the reason for this record retention proposal and the items that you have placed before us? Would you like to explain,
Sure.
Robin? or-
Oh, yeah. It's not part of the actual packet itself, your budget binder. We actually didn't sit down and talk to the finance director, but we had discussed it along the way. So at your dais, I have included the budget preferences, which is, or references, I'm sorry, which actually explains each item beginning with operating expenses all the way down. That's the first page with the green and the yellow. This revision 9 actually goes into the proposed for the record coordinator, is what we've actually named that person. And this person would be eligible to alleviate some of the time that it takes to prepare, to respond to open records request, records retention, keeping a master vehicle list, which is all very, very important in our department. Also attached at the dais, to each of, or behind each one of the packets, is a list of the ongoing list of the records, public information requests that we've received since January of this year. There's been like 240 requests. And this is like, we're half the year. So the need for this other person to help out in this department is just very much. Very.
What's the hours you're projecting? It's 15,000 annual? Is all-
15,000 a year. It would be on a part-time, and actually the amount came from our finance director. I'm not sure where
Roughly, 15 hours a week?
Okay.
hopefully, if this person works out, I would love for that person just to go into a full-time position, because it would be a needed department. We're always gonna have open records requests, we're always gonna have records retention. This person would have to be able to, would know the state archives and records retention schedules, which the city adopted a long time ago. So we are bound by the state laws as to how long we keep almost every piece of paper that we keep. And each department has their own set of papers. So a person needs to, that's why we have a shred day once a year just for our records to be destroyed legally and we do it normally in November. That person would be responsible for that too, for coordinating with all of the departments and getting all the
Oh. Okay.
I was just gonna ask, like, so I take no issue with this at all. It sounds very needed. I was curious about, so does the 15,000 annual include payroll costs?
Only FICA.
Only
No.
FICA, okay.
Yeah, not
Just-
PMOS. or-
I'm only
Yeah.
questioning it because it seems kind of low,
Yeah.
honestly. 15,000 seems on the lower side for that.
Right,
I just want to
because-
make sure that you're able to actually retain somebody. You know, we've talked a lot about these positions that are, these part-time positions that we're not really paying at the level they should be, so.
It may be a little more than that, because that number was given to us, and
Right.
before we actually did the background information, and Kiara did do a survey of some of the surrounding cities and got some information back as far as what their record retention or public information officer would start off making, and
So it's
it may be a little
it's
higher than the
commensurate.
15,000.
So that worked out to be right under, sorry. Once we broke it down, that worked out to be right around like $15 an hour. Typically in the area, they're somewhere between $16 and $18 an hour, but that's also for a full-time position as well. So it's pretty right in the area.
Oh, no more questions for me.
Good. What you got, Mike?
It's 15 hours a week, enough time for what they need to get done?
It depends on the week, actually. It would help, I would say 15. I mean, Kira is basically taking over and that's consuming all of her time right now. I think it would be enough hours on a part-time base to begin with.
Yeah, I was like, it is part-time. Just, it would alleviate some of the pressures. Obviously, the deputy city clerk would still be involved in the process. But on those weeks where there's just an unmanageable amount of time like that it takes, it does help having an extra set of eyes just to do follow-ups, make sure that we're hitting deadlines, following up with the departments internally. I mean, of course, like Ms. Robbins said, at some point we would like for it to be a full-time person, but while we get the position in the process figured out, 15 hours a week will definitely help.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm good.
You good?
We'll follow up on Mike's comment. When I hear part-time, I hear about 20 hours a week. I don't really hear 15 hours. It's just from my experience. And it appears that you do need the help when I look over these requests. If you could just briefly describe to me and our residents how you handle these open record requests.
Okay, sure. I think back in March or April, council.
A little closer.
Okay, sorry. Back in March or April, council went ahead and changed the process on
Is
how.
your mic on?
I think so,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, the process on how public information requests are received, they all go to either are mailed to the city clerk's office or they're received by the city clerk. Email, we have a designated email for that purpose. Those are received by me, logged in, and there is a collection file that's created. Then that goes out to the departments that are responsive. They're given an internal deadline in order to meet those requests. Once that has been hit, I follow up with them. I combine the information, redact the information. That's when it's determined if it needs an attorney general's opinion. Then that is a process that I coordinate with city attorneys so that attorney general letter can be done, because those can't be done internally. They have to be done by an attorney. So that's a collaboration process that goes through as well. And then we start that process. If an attorney general's letter is not needed, I compile the information, redact the information, and disseminate it depending on which process the requester has asked for. That also includes time for cost estimates to go out if there are charges involved. It can be a little tedious.
One thing I noticed on here, which is interesting, and it has not been just in some other past life experiences of mine. You list under these open records requests copies of police reports, like for accidents.
Mhm.
And that's not something that should, in my opinion, take up your time. That should be an automatic function. I get involved in an accident.
Mhm.
I'm entitled to receive a copy of an incident report, a police report, because I have to file it with my insurance company. Why are we putting that additional burden upon you when we should have, in my opinion, just a standard operating procedure.
Mhm.
You make you have an accident, you make a request, you get your copy. And I just want to relate to, it was frustrating personally having to go when a speeding car struck my vehicle in front of my home. And it was challenging just to get the copy of the report. It took almost 2 weeks. It shouldn't take 2 weeks.
Miss Robin, you wanted
It should,
chime in?
and before, we had an in-house city attorney, I used to get police reports monthly from people who go down to the police department and actually ask for a copy of the police accident report. I don't get those reports anymore. And back in April, when we changed it over to everybody who wishes to get any type of a record that the city holds, which is any type of open records that we have, is the city clerk is responsible for logging those in. So I used to not log them in, but I would have a report once a month showing who asked for the report, how much they paid at $6 for a police report. So now they're all the requests are going to one central location so we can keep up with all of them. And really, that's the way it should be.
Just if I could chime in, when those reports are done, I don't necessarily handle the timeline on those reports. My job is to make sure that they're done in a timely manner. So since they've come to me, my job is to make sure that they get sent out as quickly as possible and there isn't that 2 week or more delay that you received and some of our other citizens might have received in the past. My job is just to make sure to stay on the teams that are involved and make sure that they get them to you as quickly as possible so you can get through that situation.
And once again, I'm just one person up here. I'm giving you just my perspective. In a community as small as ours, our number one goal should be customer service. And it's these little things, it's the little things that, in my opinion, of Lamarque, that cause us great consternation. It's little things and little things like this. I have an accident in Lamarque. I just need a police report because I'd like to get my insurance company, updated with that. It's just the little things. And I hope that once again, that's my view.
Well, I do think that's part of what their request is about, right? I mean, trying to get help so that because right now what they're saying is it's a good system, right? That everything is coming to the city clerk's office because there was lots of confusion when we started getting that high volume of public information requests, right? It was going different places. Some places were dead ending. So it's right to put it all into one funnel. But all of a sudden that meant you had this deluge and you need more support to accommodate it. So I really appreciate you guys being proactive about that request. And as far as I agree with you, I wish there was an automated system for when you had some kind of interaction with the justice system that you could get an automatic report. But I would imagine that also would be incredibly overwhelming.
The city of Houston already has that.
Well,
The city of Houston, you have an accident file and they supply you with.
But I think therein might be the biggest difference is it's the city of Houston and where the city of Lamarque. And I'm assuming that that's software, that's really expensive software. I'm not disagreeing that it would be great for us to have that, but I do think it is encouraging that you're asking for help because you want to do even better because you're realizing that it's a struggle.
It also kind of goes back to the records archives that I was talking about earlier for the records retention. Although open records requests that we get in, we get them out, person asks for a copy of their police report. I don't get a copy of their police report, but the list itself is considered considered permanent. So every single open records request that the city gets has got to be on our list of open records requests. That's a permanent record. That's why we have to find out from each department. We have a central location to where everybody turns it in to where we know to put it on our list. And now that's what makes it a complete. They all have to be logged in, whether they're from the police department, fire department, code enforcement. every department has to have a central location where they are actually logged in to be put on our log.
So just, and then I'll move on. I'll ask the question. Someone just give me an answer if you could. You don't have to do it today. I want to know, when I have an accident in Lamarck, how long is it going to take me to get a report? That's a simple question.
For the past few months since the process changed, we try to get those out in between no more than 5 days, unless it has to go through another agency, where sometimes there are state agencies and things involved that slow it down. But typically we get those reports out, those police accident type thing reports out in about 3 to 4 days. So I know that still seems a little long, but that's how long it takes for that.
No, well, I'm just telling you, that wasn't my experience, and this is within the past 60 days.
Okay.
Okay, that wasn't my experience. on
Is
that.
there, how old is our software? No, do we have adequate software? I'm just asking.
For police reports
No,
and things of that
for-
nature, or?
For what you're using now, I mean, we are a growing city, so we know
Your
that.
software is email, right?
Yeah, I was like, these are
Oh, so
emails
you
and
don't-
spreadsheets.
It's email and they're using an Excel spreadsheet that they have access to keep a log of what's coming and going and where they're saving it, who's requested it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
was like, this is all.
Maybe it would be worth.
maybe it'd be worth
researching.
to look into some adequate software to use. We are a growing city, and if you're being inundated with requests, and I'm sure, like Joe was saying, maybe I'm sure there are systems that are out there for cities of our size that we can look into to make the process easier.
Question for you. When you guys get the request, you log them in, and then you send them out to the departments. Do they send them back to you to send out? Okay,
There's a Dropbox.
There's a Dropbox created for each.
Put your information into the
request.
Dropbox.
okay. Now, does that include, like, if someone requests body cam footage? Does the police department have that, or do you guys have?
We wouldn't
Maintain
have
that.
it. I mean, there's no way for me, the city clerk's office, to ever have body camera
So-
information. That's gonna come straight from the police department.
Yeah, in the event that there's body cam footage, just per the process that we have in place, that automatically triggers the attorneys to get involved, just because I don't look through body cam footage to tell what needs to be there or not. So there's a secured link that's created, and that's between the attorney that's over that process, as well as the the police department, the police's records division, and that's when we don't actually see the body cam footage. We don't interact with it at all.
Okay, so all their body cam is kept at the PD then?
Mhm.
Okay, okay.
Could I want to make one observation. This is also to our residents. I'm looking over this list of requests for these records requests. And I'm gonna have to say this. The items that are being requested, you don't have to go to the city clerk to do that. That's what, at least once again, I'm just speaking for me. That's what I'm here on council for. If you're in my district, you have a need for information or documents, call me up. I'm not hiding anywhere. My phone number is public. My email address is public. Call me up. The city clerk and others have, I can get this information to you much longer than putting all the stress on staff. That's my, please.
So I think that Joe brings up a valid point in what a normal citizen should expect as it relates to accident reports. So what the commentary after this has nothing to do with what Joe is saying. I think that Joe's heart's in the right place, and I think that he wants to improve the process and the turnaround. I think that's a good thing. And so I want to make sure that I stipulate that this has nothing to do with Mayor Pro Tem's comments. But I do want to go down the road with you, Kiara, and with you, Robin, on what all it takes to perform as it relates to an open records request. And so typically, when things are normal in a city our size, how long would it normally take? And maybe, Kiara may not know this, Robin, perhaps you know more about this. How long would it take to fulfill an average open records request?
It depends on the department. First of all, if somebody's asking for a set of minutes or anything from the Kiara or I, or a copy of an agreement or something, it really depends on the department, because our information that they may want is right at the tip of our fingers and right in our computer. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But if it's for a police report, like she said, some of the police reports will be coming from the Texas Department of Transportation, right? So that might be a little longer. It just depends on their end, how fast they give us the information. We don't have it in our office unless we've got it in our office. So most of the information that they're asking for, it's coming from another department.
So when
So
someone,
that's where and the reason we tried to streamline, I'm sorry,
no, you're fine.
just to come to one place is because these little public information requests were getting sent to the wrong people. They were sitting in people's emails and not getting processed anyway. So we had to do something to make it more run smoother. And now and killing two birds with one stone. We have to keep up with what comes in, as far as, even if anybody on council wants to help their constituents, get their information quicker, we still have to log it in, whether you're asking for it or somebody else is. And what happens is, we know the process, y'all. I mean, I'm not saying that y'all don't, but I'm just saying we know how long it takes.
It's not our job. You can say we don't know what happened.
But I would, and it's not a control thing either. It's just something that we have to do in our department. And for me to be able to keep a good running list of everything, it's just, I think at one time, maybe, when you did used to be able to go down to the police department and get a copy of your police report, you could probably have it in 20 minutes, but I don't have a list of that. I don't get those anymore. And that's my job, to have that list in case something does fall through the cracks. They can come back on us and say, and I've been turned in before to the Attorney General's office. And it has nothing to do with what I provided. It's when I'm getting the information back from that department. So there were people that were still falling through the cracks, not getting their police reports. And so we've centralized it to one location.
And I don't want to, when I say Joe has valid points, the issue is this. Let's just deal with facts, because I think that the city needs to really start dealing with facts, right? Facts. At the end of the day, somebody changed the policy on you and you followed instructions. And that led to Joe's lengthened period of time.
Right.
Wasn't you, wasn't this council, wasn't anybody in this room.
Right.
Somebody changed the process on you, which caused a delay in your ability to respond. Let's get that clear. When it comes to traffic accidents, somebody changed the process on the city clerk's office, which caused a lengthened period of time. Not trying to go with who did, we're just trying to talk about delays. But I want to really drill down into this idea that although open records requests, Kiara, are generated through you, the majority of the information you do not have, correct?
No, sir.
So when I say I want everything that the municipal court did, you have to then go to the municipal court.
Correct.
And you have to depend on them to give you everything they have.
Correct.
You get everything they have and you give it to the requester.
Yes.
Nothing more, nothing less.
No.
And if you don't give it to the requester, what would happen to you, Kiara?
Then I get turned into the state, and there are stipulations and repercussions from.
You get turned into the state. Could you get fired?
Possibly, yes.
Could you be prosecuted?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. So you're trying to take care of yourself and your family, and so is Robert.
Mm.
and folks are providing you with requests
Yes.
that you really don't care anything about. You don't care how high the grass is on Edgar Street.
No, not
Doesn't
the
matter to
same.
you.
It's like if the information, if they request
at-
it, I will give it to
You don't
them.
care, right?
Yeah.
But at risk, I just want to, I'm illustrating this because I'm a little weary of the foolishness to this morning, as you can tell. So you would put your family in jeopardy and your career because you are trying to hide how high the grass actually is on Edgar Street because there's a huge conspiracy.
No,
Is
not
that what
me.
we're supposed to believe?
I was like, I wouldn't. I mean, it's not. I have a 3-year-old.
Doesn't really make sense, does it?
No, sir.
So let's get back to this other idea. How long does it, Robin? Just give me I mean, I know it's not a precise. If you're going through, let's say, finance, somebody requests some information from finance. I turn it in, Kara gets it. How long does that process normally take?
Again, it depends on what it is and what department it comes from. And like during the budget workshop week, it may take a little longer because she's busy and it may be something that she may have. But I would say usually if they can put their fingers on it, it's 24 hours sometimes we have it.
20. So how many man hours would you dedicate in that 24 hours?
Just a few.
You and
seconds.
Kara working on a request from requester about finance. Just give me a ballpark.
However long it takes to get from
I was
one
like,
email
for
to the
that
next.
single, like, how much would my office take for that?
How many
single
hours would
request?
it take?
Less than one, like 30 minutes.
30
max.
minutes. But for you to turn it around, now that's not counting the time it takes.
No, that
for-
doesn't count.
So now you have to add in the wait time from her.
Mhm.
So on a typical, give me a ballpark figure. Just on a typical request. This is not a test. I'm trying to glean
So much
information.
math. Just in waiting time.
3 to 5 days.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
3 to 5 days. Now, let's go back to this other document. How many, Robin, open records requests did you say that you received since January 1st, 2021?
241.
240. Tell me again that number.
241.
And what was the number you just gave me?
3 to 5 hours.
3 to 5 days. Can we start to see why we're having backup? Can we start to see how we're backlogged? I hope that our community can see that our city clerk's office is being inundated and overwhelmed with open records requests to the point that now we are expending or even potentially expending, because Susie may not even say that we can, at least an additional $15,000 of taxpayers' money to have another position to deal with these issues. And I want us to see this, that there's a red line from point A to point B. Now we're contemplating having at least another part-time person. This used to be an office of one. 3, 4 years. How long you been here, Kara? How long you been in the city clerk's office?
3 years.
3 years. 4 years ago, this was an office of one. Now it's an office of two. Now it's getting ready to be an office of 2.5. I want us to see this. So now this council is going to have to deliberate on that. I hope we're seeing that. So let me ask you this. Is there ever a time that you get requests and give them to other departments? They return back information that is incomplete to you?
All the
Yes.
time.
It's like,
All the time. So let's clear some more ground here. Let's tell some more truth. What is your obligation, Kiara, when somebody asks for every time card Susie has ever had, second time around and first time around, and Susie only gives you the second time around that she's been here? What do you do?
For me, then I would go back to Susie or her supervisor or to Susie and include her supervisor and say, hey, this isn't a complete request. I need everything, and just relay out the process and what I feel is missing.
And she says, I don't have any more to give. What do you do?
If she says that she doesn't have any more to give, I have to take that as fact. I don't have anything to prove that I have to go by what she said. She would be the holder of those records.
So the point of that is, the truth is, the city clerk's office can only give what has been given to them.
Yes, sir.
You are not the holder of every record that the city has ever recorded.
No.
You are the conduit for information from the people as it relates to the municipality. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So if we're looking at it from this standpoint, then how do we go about making this system better? Are we speaking about, is it that we need another person? Or is it that we need a better process?
It's probably both. The process is good. I mean, it really is. It's the legal process. We have to log everything in. Sometimes an open records request will take us 24 hours. Sometimes it'll take us longer than 10 days. And the whole 10-day thing just drives me nuts when people say you have 10 days to provide that information. No, I do not have 10 days. I have 10 days to respond back to you. If we have one person in our office and they're asking for all these records and I'm out sick and she's in any department, we still have those 10 days to respond back to you. If it's going to take us longer than 10 days to get you the information, or it's going to require an attorney general's office opinion, we have those 10 days to respond to that person. Not necessarily, if it's a readily available document, we can get it to you in 15 minutes after you turn in the open records request. Sometimes that happens.
Right.
Sometimes it's longer than that.
Right.
And the attorney general's office has 45 days to respond back to us. Once within that 10 to 15 time period that we have to get an attorney, city clerks can't do it. Deputy city clerks can't ask for an opinion from the attorney general's office. It has to be an attorney. So that's just us moving the process along, trying to get it. But our hands are sometimes tied. You know.
So Robin, let's go back over this again, since you're senior staff. If you were to willfully, maliciously withhold information, what would happen to you, Robin?
Oh, I'd probably get fired.
And then what? What would the state do to you if they found you to do it maliciously and negligently?
Exactly. City clerks, I think in this last legislation, they've changed. You can help me if you want to, guys. I think that they've actually made it, a lot of stuff can fall back on us and we can actually be sued individually outside of the city for, not to mention go to jail. I mean,
She's correct. There are criminal penalties associated with failure to respond to open records requests for the individual self-record.
I don't plan on spending my later years in jail. So, I mean, we provide whatever information we're given.
And Mayor, I'd like to add to that.
Go
I
ahead.
don't believe any of our current employees would jeopardize their family for a current employees, for their coworkers, or for a former employee. That is just asinine and ridiculous to think that we would protect or hide something for anyone. It just blows my mind.
I agree, Chase, and sometimes you have to state the obvious. Sometimes you have to be Captain Obvious.
Yes, sir. I understand.
And this is just our little portion of the Captain Obvious show. Nobody is withholding any records because they would go to jail. I don't think that anybody in this room wants to go to jail. Nobody. So I think we need to be very clear-minded about some of the things that we are saying in our community. It's not true. They are working on the timeline that they've been given by law. They are working with the department heads that they have to work with. And some of this information is so sophisticated and so out of the ordinary that it takes significant searches, not only for the city clerk's office, but for the department heads as well. So let's please move forward as a community and stipulate that we have folks in the city clerk's office that are well-meaning. And now we have to contemplate, Susie, I'm sorry, we have to add another part-time position possibly.
May I ask one more process
Go ahead,
question?
Casey.
So right now, there's the main way to request is the email address, right? There's not like a template or a form that someone's filling out, or is it just sort of like, hey, I want this, I want to see this?
A form is not required. They
Should
could shoot
we-
you an email.
On
Would it
our
make it-
city
I'm sorry.
website, we do have a form.
Okay,
It's
that's what I
adopted
thought.
from the state, but it's not a requirement. You could just write it down and give it to us or send it in an
Could
email,
we-
however.
Could we legally make it a requirement? No, it has to just be as simple as like, they could bring you a Post-it note.
You can
and say,
write
"I want
your
this."
request on a
Okay.
McDonald's napkin, remember?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
That's
just
all the state
wondering,
requires.
I was just wondering, like, what are some other ways, like, in the vein of this, like, potential software? It
Just
seems
has
like
to be
there
in
would
writing.
Something, okay, so that therein lies the issue, though, it has to be as accessible as possible, and so even if we did create a formalized form where all that data was captured all at once, and you didn't have to log things in later,
Yeah.
you would still end up doing that because you would get emails and other things, and you'd have to add to it. Okay, thank you.
Good, Jeff.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's also, and I had discussed this earlier on when I joined with previous council, not our new members, but Lamarque, by way of cities, is very generous in the way it handles these FOIA requests. We do not charge for your requests. I happen to be a person who believes that there's reasonableness and you should have at least access to maybe 23 pages. And then at that point, if there's additional staff time and copies that are made, that there should be a fee that should be assessed. But that's me once again. And one of the things I do ask, and once again, if you're going to make a FOIA request, there are, as has been described, formats. The Texas Freedom of Information Foundation has formats. The National Coalition for Freedom of Information has formats. And the goal is to make your request as specific as possible. So if you're writing it on a napkin, make sure it's specific. It's not saying, I want to have all the letters that the city manager has sent out in the past 20 years. That's overreach. And yet I'm looking at some of these things here and they fall in that category, I believe.
Yeah.
So let's not confuse the generosity of the city of Lamarque with trying to do business in an effective and efficient manner.
And if you're one, and then I'm going to ask you a question, Robin, to see if we can help solve your problem. But I think that, again, in budget workshop, we're looking at how things work, and we're in a time in our city that we need to educate our public. And so we spend a little extra time, forgive me, Kiara, but we're trying to help educate people so that we don't continue to fall in the same traps that we've been falling in, demonizing our city and attempting to paralyze us so that we can't move forward. We will move forward. We're going to move forward because this is going to stop. But if you have a request and you are a citizen, or even if you're not a citizen, and you really have a legitimate request, then pursue it. This is a transparent government. We've had more budget workshop days than any government that I've been a part of. Every council member in one way or another, whether it's Joe or Kim or even Carlson from time to time, are on social media, trying to answer questions, trying to tell you about their day. Casey has been meeting people all throughout the city, holding town halls in her district and beyond. And I answer questions all over the city and meet with neighbors in streets all over the city. This is the most transparent government Lamarque has ever seen. And I can promise you it is the most transparent government Lamarque will ever see. I promise you that. You're not going to get more transparent than this council. If you have a legitimate request, bring it forward. These ladies or whoever's in that office will take care of you. But the conspiracy theories in now. So my question is this, Robin, this person, I heard you say earlier that this person that you're requesting has to have some institutional or technical, maybe knowledge. You said that they have to know the records retention policies and things of that nature. Do they have to be an adult?
I would think, I mean, just to be an employee, you have to be over a certain age.
Like an intern?
Oh,
Remember, we were
intern,
talking about
yeah.
perhaps
Yeah.
expanding our intern program
Yes.
to maybe retain a few of them throughout the winter months.
Sure.
Would that be something if that's something the council chooses to do? And let's be clear, we have, Casey and I have been talking about this just through the years. We have about $25,000 that we get from Waste Management, and it's earmarked for youth, right?
Yep.
And so one of the things Casey's been saying is she'd like to find a way to make sure that those dollars are expended through the municipality to our young people. So maybe it might be a possibility that we might be able to help the city clerk's office in that way with an intern.
Most definitely.
If Susie says we can't make it the other way because she's gonna tell us some stuff in the afternoon,
Okay.
I want you to know, you ladies to know that there's a possibility that we might be able to help you with an intern throughout the winter months. Would that be agreeable?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, council, just keep that in your hat. And we might need to go that route. The last thing I wanted to ask you, Robin, very good that you put monies in for a possible charter election,
Mhm.
a charter review election. And so that's great. Let me ask you this, and this is a Robin or Chase question, or doesn't matter to me who answers it. We also are embarking on redistricting this year.
Mhm.
And so are those monies, normally the last time we did it, we brought a consultant in to help us so that it was not on this council to redraw lines. Are those monies appropriate to be placed in our city clerk's budget, or should they be in our city manager's budget?
They're normally taken out of the city clerk's budget,
Okay.
although I didn't do them in this one. I know Kira and I both were working with the county on the redistricting and trying to keep up with when that's supposed to be fell out, or what, when it's supposed to begin the process.
I think
processes.
the results are supposed to be, I thought I heard Joe say this morning, just in the air, something about, or maybe Kim, something about next
And-
couple of weeks.
In August.
In
Yeah,
August?
This month is supposed to come out. The numbers for the census.
Next week.
Numbers, yeah.
Numbers. So
Yeah.
what we would need to do is then retain a consultant that would help us to,
I'm pretty sure that not whether y'all want to use them or not, but I know that Dara was working on that before she left.
okay, well,
Yeah,
let's
there
try
may
to
be
find
yeah.
another consultant.
Okay.
Yeah, and put out RFPs so the council can consider 3 appropriate bids. That's important because we will have to redistrict. There's no doubt about it. The west side of our city has grown disproportionately. And so we have an issue. Joe has too many folks in his district. And so we gotta
I can handle it, Mayor. I can handle it.
get too many phone calls. Anything else on this budget? And again, this is all tentative based on what Susie's going to present to us later. Do y'all have any questions? This is the sheet that Robin handed out for us to look at. So let's look at line items now. Go ahead, Joe.
I do have a question. This is both for Susie and Robin. I notice on here for legal advertising, you go ahead and say the tax and budget publications. Does that include the requirement under state law that we publish our final budget in the newspaper? Do you use the Galveston Daily News for that?
Yes, sir.
And what do we do? Half a page or what do we usually do for that?
It's usually I'm not sure
Yeah.
what the dimensions are, but it's close to, I don't know, $2,400 usually when it's posted in there,
Yes.
but we have to post it in there.
Yeah, so you do that then, so that includes it. That's that figure. that
This
it's-
line item for the 18,000, that includes any department that we are planning and zoning public hearings, BOA public hearings, our ordinances that have to be done twice.
Yes.
That includes everything,
Okay.
postings.
And I want to applaud, and I noticed in your mission, in your statement here, and this goes with what I see here, that you're continuing to work to achieve the Athenian Dialogue Society Fellow status through the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. And I know the fire chief earlier mentioned that was our goal too, and the fire chief. I like to see those things in all departments, that we have these standards that we're seeking to reach these goals that give us all these different certifications. And then you've got the deputy clerk enrolled in the Texas Municipal Clerk Certification Program, which I see in here as well too.
She's actually done,
Oh.
finished, and a Texas registered municipal clerk. But we just haven't, she has not graduated yet. So that's a major, major step. It took about 2.5 years. You know, usually it takes 2.5 to 3 years for the whole program. It's equivalent to an associate's degree,
Yeah.
but it's a really, really good
Well,
position.
congratulations here. That's
Congratulations.
outstanding.
Thank you.
Yes, that's outstanding.
Yay for us.
So, and what is the dues subscription and books Saltgrass membership? What is that?
That covers an area of Texas that goes all the way up to Tomball and down to Tiki Island. It's the municipal clerks, city secretaries, city clerks in there. We have our own little chapter. That's what it
Okay,
is.
that's not
Saltgrass
referring to
chapter.
the Saltgrass subdivision.
No.
Anyway, okay,
No,
all right,
not at
that's
all.
all. Thanks.
Any other questions? Robin or Kiara, doesn't matter who. Oh, you ready? Okay. Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine. So it looks like you're already trying to respond to this breakdown in communication. We've said before that our city at times has operated in silos, which means one side doesn't necessarily know what the other side's doing, excuse me. But I see that you're attempting to resolve that issue by what you're calling re-educating the department liaisons to the department records and the schedules, right? So let me ask you this, is there training available for that?
I don't think there's any formal training, there may be. I've never run across any, but that doesn't mean that there is not any. Usually one of us, when I first got here back in 2013, was the last time that I've actually ever had a chance to go through the records liaison for each department and explain to them. We give them a book of their records retentions. We provide other information, direct them to the archives division if they have any questions. Because like I said, every single department has records in their department, and every single piece of paper almost has a different shelf life. So this thing under records retention where I put the money down for boxes, the city clerk's office buys a certain size of banker boxes, and we provide each department with their boxes. And then each department has their own little colored coordinated label as to what department. So in a perfect world, one of these days, one of these years, we will have, hopefully the city will have its own records retention center. So it is just a place where we keep our records. Right now, we're doing it at a public storage place over there by the, where we keep all of our information there until it's reached its shelf life, and then that's when we have our spread day.
So let's.
We
Go ahead,
usually,
go ahead, Jason.
We can look into the training.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and I'm thinking maybe, the city clerk you all are part of an association, correct?
Mhm.
So maybe if y'all put it out,
Sure.
maybe to the other clerks in the association,
see if there's any.
maybe there's not anything formal, but maybe some of the other clerks, especially as you get into the larger cities, maybe they've had this problem and they've developed some sort of in-house.
And really, that's
training.
usually what happens when we do go to our monthly. I haven't been in a long time, since way before COVID, but usually when we go to our Saltgrass luncheons, all these people are together, and there is usually a person there for one reason or another to either go over ordinances and resolutions, or Robert's Rules of Order, or records retention, or TABC, you know, alcohol permits and stuff. There's somebody usually there at our luncheon. It's not just a luncheon. There's a program, there's an agenda. That's what the Saltgrass chapter does. They all get together, and a lot of times that's where we do come up with find out our training. Where's our training going to be from?
Okay. I would really love to see that. And I would really love if you need any help with that, Robin, and Kara, if y'all need any help as far as budget, certainly let us know, because that's, I think, the opportunity for this year for us is to make that communication seamless so that we can try to improve on our response times. Because I feel like that's where the breakdown is. Nothing against the department heads at all. That's a difficult task when you're unfamiliar with the process. So let's get them familiarized with the process. Any other questions on city clerk? Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Kiara.
Thank you.
City council budget.
It is on page, it starts on page 25, right behind. little
Page
tab one.
25. We're gonna let Carlson explain this part of the budget for the whole council.
Sure, no problem. I'll do it in 6 days.
In 6 days.
And honestly, on page 26, I did the best I can using last year. So if council would like to revise anything, please let the city manager know, and then through the city manager, we can revise this to latest.
Okay,
Okay, I realize we have a new group of council, and that was all I had was from last year's list.
so let's look at this council. Those of you that are unfamiliar, every year, each council member and the mayor has $5,000 allocated to our budget to do something for the taxpayers in our community. It's been tradition, it's safe to say, Casey, help me with this, that those projects are at least communicated to the rest of council.
Mhm.
Right? So if whatever I would do, if Casey wanted to paint pink stripes down the street in District D, normally she kind of lets us know so that we can at least be aware of it. Perhaps even say, Casey, that might not be a good idea.
Yeah. But
Right?
to be clear, I couldn't just do that.
Then just do it. Then just do it.
That would have to come before council.
It has to come before council. And so all of us are allotted that. That arose from the idea that we all wanted to do something special for our constituents. And so that's how we've been operating. It's been about 2 or 3 years, I guess, maybe we've done this. That's part of our budget. The other part of our budget is school and travel. And so we all have $3,000 in our budget for school and travel. Usually that's TML and an additional travel or training class that you would like to attend. It can be whatever you like, so long as it's relevant. Doesn't have to be TML, but it could be whatever you like, so long as it's relevant. If you are a world traveler, I feel bad for you, but if in fact you expend your budget and there are really some things that you really want to learn, we've worked with other council members. Maybe Casey doesn't go as many places, and maybe she can help Michael out with some of her travel monies. That's kind of how that works. But we try to stay within the budget that we've been given with some give and take. Does that make sense, guys? The last thing on that budget, you'll see, well, 2 things. You'll see council expenses. That, I believe, is the whopping, mind-boggling $50 a month that we all get to cover our expenses. The other thing is subscriptions. And so I'm going to open it up to us so that we can question us about our budget. Does anybody have any questions?
Maybe explain, I mean, the biggest single line item on here is the miscellaneous admin expenses. Maybe just
Good
clarify
question.
for folks what that means.
Lunches. Seriously.
Lunch, like
Yeah.
us attending
Yeah, okay.
things.
That
us-
also includes any board member, council member, mayor, whose immediate family member for some reason and maybe in the hospital, that's pays for plants that go to the
So like
them in
hospitality type
hospital,
things.
funeral, whatever, that, and anytime that we feed council for budget workshops or for workshops alone, that start early in the day and they're gonna be going
Sure.
throughout.
Okay.
That's really what that's for.
What is subscription? What is that for?
I'm sorry.
Subscriptions?
Subscriptions, part of that is gonna be it's $100 is all that is, but I know that there's more than that, but that's for the Galveston County Mayor and Council Association dues. That's $100 a year. And then I don't have the itemized bill either, but there's a few other subscriptions.
That's
Don't
for
pay
each of
for
us?
I'm sorry?
The dues for that group is for each of us?
No, it's $100 just for the year,
Total.
for the whole city. Yeah. Each city in Galveston County pays it.
Mhm.
Any other
Okay,
questions?
it's pretty straightforward.
And what was the council expenses?
Where are you? Oh, that's I believe that's the $50.
Well, now, oh, you
I'm on,
said you
yeah.
mentioned that. $50.
Are things like logo shirts and whatnot, is that also in admin expenses?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Admin expenses or anytime that we meet and the meeting is scheduled to last over 4 hours. They do feed us these snacks because we're here all day.
And your supplies, there's a lot, I buy out of that 2010 also is letterhead, envelopes, stuff like that, your rulers, your pens, everything.
Business cards,
Business
Business
cards.
cards.
every
shirts
single-
that say who we are.
That all comes out of
Yes.
2010. up to the time.
Just so we're clear. Any other questions? All right, guys. Let's move on to item, let's see,
City manager's budget.
city manager's budget. All right, what page, Susan?
Page 28.
All right, let's start with the org chart, because remember, gang, Chase has a question for us. He has this person that he is envisioning to be that right hand, and he's looking for direction. What does that look like? So Chase, you want to start with the budget? I mean, with the
Sure.
org chart, please?
Yes, sir. When we opened up these budget workshops, we were speaking about whether, the 2 assistant city managers, those will be eliminated, as you can see in the org chart. But whether it's me, whoever this person is going forward, they're going to need help, as we were speaking about. Whether it's going to be an assistant 2, whether it'll be an assistant city manager, whether it'll be whoever that may be, whatever that title is and how much they're compensated is what we need to figure out moving forward. So we can get that ball rolling, basically. Yeah, the org chart is, it's pretty simple. Obviously, the city clerk, she's appointed by council, but, she's supervised by the city manager's office during the week. HR coordinator, and the receptionist. So really, the only questions that we have is the assistant who's going to be in the city manager's office.
Let me say this before we get into council's questions. And again, let's remember, this org chart was not done by Susie, nor was it done by Chase, right? So let's just say we're working with what we have. Again, nobody's arguing that. But the question I have is this for council. Why is the city clerk in the city manager's office when she is a department head all of her own within an entire department? Because the finance director is not in the city manager's org chart. The police chief is not. She is the department head in the same way that the librarian is, the same way that the finance director is. So how is it, and again, this is not like blame or anything, I'm just saying, don't y'all think, or maybe y'all think differently, that we should take the city clerk's division department out of the city manager's org chart and put that department in a department all its own, like the rest of the department heads? Does that make sense?
I agree with that.
I think HR being on this page is because HR used to be in this, in the part of administration.
Mhm.
And then we broke HR away and it was just never pulled away from the org chart in its.
So even HR, in the way that you all operate, even HR is kind of independent, not independent, but apart from.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah, it needs to be broken away.
It
So,
needs to be
well.
updated.
so we need a human resources department and perhaps a city clerk's department
I agree,
individually.
yes.
Council, what are y'all thinking?
Okay, so the protocol is not that they're under the city manager, is that what you're saying?
They report to the city manager, but in the same fashion that the librarian does,
Okay.
same fashion that the municipal court clerk does.
okay.
And so, you know, why are they underneath his org
Okay.
chart when the rest of the people that have the same rank and the same roles and responsibilities,
Or not?
they are separated out into their own departments and recognized as their own department heads?
Okay.
Can I say something? I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
by
Yes,
the
ma'am.
previous administration, when the city manager, the last one did this, like you said, neither one of them had
Sure.
anything to do with this chart. But he had moved, which y'all undid, he had moved me, Human Resources and Finance Department under him. And then his two assistants were responsible for, they split up the other departments, library, public works,
Sure.
code enforcement. So that's why it still looks like that.
Yeah.
So because initially, I think he wanted us, those three departments, under just the city manager.
Sure. No harm,
That's
no.
still there.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. It's different. People have different ways of doing things. We just have to figure out if this is how we want to do it moving forward.
What does that mean logistically for you? Like, did it change your day to day? Like, what are the big changes that
Didn't
caused?
change anything.
Okay,
It
so
didn't.
it's. Okay, so it didn't change like how you interacted, the work you did, like who you were communicating with. It just was like to look at it on paper.
I wish I could answer that. I can't in public. Yeah, it didn't change anything.
Okay,
One of the troubling things, though, in my observation, is the city manager having this overt direct authority as expressed in the org chart over the chief records officer,
Mhm.
which looks a little,
sure, yeah, no, I think, I definitely get that, like,
yeah,
what you're broaching here are aesthetics and just clarity, again, like every other, every other issue we've had with work
Right.
chart, where it's just like, we
Yeah.
need clarity that reflects reality. So that
Right.
when we look at a page, it accurately reflects what's actually happening. I was just trying to get to if like there were even more tangible differences that happened when that shifted.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were still operating basically the same processes. You weren't,
Yeah, and really, it was I think when the two assistants came on is when he made that change. So there really wasn't a whole lot of time for me to feel any different or, you know what I mean, for my duties or anything else, who I reported to, nothing really changed.
Okay.
I think he just wanted in writing, maybe. I don't know what the
I think-
purpose was.
cool, thank you. I don't think I mean, I want org charts to reflect the way things actually operate. So, I mean.
Yeah.
Whatever that means, whatever has been most efficient, trying to reflect that on paper. I'm in favor of that.
I think that although she's appointed by us and supervised by the city manager, it's important in a democracy,
Mhm.
right? That that those positions be seen as, although they have to be supervised, be seen as independent,
Mhm.
right, of the city manager, especially in critical times as these, where there's a lot of question.
I think that's fair.
Any other comments about that? I think we're proposing, council to move human resources and city clerk to their own departments. Again, won't change who they report to. It'll just change the independence of their departments and their ability to function as departments. And it'll prayerfully go a long way to the perception of a transparent and open government. I think little things like this is important to accomplish that goal. Anybody have any heartburn with moving it?
Only concern I have is span of control. Because we're looking 9 or 10 departments under the city manager.
Mhm.
I mean, I agree with it needs to be moved, but I'm just looking at a span of control issue.
Right, so we solved that. Span of control is a term that's used in the fire service and maybe even other leadership, but basically firefighters believe that a supervisor can only effectively supervise and control 4 to 6 people. Once you get past 6, you need another supervisor. Is basically, it sounds like what Carlson is referring to. I think, Carlson, that is the work that is presented to us as it relates to what we're going to do with this position underneath the city manager. What does that look like? And so that person, to Chase's point, has to have the ability to make decisions outside of Chase, which will help with that span of control. Because at that point, Chase can direct that person to, work with maybe some of the smaller departments, the library, the human resources department, to take away some of the burden of the span of control.
Yeah, that's the only issue I have is the
Yeah.
span of control. Other than that, I mean, I agree. It needs to be its own separate.
Okay, let's see if we can solve that in the other area. Any other questions about the org chart, that part of it? So, go ahead, Jim.
Question. I think I may have asked you this, Chase. This title of assistant to city manager is just causing me some angst. You need somebody that you can delegate basically special projects to. You've got this issue, and now I need somebody to coordinate tracking down all the streets that are supposed to be redone on the November 2017 bond election. And so, and I guess that's how I look at it, more as a special projects director that you can also indicate, by the way, I need you to interact with the human resource director or the public works person on this particular project. And so I guess that's how I'm looking at it, more as his assistant. Not, when I see the term assistant, I think of some entirely different responsibility. And you want someone that has some power in terms, you're empowering them to carry out the requests of the city manager. Is that accurate? Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you envision it? I guess that's, how
Yeah,
do you
no,
envision it?
I agree with you whenever it comes to special projects, going to meetings, looking into things, meeting with citizens, meeting with directors. It helps, and I believe that person can be assistant to the city manager. I mean, I think we're arguing semantics when we're speaking about titles. I mean, whoever the city manager is going forward is definitely going to need that person who can make decisions. And he's going to have that. He, she, whoever will have to have that. But yeah, yes, sir. No, you're right. When you're talking about different projects, different requests, especially, you become a city manager, you don't just have one boss, you have 5 bosses. So that you have more information to find, more projects to do, more things to look into. So whatever the title is, I just want that person to be able to make decisions on behalf of this office.
Mhm.
So,
And I guess that's where I come back and just the term assistant for me, and I don't want to sound like I'm being in any way not respectful of people whose titles are assistants, but it just seems to me as
no, I
it
understand.
designates a less level of responsibility or do that in my world. So therefore,
I understand.
I definitely think, I can see that argument definitely for, I mean, it is semantics, right? But words have power.
Sure. Sure.
And I think that's why I was curious for us to look at, and I don't know if you guys were able to get some of those numbers around if we looked at city manager and assistant city manager versus city manager and assistant to the city manager and those differences. Because I mean, there is a definite difference in the pay grade and what that position means. And I think to your point, Joe, if we're looking for someone who really carries some authority, I mean, anyone who's in the city manager's office is going to have a certain level of authority, but an assistant or a deputy city manager or some other title would be viewed differently than assistant to the city manager. And I think that is important to consider. I think it seems like we're all in agreement that like there needs to be a person paid accordingly with authority who can make decisions, handle special projects, and also just be the right-hand person for that city manager.
Title of chief of staff.
Maybe, I mean,
But I agree, so it's all semantics, but
yeah, but
it
I
comes
mean,
with the financial aspect too,
yeah,
like I said.
So do we want, so then you're looking at terms like deputy city manager.
mhm,
So now we have a question for council. So if we believe that this person has to be able to not necessarily have a certain responsibility over others, but if we believe that that person has to have the ability to exercise supervision of others, what about the other piece of this, which I think that we struggled at for a while when we did get two assistant city managers? There's an entirely different piece that says that whoever the city manager is, they need a person to field phone calls, take messages, produce letters, schedule appointments, whether that's a he or a she. So that role seems like it might be inappropriate to couple with this role.
mhm, agreed.
that's
So what do? Do we then move forward with some sort of a deputy? If we do that, then how do we help the city manager with the clerical aspects of what they do?
Well, one thing that we talked about briefly, at least in my notes, from Monday, was something I had suggested, because that you hit the nail on the head, like that's taking two very distinct positions. One that is a receptionist, secretary type position, or more of an assistant to, and somebody who's a deputy type position, putting them into one. And I don't think that makes sense. I think that's asking that one person to do two pretty distinct jobs that might end up being not very easy. But even if so right now, or it was previously, it had become, it was an office of three.
Mhm.
And even we would realize savings, even if we kept it an office of three, but one of those positions became was a deputy or assistant city manager, whatever you want to call it, and the other one became a secretarial position. We would realize financial savings.
An executive assistant. is
Or
what
an
you're
executive
talking
assistant, some type of a tier
Yeah.
of city manager, assistant city manager, and then the person doing all of that clerical type work.
We could take that one old assistant city manager's salary
Mhm.
and then I
And
got
reduce it. Yeah,
reduce
so-
it and move it around. Yeah.
Yeah, so that I'm just saying, if we wouldn't realize as much savings as if we just made it two positions. But I just feel like we keep edging up against, is there a need really for not only this right-hand person who has the authority to make executive level decisions, but then also somebody who's supporting all that work with all of the very integral office work that has to happen, that allows those folks to go out in the community and make authoritative decisions.
Right.
So-
And let's say this, Casey, to a point that you're making. Governments, they're dynamic. And they always have to meet the needs of the people where they are, right? And so when you look at that, when you look at the fact that we have 4 or 5 subdivisions that are in some stage of development, whether it's like a Delaney that's ending, and a Saltgrass, or whether it's Olympia Lakes that's just starting. When you have Amazon, you have the dog track, you have issues within our police department, challenges, and the like, right? We may need, at least for a few years, for this to be an office of 3. And then maybe, we don't know, as we get into the next phase, it may turn into an office of 4 or even 2. But right now we're definitely in a situation where we need to maintain the posture of 3, even in cost savings. Just no way around it. There's too much that's happening now.
There's a lot happening now and so much on the very immediate horizon.
Yeah.
Like, even if we didn't have all these big landscapes of change that are ahead of us, like the need, such substantial change for our PD, the need to find more funds in different ways, the need for us to continue pursuing these very large grants and so many big changes. What's on the table already is like, there's a lot at stake. And I think we have to be very, very cautious about making sure nothing slips through the cracks. And so that's part of why I feel very comfortable with the idea of making sure that office, because that's where the buck stops.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? I mean,
100%.
there, and then it comes here. But I mean, we have to rely
Sure.
on that position, that office, to be on its
Mhm.
game. And we've seen the ire from our community if they think otherwise. And if we want increased levels of communication and different leadership and all those things, I think we have to give it the support it needs to breathe and grow,
You're right.
to meet the needs that we're asking it for.
You're right.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
and like I said, and we would still realize financial savings. So
So it's a dynamic government to the point, so that we might inform the people. What's the difference? The difference is that the council is trying to meet the needs as they have been articulated by the staff. So the cart today is not before the horse, as we have experienced previously. Again, no harm, no foul. We're just trying to get an understanding. So now it seems like we're putting it back in line, and the council is discussing this position, as opposed to maybe how people felt it happened previously. Michael, Kim, y'all are too quiet on this discussion. Talk to us.
Kim's like, hold on, wait a second.
No, I mean, I agree, because I keep saying some of the pains that we see is that we're a growing city, they're growing pains. Our job as a council is to help to answer some of those pain points. I think it needs to be called a deputy city manager position. And that office needs to have an executive assistant. And I think that will help the staff. Do you agree with that? If you had a deputy city manager and executive assistant? An
Yes, ma'am.
executive assistant is someone that's not just a secretary. They
Sure.
actually have high level skills. They can communicate. They can set. They're an executive. They do things for the executive office a little bit different than just a regular secretary.
Yes, ma'am. No, I 100% agree. In a perfect world, that would be, and whatever y'all's decision is and however you want to line this department, I'm perfectly okay with it.
Right.
But yes,
And
ma'am, I 100% agree.
And that executive system would be for both.
Sure.
I agree. That needs to be an office of 3. We need to start looking forward and planning for the future. And like Casey said, we're growing. We need to have that. We just gotta look at the financial aspect of it though,
Sure.
too.
Mhm.
I mean, because I know everyone was up in arms about having 2 assistant city managers spending six figures per person.
Yeah.
Plus benefits. So we need to,
True.
we need to be financially responsible with that money. And I understand, yes, we'll be having cost savings if we make one executive assistant. That's, I mean, that's less money than a $100,000 a year job.
Yeah.
But I do agree, we do need three. And whether it's a deputy or an assistant or a chief of staff or whatever we call them, we just got to make sure financially we don't go too far high.
Right.
Sure.
Right, good point, good point. Joe, what you got? You good? Are you?
I'm good.
You good with it? Okay. So guys, we can't, here's the other thing that I'm learning that we have to do. We can't just leave them off at the stopping point and then let them fend for themselves, right? So we're discussing two clear positions. After this, we're gonna have to get to work with them to define what those positions do. Right? And what the qualifications of those positions are
And then
sooner
create
rather
them-
than later.
Like
This is
create
not-
them by ordinance.
Yeah, we have to. We have to. We can't just expend funds and then say have at it because we're not giving them complete direction. Go ahead, Joe.
There's only one comment, and I've said this before, Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
and other members of staff. Our whole organizational chart needs to be revisited.
Yes.
There has to be greater clarity in the whole picture. That's-
So I think it will be once those
Mhm.
positions are created, it can be,
Yeah.
it can be revisited and moved around. And that way it will, even with creating that second position, except for the deputy or whatever, that should clear up the span of control too.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. So,
And that would
Go
be, as we talked about customer service and improving our roles, and maybe this is something that we talked to HR about. It's always good to go back and adjust that, tighten that back up so that everyone knows what their roles are.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
are they supposed to do as in public works?
Sure,
What am I
sure.
supposed to do in the library? What am I supposed to do in the water bill department? Sometimes it's always good when you're talking about doing a better job in customer service to go back and look at the role. So that may be something you may want to visit. Is there anything in here? Well, I guess we haven't got to that part yet. Right. We haven't gone by the line item yet for training.
not yet, not yet, not yet. Before we get to, and we're getting ready to get into that, Ms. Yancey, before we do that, let's hear from Susie. So Susie, the council is suggesting there were two assistant city managers, right? We eliminated that to start. Chase has expressed to us his recommendation that we add back some sort of position that has some sort of ability to supervise. The council, it seems like, is entertaining a deputy city manager and some sort of an executive assistant. Sounds like the council is saying one of those positions, one of those assistant city managers, as far as the line item and the money, can be broken up to achieve this goal. Does that make sense?
That makes
So
sense.
whatever that salary was, take the bigger portion of that and earmark that for a deputy, take the smaller portion of that and earmark that toward an executive assistant and still realize $100,000 of savings in that department. What say you?
Let me clarify something that's called cost savings.
Okay.
In terms of dollars, that's true, face value. If you compare it to two assistant city managers and a city manager, totaling up versus one city manager, one assistant or deputy city manager, and an assistant to face value, it is a lower dollar amount in terms of cost. However, if you recall, the adopted budget from previous year, not this one, the current year that we're in, the city manager's office included a city manager and an assistant to the city manager / emergency coordinator. There was not a second assistant city manager in the adopted budget by council. right?
Right.
Because if there was, finance director is gonna say, okay, what are we sacrificing? Because you're gonna use the fund balance to pay for that, unless you sacrifice something. But that was not being discussed, nothing. So in the middle of a year, all of a sudden, around December, comes second assistant city manager. We never analyzed it. No one ever asked me, hey, can we afford it? All of a sudden, there was a second assistant. So now comes to a point, how are we funding it? Well, that had to come from a fund balance. So that's the standard. If that is the par that council wants to set for that department, is using part of the fund balance to pay for 3 people without sacrificing other things, that's fine with me. That's council's call. I just wanted to clarify the sources being used for all these personnel inside that department.
Right.
Now, face value, yes, that is a saving. You can see for just that department without looking at everything else. And in my job, I have to look at citywide. But if you just zoom into one department, that's true. No question about it. The dollar amount is less. So not saying either way,
Thank
you know,
for
you
that.
can still go forward with that. You can still use the fund balance for that, but that's your call.
You're right. I'm sorry. Thank you for saying that, because you're right.
Mhm.
I think I was misleading too in what I was saying, because based on what we adopted last year, there was not those
Mhm.
2 assistant city managers. And that's why the estimate that would end up with at the end of
Mhm.
this fiscal year is so much higher than what we approved in the
Right.
budget for 2021. So even if we reduce where we were a few months ago for next year, we're still spending a substantial amount more than what we approved in 2021. That's, thank you. Thank you for doing your job so well.
You
and
know
pointing
what?
that out.
I'm just respecting what
I
council
would say that, like,
adopts.
it does, for me, I mean, it does add some nuance to our conversation about where do we want that to come from. It doesn't change the fact that, like, despite how
Mhm.
us on council or the public might feel about the way that the hiring of the 2 assistant city managers was handled,
Mhm.
it seems very clear that there are needs that need to be met. That some element, some part of the impetus for making that happen was based in some realities. And we're faced with the same realities today of we need more than 1 person, more than 2 people to handle what's necessary going on. And we just have to be creative about, well, and smart about whether we're using fund balance or whether we find that elsewhere or what. I'm not saying I know how to do it yet.
Right, because Susie has to look at the big picture, you know, and she's looking at
Those
the entire.
2
thing, so-
positions came out of the general fund then? Is that
Yes,
how
sir.
we're paying for them?
Mhm.
Okay, so even though if we add money to the city manager aspect of it, either way, I mean, we're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, it's still, we're still coming from the general fund. We're just moving the money over to the city manager fund.
Depends
So,
on what you're willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, unless
So-
we cut savings elsewhere or we,
right, but we're
Identify
already
different-
spending that money. We already were because it's coming out of the general fund. So all we're doing is basically increasing on paper, the city manager budget.
well,
Because she said, because Susie said we're still paying for those positions out of the general fund.
The fund balance.
the fund balance, yeah, not the general fund.
Oh, see, that's what I just asked. Sorry.
Right. Now, can we handle it? Because that's operating. And operating means that you're gonna have to pay for it year after year. It's not a one-time cost. So fund balance is only for anything that you incurred one-time cost. Okay, that's a savings account. Once
Right.
it's depleted, it's depleted. So you need to make sure that you have enough operating revenues to handle that operating cost. Do we have enough operating revenues? That depends on your priority list.
Mhm. Right. So
I
it's-
mean,
Right. Okay.
If I could clarify then, Susan.
Yes, sir.
After- With the changes that occurred
mhm,
with the 2 city managers, that's.
2 city
back
managers.
In the previous administration.
Oh, okay, to
When
assistant.
you had
city
the two-
managers.
2 city managers. That's why you increased your fiscal year 2021 estimate to the $718,000.
plus
Is
the
that
pay-
accurate?
Plus the payout.
Okay, yeah, plus the other. And then for your request for fiscal year 2022, you have then, without the two positions, the assistant city managers, you reduced that to $279,000. With then ultimately the city manager's proposal for fiscal year was 354. What I'm hearing is that we're going to reach some savings, but we're going to be including these new positions in our as part of our general revenue fund stream in the future, and it will be some amount less than the $718,000 that was previously allocated for these positions.
Right.
Is that accurate to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
kind of your saving.
And let's be clear, the $718,000 was part of the buyout, right? I want to just be clear because we
Yes,
are a
sir.
transparent government. It was part of the buyout agreement.
As well as the benefit package.
The benefit package, which was another issue. There were employees that were, and again, we're not getting in the weeds, we're just trying to be transparent. There were employees that were allowed to take advantage of overusing vacation and sick time accumulation. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And by way of the previous city manager's contract, there was an additional year's salary associated with that person's departure.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, there was very little way for us to avoid that, according to our city attorney, because you can't void a contract on like that. Gus, help me, because you said it. Can't void a contract like that unless there is a conviction of a crime, a felony, or a crime of moral turpitude. Is that right, Gus?
Yes, that's correct. The for cause termination required a criminal conviction.
Right. So there was no way, let's be clear, there was no way for us to withhold a year's salary from our previous city manager. Nobody's saying that we even wanted to, but we're just trying to be transparent. And part of this is there were some long tenured employees that were allowed to violate the policy and accrue. Again, not talking about one city manager or another. This happened over multiple city managers, right? We're not picking on one person or the
I
other.
wouldn't say violate because the previous city.
Didn't
manager
violate the policy. They
approved
gave
it.
the permission according to the policy
Yes,
for these folks to go over and above
right.
the policy.
I mean, it was approved by the previous city manager.
Understood. And this is not, we're not talking about one city manager. This happened over multiple city managers. So we're not trying to play the blame game.
Right.
We're simply trying to say that that dollar figure was accrued vacation, accrued sick time, and contractual obligations.
Yes, sir.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Now, just, and only for the purposes of transparency.
Mhm.
People hear a number that large, so we want to give them what that number means. Now, let me ask you this, Susie. In the request for fiscal year 2022, there's $279,000 and $279,278 for personnel. In your mind, what are those positions? One of them has to be a city manager.
Good question. And the other one is the assistant to the city manager and also the receptionist, the city receptionist. It was the direction of the previous city manager to have that city receptionist position funded out of city manager's budget. I do not know why, but that position has always been under the supervision of the HR coordinator. So I don't know why. It's just been like this. And the previous city manager came on board, that didn't change. And we just kind of continue. Now, that doesn't mean that it won't change. It depends on how city manager and city council feel about it.
So there's somebody in that receptionist position now?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Not
That's
for the
Deb.
city manager's office.
Up
That-
front when you walk into City Hall
Oh,
lobby. That's
The
Deb.
young lady with
Deborah.
the
Oh, so we're
brunette hair.
talking about that position.
That position, yes, has always been funded out of the city manager's budget.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Okay.
council, do we want to,
But she
Uh,
doesn't work for the city manager.
Yeah.
Does she work with you?
And I don't know why it was funded out of city
No, sir.
manager's
She-
budget. No, go ahead.
Previously, she was under Patty. Was that Human Resources?
Yes, years ago.
You want to come up,
Patty,
Patty?
could you come up here? Because I have a question to ask you about this as well. We might be able to make two birds fly away with one stone. We ain't killing nobody.
Okay, I've been a chairless, so I don't want to be too loud in here, so tell me if I'm too loud. Previously, when I first came here 13 years ago as administrative assistant to the city manager, we didn't have a receptionist. And 7 years ago, the city manager decided to have two part-times city receptionists. Then the next year, we said, let's make it a full-time position. So ever since then, say 2015, we've had a full-time city receptionist. That in her job duty, she does she uses a request tracker and takes in all the complaints from different departments. If anybody calls in, she spends a lot of her day doing that. But other than that, she helps me tremendously. She is awesome. Anything I give her, she can do like that. She knows everything about the things that I do. She does the scanning. She does all the filing. She handles does a retention for me, record retention. She knows most of the stuff that I do in HR.
And she
help-
reports to you, Miss Patty,
And she
right?
does report to me. Yes.
Right, so
So
she should
I don't
be
know why
included.
she was in the city manager budget. I don't know what that was about, but I sign off on her time sheets.
Right.
And she's my right-hand person. She does a lot for me. Really
So we-
appreciate
It
having
seems
her.
a pretty easy
We
pivot.
need to
Sure.
move her back.
That's just
I move her over.
correct.
I can
and-
see why maybe there was confusion, because if they're also like a face when you walk in at the front,
Right.
maybe that.
And she's very good at
connects to
that
city
too.
manager.
She's very good.
Yes.
So
So-
I thank council for letting me have this position because she does a lot for
Aw.
HR too. So appreciate.
You said that right when we were getting ready to take her back.
Well, she does. Everybody says. "You don't even know
Well, we were
who
getting
she
ready to take her back, Miss Patty.
is." Oh, no, no, no.
Now we have to give her to
Please.
you. I'm
She's
just teasing.
awesome.
I do think maybe it would make, I mean, I don't know if it'll make a huge number difference, but it does seem like maybe it should come out of this city manager's budget. It should go into the HR budget. So obviously it's gonna bump up HR budget, but that would make more sense.
Right.
If we're gonna also change the org chart so that it's reflecting what's actually happening if she reports to you, if that position reports to HR coordinator. And then obviously that'll change this one.
So here's my brainstorm, and Susie, help me. I might be way out of bounds on this,
Uh-huh.
but I'm gonna try so that we can help expedite this. Have we, so the city manager
Mhm.
supervises the utility department, right? You know where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with it?
Mhm.
So if the city manager supervises the utility department, does the utility department contribute to the city manager's office?
You mean utility billing or utility?
The utility
department?
department that has its own revenue stream that is different, if you get where I'm going with this, from the general fund.
Not the general fund. The utility department has its own revenue stream, but that goes into the utility. fund.
Right, so here's my question. The utility department is supervised by the city manager,
Can
yes or
be
no?
split.
Hmm?
Yes, the city manager's
Can be
role
split.
can be split if it's supervising the utility department. That's
So-
council's choice.
So in fact, we can do one or two things. We can take half of Chase's salary
Mhm.
and let the utility department pay for that, which would then free up monies for an executive assistant. Or we can create a position of executive assistant out of the utility fund and have them report to and work next door to Chase Carey. Either way, we don't necessarily need the general fund to pay for this executive assistant because he supervises the utility department and they have their own revenue stream, right or wrong?
Right.
Okay.
Is the balance there right now to make that doable?
It depends on the job description. And quite frankly, it would be cleaner to have that executive position paid out of the utility fund and Chase paid out of the general fund.
Doesn't matter to me. However, we need to
Instead
pay
of
the
split.
bills. So long as it's legal, Gus,
Well, that's,
Yes, the utility fund can be used on utility fund employees. If part, all, some of an assistant deputy chief of staff time is spent supervising the utility fund, that amount may be funded with utility fund dollars.
and that's what I mean by the job descriptions. It all depends on the job descriptions.
that seems like that's a problem solved, guys. These people, Chase and, or whoever, you know, if it's not Chase in the future, and that executive assistant will work with directly the utility department. So this is legal. There are revenue streams there. So all we have to do is allow this to happen, to direct Susie to resolve our issue in that way. And make sure that we write into those job descriptions what they would actually be doing. Facilitating, supporting in some fashion the utility department. Anybody have any heartburn with that? Go ahead, Jeff.
I think it's going to come down to, it's kind of like Gus, kind of like billing, client billing. I think it's going to come down to that. You're going to have to justify the hours and in order to pass an audit. So that's all my, and the other question that I have, Mr. Mayor, under the city manager's office, is the city manager, is this where we're going to put that new PR person as well too? Is that under this? The city
Well,
manager?
That one is.
Yeah, two things on that. Two things.
Two things, yeah.
Again, it's clear, at least even right now, like today, part of Chase's job as his interim city manager is to supervise utilities. So that's done. You know, that's worst case scenario. That's done. There's not even proof of concept on that one. It's actually happening. So we're good on that part of it, with what we were just talking about. Secondly, what Mayor Pro Tem is referring to is the Economic Development Corporation has agreed to expend $50,000 of financial resources to help us secure a public relations officer for our city. Now, what does that have to do with economic development? Because the economic development's public relations specialist spends 90% of her time not growing our city and developing it economically, but acting as the public information officer for the municipality. And so in order for us to realize 100% of our economic development, public relations specialists, they're expending more resources in that fashion. So Joe's question now, since we're transparent, what are we going to do with this position and where is this position going to go? So the next question is $50,000 enough? And I don't know, I'm just asking to try to facilitate, for a public relations specialist. Public relations specialists say no, but that's for us to determine. And if it's not enough, gang, then are we willing to, through professional services, contract a public relations agency? So that's the discussion I believe Joe is trying to move us toward. What do we do with this potential opportunity?
Well, you're right, but I also like to know whether this is something that falls under the city manager.
Right, exactly. Is this appropriate here? And that's up to us, guys.
It'd be a new department. We could decide where we want to put it. I mean,
at the beginning, I would think that it would be appropriate to work closely with Chase or the new deputy.
Most municipalities, it falls under city manager.
Okay, that's all I wanted.
I mean, if we want,
I agree with you. I had the same question, like, is this where it should go? And it seems reasonable, you know,
Yes,
maybe it
ma'am.
would need to
Sure.
change, but seems like a reasonable place for it to start. And I do think that we should consider giving it, you know, I don't know if we need to double that salary, but I think it should in a good faith effort to also demonstrate that the city really believes in this too, and that this is not just the EDC making this happen for us.
Right.
I think putting some investment towards it on our end reasonably, and with all of the caveats of we have a lot to figure out, I think we should put some more to it, maybe 25,000 or something to make it more robust, because it is a highly skilled position. You know, when we consider the work that Colleen is doing and the training that she's had, we want someone just as good as Colleen, right? Working explicitly on behalf of the city as an employee of the city. And so that's another public relations specialist. And maybe we can't, you know, I think we can, it's reasonable since it's our first year having it, that we start at a lower salary, but I do think it should be more than 50,000.
That is a salaried position or?
I do think it
agree,
should
it
be a
should be.
salaried position. I
Yes.
would rather it not be contracted.
Well, as far as, are we paying them overtime? Or are we just gonna say it's a salary position? So when they get called out at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's that.
I mean, I don't know. I think this is another area where maybe we need Colleen to weigh in to give her advice, you know, on how it works currently for her, or maybe Chase's opinion on how he's seen it working so far.
Yeah, I would believe it'd be an exempt employee. Susie, I don't want to speak to Colleen, but I believe she's a salaried person as well. So, I mean, I've been a salaried position my entire time I've been with the city, no matter what. When I started out making 30,000,
Yeah.
you know, moving up, I never made overtime, you know, so. And Colleen, I know she works many hours, you know, and this person, as we know, will be dealing on Facebook and at all times of the night, as we know how our, you know, how our Facebook goes. So it's up to council's decision, but I think it would be an exempt employee. And, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I agree with Councilwoman Casey that it needs to be a part of the staff. It needs to be someone that's a part of the staff, a person that's, because that person represents us. They're the face of the Marque. That person has to be articulate. They have to be professional. That's a big position. It can make or break us. And we have too many things breaking us at this moment.
And they have to feel like they're part of the team,
Right,
and that the rest
right.
of the staff
Right.
feels they're part of the team.
Right, and not a contracted person. That's kind of what we talked about last Monday. So definitely at least in the 60s.
And Chase, just
Yes, sir.
promise me, when you get these people, that you're not going to establish and take our conference room over there and turn it into this war room. Okay, just promise me that.
Yes, sir, I promise.
On the cool kid table.
I also want to say that to the point of like, just because it felt like maybe there was just enough concern about the utility, using the utilities or whatnot. I think that's a very creative way. And just to say again, like, it doesn't sound like there has to be any gymnastics around saying that it's justified to use utility funds for either, like, I hear what Susie's saying about it's so much cleaner when we don't split one person's salary between multiple funds. But obviously that would work very easily, like it would be easily justified. But it sounds like it would be just as equally justified if it was for that executive assistant position, because they would be doing the same steps of work, just
Sure.
different levels of it.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. My only question is, so when I asked earlier about, do we have the balance in the utility fund to do that? I just want to make sure we're not saying, great, we identified this other pocket of money that we can pull from, without knowing for sure that there is the money there to pull from
That's contingent.
on the rest of all of our wish lists.
Exactly,
Oh,
exactly.
how did I know you were gonna say that?
You have bigger job to
Okay,
take care
so
of.
just add it
for
to the
rest of
list of
day.
things we have to cross through. Okay, cool. But I think that's I think that's an innovative idea.
Very good. Listen, we are, so we started with the idea, and let me say this, Susie, because of the political climate that we find ourselves in, this 1 year at least, we may have to just split Chase's salary. Right, because we know beyond a shadow of a doubt, he supervises the utilities department. So that might not be cleanest for you, but for these 5, that might be cleanest, right? It's a no-brainer. They work for him.
Well, the reason I said it's cleaner by position, it's because you have other costs associated with that
Yeah.
position. For example, medical insurance, workers' comp, the different rates depends on the functions.
Yeah, I know, Susie, but where we are in this,
Okay.
in this climate, it just for this year until we can, move past some of the petty issues that are trying to derail us.
Mhm.
The council may at the end of this just direct Chase to direct you to split his salary. Because that's the cleanest for us politically,
Okay.
how to move forward to get the city manager's office what they need. Here's the other thing. Council, I think that we need to be thinking about what happens if Susie cannot find for us the extra 15 to 20,000 that we would need to make this public relations specialist position be competitive. We may need to be thinking about maybe for a year using an agency, because at the end of all of this wonderful discussion, Susie has some weight that she's going to put on our shoulders. It's going to take us about an hour and a half perhaps to even digest it. So I said that to say some of these positions, she may recommend that we contract for a year until we can get past some of the things that she's going to present to us later on. Any other questions about the city managers? Let's get to the line items. Kim, you wanted to, was it Kim or Joe? I'm sorry. Somebody had a question about some of the line items. We are on page 31, guys.
About your training, just the customer service training, just make sure that we have training for that. And I know where's that at?
That, I believe I put it into the HR budget.
Oh, you put that in the HR budget, okay.
Because it's training citywide.
Citywide, okay.
Right.
I didn't see it, so that's why I didn't know which budget that was gonna come out of. All right. That's all right.
And jumping on training, I just want to reiterate that we decided the other day to pull that de-escalation training type line item, pull that out of city managers and put it into PD, right?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Now, we have Juneteenth here. Are we still keeping Juneteenth here?
that was
No.
another one we talked about
Pull
putting
that
back in
out.
the pot. Yeah,
Exactly.
What was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Susie, one of the other things, and yeah, we just jumping in, guys. One of the things that caused me concern over the past few years is the travel budget, the school and travel budget in the city manager's office. It jumped from roughly $11,000 to now we're at about $35,000 for 3 people, for 2 people actually, because I don't know that your executive assistant would attend a lot of training. That's about $17,000 roughly per person for training and travel. Where council has a budget of $3,000. Per position, this is probably the largest training budget that we would have. I know that Chase, if he is fortunate enough to be with us for a lengthy period of time, perhaps the other person that may be a part of our organization, I know that they may need more training than perhaps a person with more tenure, but to the tune of $35,000.
well, luckily, one thing that will change that dramatically is taking out that de-escalation training, which is that $20,000. That's like the
Oh,
biggest
that's
part of that. It'll jump all the way down back to 15.
Right.
Good deal.
So
Oh,
I mean, you're right, like it was only it kind of blew that out of proportion, and it's
proportion,
not
mhm.
really where it belongs. I think it was just, again, where we put it when we were really
And I had
wanting
no
that, and
idea.
the funds were there, so we put it there.
Right,
But you're right, like, but it'll change.
Yeah. Good
and we're
deal.
gonna move that over to the police budget.
Why did the professional fees jump so much to 46,000 from 25,000?
Professional fees. There's a $20,000 for consultant, Marsh Darcy.
Marsh
I'm
Marsh
looking at-
Darcy?
Yeah, I'm looking
Okay,
at
for the
page 32.
TERS.
Oh, tourist. Okay.
Mhm. And then does the staff development, 24,000.
Hmm?
There is a staff development, 24,000. I don't know what that is.
So,
Oh, I think, yeah.
staff development, where are you at, Susan?
On
Under the-
page 32, underneath.
Professional fees?
professional-
Gotcha.
uh-huh.
So we were in a meeting. I don't know that you were in that meeting with us, with Reed King. Y'all remember that?
Mhm.
And part of that meeting, we were told, and Joe, because you were drilling on this, we were told that Reed King, more than likely, and I don't think it was a slam dunk. Gus, you were there too, wasn't you?
I was not here.
You weren't there? Man,
Oh,
no, you're right, you're right. Deer was still here. That Reed King would pay for much of our administrative and professional costs as
Oh.
associated with the development. You remember that
Correct,
conversation?
yeah, I remember that's why.
So this is not a problem. I don't want you to think this is a problem, the Marsh Darcy piece. All I'm saying is we need to be mindful that if we approve this in the budget, we also need to be expecting Reed King to reimburse us.
okay.
Because that was the conversation, right? More, it wasn't 100%, but it was,
And
It was a-
there might be some nuance we're missing there about like when that would start, what.
Right.
But yes.
right. And that's why I said, I didn't want you to take it out the budget. I just
Okay,
wanted you to be aware that
Okay.
this Marsh Darcy is associated with some obligations that they were planning to meet as it relates to our administrative and professional fees.
that's helpful. Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
And I wasn't clear if it was an expense that we had to front and then be reimbursed.
Right.
But I also heard that they said that they would cover the costs. I had two different people say do two different things, that they would cover the costs up front. So if you don't have a relationship with a finance person, I don't know who, if you have a Chase.
And I'll speak to Alex at lunch and see
Yeah,
what he knows about it. We'll look into it at lunch.
Alex is not involved in that.
Okay.
It's.
In the previous meetings, I know Alex, I've been in meetings with them, but I can look into
No,
it.
that was not Alex. That was them talking to us. And so,
Mm,
At the very beginning. So we-
oh,
I think to be safe, we should just earmark that money. Just,
yeah, well, I-
Yeah,
I-
yeah,
have it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
keep-
we'll keep it in there.
Yeah.
Definitely. We just want to make sure that we're moving to a place that we know that money is potentially recouped by us. And so that'd be a Chase and a Suzie function.
right,
Right.
yeah, okay.
And you've got the 10,000 again for the certified public management scholarship. We're going to have more Chase employees enrolled in that program.
Yes, I don't.
Going forward, if we're allowed to, we will. But that'll be a council decision if we want to keep it in the budget.
I want to keep it in there.
No, I like certifications, yeah.
How many how many employees are able to go for 10,000?
I want to say it's $800.
I think
Heard.
4, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like 4 that went last year.
4?
Is that right?
Right. I know that they were giving us like basically a scholarship for 2 if we sent 2, and I can look into it and find out the exact price for
And
it.
so you went to that school, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so let's.
A couple of years ago.
All right, I want to
Correct.
tie something in so that we can be transparent.
U of H matches too of those.
Okay, so let's tie this in. Casey, at some point, you and former council member Chris Lane worked with the selection committee to help find the persons that would go. Is that correct?
Well, first off, is this the same funds? Like, are we double dipping right now? I want to make sure that we're talking, because you're talking about the waste management funds, right?
No, I'm talking about the certified public managers. Did you have any role in that?
No, no,
Okay.
not at all.
Selecting the scholarships is what you're
Yeah.
speaking of,
Who
right?
sele-
But
who-
that was all the city manager's office, right?
I believe so. I'm not,
He wanted each director for each
Yeah.
department to attend it at one time.
Yeah.
Little by little, like. whatever was on there.
So whoever went to the certified public managers course had nothing to do with council? It was a city manager's decision?
I believe so.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
We're just trying to clarify, transparency.
Yeah.
We didn't have anything to do with who was decided to go. Sounds like the city manager decided. Okay, just we're trying to make sure everybody understands everything about what we're doing.
Mhm.
Okay,
I have a question about leadership alignment. Did we send 2 people last year to leadership alignment? Do we know? Did we send?
Miss Patty,
We did send 2, okay.
I have to wait 1, 2, 3 this year.
yes, Sloan is one of the leaders.
So 2, okay.
2 or 3. Some people went.
2, 3, we just sent some folk over.
We have a few.
Somebody wanted to ride, we just.
So this, let me, if I could, Susie, the internship program, 25,000, that's apart and different from the waste management
Yes,
internship. So
Yes,
it's
sir.
another 25,000?
Yes, sir. We, for the current year, we use the general fund to pay for that. Now, next year, 2022, it can be either or. We can use the youth fund for that, as long as the youth fund.
well,
can pay
These
for
were
it.
the young people that were here for this.
Yeah.
Or they still may be here, but that's that. Those are those young people.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And the 50,000 contingency emergency, what was that? What's that? What was that for?
Any unanticipated expenditure that occurred as a necessity during the year. And the city manager can use that line item to pay for it. Usually it occurs like after a storm.
And it was not used by him?
Well,
$8,000.
No, that's in 2020.
it may or may not be used. It's contingency. Some
But
years
he's
we
asking
use
that
it,
as of now, it didn't get used in
Right.
2021.
right.
No,
Some
what-
years we use it and some years we don't. It's unanticipated.
Okay,
Events.
so right now it wasn't used. Okay, and then the 5,000 for the hurricane huddle, is that the Chamber of Commerce? The one over in Texas City? Is that what that is?
No,
What
that's
is that?
we
No,
put on
sir.
every
That's the
year.
one we had.
Oh, that's the
West
one
Fire
we have
Station.
at the west where we're at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
West
okay.
Side Fire Station.
5,000. What are we paying for that? 5,000 for a hurricane huddle? I don't, is that staff time then or what? Hurricane huddle.
I'm not 100% sure, Mayor Pro Tem. We can
Some
look
of it
into
was
it.
used to buy promotional items and giveaways. Some was for advertisement.
Okay,
I think we need to move that over to the EM budget though, because that's an emergency management function.
Right.
They're the ones that sponsor that.
Who attends, Chase, the women leading in government conference? Did we send someone there last year? Women in leading?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe that would have been Charlene if I
Oh,
If I remember correctly.
Oh, okay, okay. Cause this budget again this year, that'd be great to see someone go.
Sure.
from
Yes, ma'am.
that quickly.
I don't have any issues with anything else I see. I think I support the idea of moving the hurricane huddle over to the EM just to make it cleaner. And the other things that we've talked about moving so that they reflect reality.
Chase, the TML city membership town and city magazine, which we pay $4,000 to. what I have noticed and since being on council is that the Marque has not been covered well in some of those city magazines. Matter of fact, the dinner that I went to, we were not covered at all. And so with the new, if this council approves a new public information officer, we do want to make sure that we have a presence in those magazines, especially since we're paying so much
Yes, ma'am.
in those magazines.
So I think we should leave the internship program the way it is. Again, just for transparency purposes, when Waste Management entered into a contract with our city, they agreed to support our youth at $25,000 a year. And they agreed to support Bayou Fest at $50,000 a year. The initial disbursement of the youth allocation was done to community organizations, football, tutoring. I don't remember what they all were, but there were a bunch of small community organizations. And so the next level up, what Casey and I have kind of been walking around, when we talk about this money, is to try to find a way to disperse it through the municipality instead of giving it to a nonprofit. And so that's the money that we're talking about, Joe, that could potentially be used for winter interns. Those folks that perhaps would partner with TCISD, half-a-day program. Some of these seniors only have 1-2 classes a day. So maybe instead of allowing them to just twiddle their thumbs, maybe we can get them to leave school and come to our municipality to help move our city forward.
And in addition, if I'm remembering correctly, we talked about how there's still quite a balance in that. Like, because for the first few years, we received those monies and nothing happened. Like we didn't distribute.
Right.
And then that's why what Mayor Bell was alluding to earlier, Chris sort of took some control and we put out a call for applications, why not, from nonprofits to, request funding to support their initiatives. We did one round of that. I did help with that and council looked over those applications, but what I felt very strongly at the time was this is really not the most efficient way for us to do this. And I also think it's very muddy. I was like, I would much prefer us get that money and we distribute the funds as a municipality through municipal programs, not we become a grant giving entity, because we're not. And also it took a fair amount of staff time and a fair, it was just a lot. So I am definitely in favor of us exploring how we could use that I think that's the perfect avenue for that. But also I do think we talked about like some of the balance that might be still in that, because not all of we didn't give out all of that money, right? I don't remember what the number is. I know we had it in front of us the other day.
Yeah.
We talked about potentially maybe that can be used for some of the needs we have at the park right now, or some of those capital expenses that we have right now that are looming. That can potentially be another cache of funds.
Right.
So as long as they are directly connected
Like
to
going
youth.
toward the work at the pavilion.
Exactly.
Or going toward the shoreline
Yeah,
rehab.
some of these things that have been ignored that we need money for, it wouldn't pay for all of it, but it might help. Again, I don't remember what's in that balance, but if I recall, it's at least over 50,000.
You're right.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's not insubstantial. And right now it's gathering dust.
Right.
And that's not using it to the spirit of what we said we wanted it for.
Right. And why is, as we close this section, why is that important? Again, transparency. The previous council believed, and maybe this council does as well, that if you're in our city, contracting with our city, earning taxpayer dollars, then we want you to be good corporate citizens and good corporate partners. So if you're taking millions of dollars of taxpayers' hard-earned money, then it won't hurt you to extend and expend a few $1,000s to help the kids in the community, right? That you're partnering with, or to help promote a festival in the community that you're partnering with. These types of deals have been done by this and other councils to make sure that the people that are taking our taxpayer dollars are also giving back to the community in which they are serving. Nothing more, nothing less.
And Waste Management has been a really exemplary neighbor in that way. I mean, I think that they're a great example for future partnerships we can develop with some of incoming corporate partners and folks who we have right now who maybe we're not really exploring the mutual benefit as much as we could. I think I really want to give credit to Waste Management because it's significant. You know, they provide us a great service. I'm proud of the fact that of what we offer our citizens anyway through Waste Management, but those funds are important. So
Susie, have those monies already been booked in? Have we received those monies from Waste Management already?
Yes, sir.
We have. So, because I asked the question, I didn't see them in our non-discretionary fund listing.
It's on page 9. It's in a separate fund.
I just. Mhm.
Let's see.
is it the youth program fund? Yeah, so, oh yeah, it's way more than I thought.
Yeah, we used some of that for lemonade day. We also used some of that for the Kidfish event. Football field, I believe, and basically that was it. And the grants, of course.
It's Fund 53, Joe, on page 9.
53.
Oh, I'm sorry. The page number, forgot to
Yeah.
mention the fund.
Okay. That's why I didn't see it. It didn't say Waste Management. Okay.
So guys, do we have a plan? Did we give the city manager a plan? So that we can move on past this part? You know, do we feel good about it or?
I don't know. Did we give you? We talked about quite a bit in the last 30 minutes.
So again, I think that decision will be made to whether we have 2 or 3 people when we're going through the dollars and cents with Susie.
Yeah.
But again, I'll say it. I'll be grateful just for a full-time person in that office, just to help me, move forward. And with the news Susie's going to give us this afternoon, that might be the best decision for the entire, for all departments at this moment. So,
Yeah. Cool. I think you'll get 3. I think we can be creative. I think we have been creative. I think that it's not about giving you 3. I think it's about the fact that at this point in our city's juncture, we need 3. Maybe not 2 years from now, but today definitely. Anything else for city manager's budget? Okie dokie pokey. We got Miss Patty Reese coming up and lunch is ready. But Miss Pat, come on, Miss Patty. Miss Patty, I think we have about 15 minutes on the schedule for Miss Patty. So if you all don't mind. Now, I didn't make the schedule, Miss Patty. I didn't do that. I'm just reading what's on the paper.
Am I chopped liver?
I think you are so smooth that it's gonna go very smooth.
Hopefully, I do have a correction I need to make on one of my line items. I don't know if y'all looking at that, or you want to wait till we get to that?
Let's get to what page, Susie?
Page 34.
Page 34. Guys, let's be mindful. Once we get through this portion, we'll break for lunch. And then we'll decide with Susie if she wants to start the second half or if she wants to be the last presenter because of what she has to say to us. We'll talk about that during the lunch.
Probably best that I be last, because I don't want to spoil everyone's day.
Yeah.
Page 34, you said?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Miss Patty.
Okay, do you have any questions for me in looking at this?
I don't see your org chart.
Well, it's just me.
I'm the city manager.
She will have an org chart
city
now,
receptionist that-
since we moved her.
But it wasn't, but the current org chart, if we made one for you now, wouldn't have the city receptionist under you, it would be under city manager, but we're
Right.
requesting that change.
Okay.
Correct.
Right, okay.
It won't be you alone anymore.
Just me.
Now, in the in the HR budget, I did add the customer service training citywide, $5,000. And that is on page 37. It's showing under travel and training, 40, line item 4060. The second line down, because the first line is commissioners training and then customer service training for city staff. We put in $5,000 for that because we realized that customer service is so vital in our city, and we heard it from the town hall meeting. We heard the voices from the community. I heard from the 5 council members how important customer service is, and staff do believe in it as well. So therefore, as a starting point, because I don't know really true cost of that, I'm just starting point, we're just putting $5,000 in there as a starting point, see how, get the feel of it, see what the impact would be for judging from performance of city employees. Has that improved? You know, and continue to hear from the community, you know, to evaluate and moving forward, making progress. And if that has improved, maybe we'll put more the following year. So at least this is a starting point.
Ms. Patty, when you said you had a
line item that I need to remove.
right,
Okay.
is it
Well,
a duplicate? The
yes, it's a
training, customer
duplicate.
service training at 5,000 listed twice.
It's
On
put
the,
in there twice.
Professional fees, it says 5,000, and then whenever you look at
Let me see.
school and travel, customer service training for city staff, 5,000.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Okay, that could be duplicated.
Yeah. and then also on the civil service, no, convention, school and travel, the employee recognition program, $1,000. Already have it up here in operating expenses. So that needs to be taken out. Those 2 things. And that's it.
So your budget is $6,000 less.
Any other questions on any of my line items that you need
Why
an
is your-
explanation of?
Your convention, school and travel, why is it going up almost $5,000?
Because of the customer service training.
Just that?
Yes, yes. I haven't really changed anything. This is training I have to do each year, all these different little conferences that I go to we have updates on HR laws and
Are you a
stuff.
certified HR?
Yes. and,
Alright.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I've had all the training in it. I'm working on my SHRM, so certifications. So I've had 8 years of training in HR law. So.
And civil service.
And civil service. So.
But you're working for the HR certification.
Ms. Patty, there's a $4,200 in your budget for commissioners training. Those are the civil service commissioners?
Yes, they can go with, we didn't go last year because of the COVID, but so it just went back into the budget, into the general fund. And so if they want to go with me to the civil service convention, they can go with me.
Do they have to go?
They don't have to, but some of them are new and it's good for them to go to see how this, because some of the stuff that comes, like if anybody challenges, say they're taking a promotional exam and they want to challenge a question, they have to go before the commission to present it to them. So they sort of have to know how to handle there's a lot of law, legal stuff that's at those conventions too, and sort of shows them how to handle things. And so, yeah, that's really good for them. They haven't, 2 of them, or one of them hasn't gone yet. The other 2, no, 2 of them haven't gone yet. So hopefully they can go this year.
Is it like in Houston or?
Depends. They're different. We've had them in Dallas, we've had them in Austin,
Okay.
San Antonio.
Just moves around the
It
state?
moves around.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was optional, but it feels sort of like if, when we appoint a civil service commission member, that should be required.
Yeah.
that they attend
Mandatory.
that.
Yeah.
And if, I mean,
It's like newly
Who's on- we got
elected
Lucy.
officials. Y'all usually go to one of those
Mhm.
classes.
Yeah,
It's
we've
the
got-
same thing.
it's Lucy Morris,
Lucy Morris,
and who's the third one?
Morris Martin, and Sam Swain.
Okay, and 2, I mean, Lucy and 2 of
Lucy's
them haven't been to it. Has
Lucy-
Morris been?
No, he does.
I mean, I know he has mobility.
No,
as far as
but we've offered it to him. so,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, talk to Morris. Dang.
Yeah, I'm
Should
thinking
go.
maybe on some of that, with a person like a Morris, it's, we're speaking about Morris, people that as they grow older, experience difficulty moving around. I wonder if now we're in Zoom age, right? Wonder if
More
we
versatile.
might be able to communicate to them or maybe answer certain criteria that would allow a Morris to come to the library or even at his home, maybe take that
Okay.
course
Yeah,
virtually.
that would be great. Yeah, because I'm sure he's interested.
Yeah, we also have had an attorney, our HR attorney, that has come to train them too. Also, he's come do little service things that he's given examples of things that come before the commission, Civil Service Commission, and different scenarios. And it was like 2-hour class. Remember, I think you were part of it.
Does that happen every year? I mean, like, is
No,
there a
it
refresher?
hasn't happened. Not last year because of COVID.
Sure.
Yeah, but we try to do that for the new ones that come in, or if they need more training, because there's always something
Yeah, it seems very
that goes
important.
before commission, maybe once, well, not always, once or twice a year. So
Okay.
What is describe for me the employee recognition program?
okay,
What
that's
is
what, that is when each employee, they can bring to, we have a recognition, and there's different criteria that we have, and I'm glad you asked that. We have the Team Player Award, a Pride Award, Customer Service Award, and Distinguished Employee Award. Any full-time employee of the city of Lamarck who have completed more than 1 year of service with the city of Lamarck as of October 31st, 2021, this for this year, are eligible to submit somebody they think is a good employee in one of those categories. And then we have a committee, that the city manager usually nominates every year to help, come up with the perfect, person for that particular, like the team player or the Pride Award. So it takes us a few meetings to get through all because they have to submit a form and they have to tell why they think this employee is, doing a better job and doing a great job.
And the
And so-
person who wins, is there any sort of gift card or?
Yeah, we do give it. Yeah, we give at our, we have usually a Christmas party in December, and we have service awards there, and then these awards here. And we give them, there's like $100 for the top one, which is a distinguished employee. Then we have maybe $50 for customer service. They get a certificate and a pin, and we take their picture, and I put it on my human resource bulletin board, so they get to shine. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Does the city conduct surprise drug testing on our employees?
We only can legally do it for public safety employees and CDL drivers. So that's random. Now, we do drug testing on anybody that's been in an accident.
For cause.
Yes.
Pardon me?
For
Plea
cause.
For cause,
Mhm.
yeah. We can do random suspicion of, is somebody in a department head or supervisor, another employee, they've seen them like, or they've been acting different. And if they had suspicion of, we can do drug testing on that. But random, that's right, is it correct? Yeah, so that's their attorney. So and sometimes the deal is when we do the random with public safety employees, I don't pick them. Our Wellnow facility where we do drug testing, they do computer picking. So sometimes, say if you have public works employee or another department, public safety, sometimes the same ones get picked, but that's because it's randomly picked through their computer system. So that sometimes that gets a little touchy, but that's the way they do it. So I never pick them. If we're going to do the random, I have our drug testing in place. That's illegal to do. I can't do that. So I
And in
can't
the
pick.
course of your duties as an HR director, are you updating the background checks of our employees?
I do it on the new hire process.
We're
That's,
not doing it in an arm, you're not doing tests that, and Gus, you could speak up on this, but if for the city faces liability, we haven't conducted ongoing checks, and ultimately we find out that an employee is, how do you know an employee has been arrested or not? I guess it comes down to that.
Well, we don't really check throughout the year. I mean, our police department, they probably can check on things like that, but we don't randomly do background check on them. We do driver's license check. I do those, to check and see if their driver's license still, up to date and everything that they've
But no,
renewed it.
no DWI checks, nothing like that?
No.
Yeah, we would need to update the policy. So, yes, sir. I know exactly what you're saying. To every 5 years or 2 years, or however, we could do a full background on each employee. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Tell me a little bit about your recruitment.
We usually do for civilian employees, we post on our website. We also post social media. Colleen will do that for me. We do in the newspaper for police, for police exams, entrance exams. So that's how we recruit, and sometimes we've gone to job fairs, that kind of thing.
What about some of those bigger job, like Indeed, LinkedIn, other places like that?
Yeah, that's what Colleen puts it on there for me. So, yeah. The hardest is right now police to because mainly the younger ones, the applicants, they look on social media. That's where they're, so we don't do it in the paper. Normally we do it in the paper. Sometimes it's very expensive, but we don't really get that many applicants from that. It's basically the social media where we post our exams and stuff and post on our website. So the civil service, we have to have an entrance exam before they can come on.
And the Texas Municipal League, you posted with them?
Yes. We get most executive positions, directors on that site. The other ones we put on there, but we don't get it, like maintenance tech or anything. That usually comes from social media or our website, or in public works, it's mainly word of mouth. The guys all put the word out there.
What about COM or like Galveston College?
They post for us too. So.
Yeah, but we really need to get more active. What I've seen as a citizen is that we haven't done aggressive recruiting to our communities. And I think we really need to get more active because we've used the same staff and companies. They haven't done much to reinvest in our community. So I really, Chase, really want to make sure, like our mayor said earlier, it's about making sure that people we contract with,
Yes, ma'am.
that they invest, because we have these long-standing relationships with companies
Sure.
that don't give back to our communities. And now with a new council, we need to look at that, because sometimes you can get bogged into using the same companies that are not reinvesting in our community, and that day is over. We are looking for new relationships, new partnerships, where those contractors are looking to give back to our communities in some form of reinvestment, where it's a give and take, and that's, for too long, we have been economically great in Lamar, and we have allowed that to happen. We want to make sure that we stop that bleeding.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think one of the things that'll help Ms. Patty is the idea that we are moving in the direction of having a public relations specialist or firm, depending upon how the rest of our day goes. They would be able to help Ms. Patty to really, spread the word, and also not only to cast a wider net, Ms. Patty, but also to be more intentional and targeting in that net. So in other words, if we need a city engineer, we can cast it as wide as Texas, right? But we would also be able to delve as deep as in that industry, right? In that community. And I think a public relations person will help you achieve that, right?
I can't believe you don't have an assistant.
Pardon me?
I can't believe you don't have some type of assistant.
Well, I've been, like I said, I use a city receptionist. She helps me a lot.
Yeah.
She's she can do anything. I mean, as far as I give her something once and she picks it up, and so
Okay,
she
so
does a lot.
That's
So
what we were
she helps
speaking
me do
about
the
yesterday.
Background checks.
Okay,
Pardon me?
she helps you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because HR is a lot.
Yeah,
That's
it
a
is,
lot
it
of
is. And she
paperwork.
does a lot for me. She does,
Okay.
Yeah.
So so that,
3/4 of her job is HR, helping with
Okay.
HR.
Oh.
She does take in all the city complaints and she's very good at customer service. So, but she does a lot for me. Thank you though. Gosh, glad
but we're
I have
gonna
her.
move her to your department though now. Are we, is that what we said?
Right,
Yeah, we are gonna, okay, good. So.
Yeah, and she really helps around in City Hall. She's very helpful. She opens the mail sometimes and
Yeah.
she does a little bit of everything.
Right.
So.
Any other questions about human resources?
Can I ask something this next year with the students? I'd like to help reorganize what they do when they come in.
Sure.
Because this year it was sort of sporadic. I didn't know they were coming until about a week before. And I'd like to organize it where they maybe move from different departments through the 8 weeks they're
Right.
here. So they can learn different departments, because most of them stayed in one, and sometimes the director didn't have enough for them to do. So would I be allowed to help with that?
That would be a Chase question, but
Chase.
I don't see anybody on council having heartburn with directing Chase to do that.
You know, like a pipeline, 1 week here. another
Yeah,
week
they would
there,
learn
so that-
more. And
Yeah.
because we had some good interns, but they
Yeah.
were so smart that
Right.
all of them, that they didn't have, some of them didn't have, like in police department, there's a lot of confidential stuff, so they weren't allowed to see it, HR, I couldn't even have one because it's all confidential.
Right.
So, but I'd like to help with it because I think we can spread them out and get them learning a lot. Because we had, like I said, a really smart group. Now, city clerk, she had one the whole time and she needed it, because there's a lot of stuff for her to do. I don't think that one really needs to be moved around in, but maybe one.
Like a
maybe-
curriculum, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
having some
Public
kind of
Works did pretty good.
Oh, yes. they did really
Library,
good. They were hard workers.
There are places that they were actually able to contribute, right?
Yes, yeah, and fire, I think fire.
Fire
too,
department,
yeah.
right.
But like I said, in certain departments, there's a lot of confidential stuff that you
Sure.
can't share with a young adult, it's just hard, because it's hard for them to handle that, so.
Sure, I get it.
For a quick question, this is from Ms. Laura Fine.
Mhm.
You mentioned a winter interns. The high school kids are in school
Mhm.
already.
Mhm.
So are we able to open up the internship opportunity to say colleges of mainland?
I think so. I think that'd be great,
And yeah, but in particular, Joe, a lot of, and Kim can probably speak better to this than us, but a lot of those seniors only have 2 or 3 credits for the entire semester. And so they're not in school as long as a full day. And so if they're perhaps a half-day students, I know there were half-day students when I attended, they would be open. And I don't know about, we would have to define what youth means to
Yeah, I mean,
us.
I know that there was some, at least my memory of learning some about the process for this most recent batch, the interviews and whatnot, we had some that were older than the parameters that we had set, right? So I think that we
Yeah.
can, and they were turned away because they were too old. I
No,
think-
TWC has all kind of programs, the Texas Workforce Commission, and that's something that the city of Marque has not utilized as much. So if she needs an assistant, there's programs with Texas Workforce where the
Well-
state will pay for college age kids to come in through that program, and then you can screen. Aaron Demerson is one of our Texas Workforce Commissioner. I will give you his number.
Thank
So,
you.
'cause
I
those-
wanted to use them, but.
Yeah, it can be kind of convoluted over there, right? Because I used to work over there, I know how they can be. But if we can use their programs and it saves the city money, because it's not coming from our budget, it's coming from the state. So then you can use the college of the mainland, you can use San Jack, you can use those college age kids, but it's all about knowing that those programs exist and using them. So I'll give you Aaron's
And
number.
and in terms of the money for our potential, like winter interns, we set those parameters. Like, you're saying,
Right.
we could say it's kids up to 22.
To 22, yeah, we can do that.
We can decide what we want.
Yeah.
And I think that one's free, because we used them 2 years ago.
Right, yeah, you
and
used to
then-
be able to, yeah, you did it before.
So,
Mhm.
yeah. they
Just a
were
matter
good.
of applying and doing it again, paperwork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if there's nothing further, I have one thing I want to backtrack on and then we can go to lunch. Susie, in the council budget, one of the things that our constituency, in particular, that I've heard, is that at one point, we used to have volunteer recognition dinners. Remember
Yes, I
that? Like
remember that.
once a year, the volunteers would be invited to a place.
Yes,
It could
I
be the
remember
West Side Fire Station. It used to be the dog track. That, we would show them our appreciation. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of money for us to expend. I would like to see $500 to $1,000 found somewhere to give them that dinner back. Invite the council to give them a personal thank you. And also, I believe they receive T-shirts. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah,
T-shirts for
That
their
was-
volunteers. Let me look at a volunteer. David, is that true? David, pressure's on you. Is that true? David?
I think we gave the volunteers those, what was the thing at the dog track? They gave them tickets to go to that.
It was a dinner, right?
No, it was the tickets to go,
Okay.
Magical Winter Lights. They all got tickets to that. Then something else, didn't they get some gift certificates? Yeah.
I think it's a lovely idea.
Yeah.
To say that we have a dinner or something as a way to thank everyone who sits on our boards and commissions and serves in volunteer positions. I think
Yeah.
that's lovely, and it wouldn't be a very large line item.
Yeah, $500 to $1,000. Susie, if you can find that, let us know after lunch, please, so we can kind of restore some pride and appreciation.
In now, on my list.
It's on your list.
$1,000. Like you said, it's really not much. It's just something to show appreciation.
To show appreciation.
Yeah.
Let's get back to some of the things that may make our citizens feel good about being in, living in, and serving in the city of Lamar.
Yes, sir.
And let me just say, I'm just kind of throwing this out. I know I know they are not a city recognized organization, but one of the hardest working organizations we have is the Citizens Police Academy. And so maybe we invite them as well. It's just dinner, it's not a big expense. It's just, we want to show everybody appreciation. So thank you for that. Council,
sir.
we are at 1:20.
By the way, we're in the garden club.
And the Garden Club, excuse me, and the Garden Club as well, definitely. Another hardworking group. Thank you for that.
Can I say something about Garden Club? I see them out here all the time and I'm talking to them and they really would like some help with their plants. Planting, because they're having to pay for themselves. They plant in front of City Hall, the library, the police station, and they're just asking.
Clean city.
Okay, we'll have to go back.
We can revisit Keep Lamar
Okay,
Beautiful.
yeah,
That's,
it's just
that's,
perfect.
talk to Casey about that.
Because
Yeah.
they work so hard out there and they said, we just like a little bit of donations. And I said, okay. well,
Oh, definitely, definitely.
'Cause
And
they're
I
paying
think,
for it.
I thank Joe for reminding us of that, because you can pass by and see them in the sun.
Mhm.
Bless their hearts, trying to make our city look better.
Vivian and Benny are kings and queens of
Yeah.
this city for sure.
But those organizations, guys, Chase, Citizens Police, Garden Club, let's try to invite them as well. Let them know we appreciate them.
Yes, sir.
Susie, we are at 1:20. And we have a long evening ahead of us. Remember, council, we're gonna need to give Susie at least an hour and a half at the end of this so we can absorb what she's saying, because it's a fundamental but tremendous change into how we do business. Not by our decision, but because it is being imposed upon us by law. She's gonna get into that. We're gonna need to give her about an hour and a half just to
To get
understand
there
it.
soon, because this is becoming much, very, very.
We're getting
Tuesday.
deep into the weeds. How about we show back up here at 2:20?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Council stands adjourned for lunch until 2:20, where we will take up the IT department. We are back in our August the 3rd council budget workshop. It is 2:25. And we have on our schedule at this time, the IT department. So that would be Kyle, Vinny. Welcome, guys.
And that is page 79,
Page 79.
tab 13.
We're starting as usual, ladies and gentlemen, with our organizational chart.
Do you have any questions on that?
Notice that Kyle is serving at this point as our emergency management coordinator. The mayor, by law, is the emergency management director, but there still has to be an emergency management coordinator who works in conjunction. That was one of our assistant city managers. Previous to that, before that role was assumed by that employee, Kyle was the emergency management coordinator as well. Is that right, Kyle?
That's correct.
So that's the nuance of the org chart. Does anybody else have any questions about our organizational chart, information technology?
You have all both your assistants, right?
Yeah, I have an IT assistant, and then I have a facility maintenance tech. It's labeled on here as building maintenance tech.
So the org chart starts with the blue block, not the orange block. And that role Kyle has is the emergency management coordinator, not the assistant emergency management coordinator.
Yeah. Jack of all trades.
Kyle, would you help us to understand why the building maintenance tech is under your supervision in your department?
Yeah, so I've been here for, I don't know, 16 years. So, and when I first started, I came into the role of IT director. However, growing up, my dad built houses, so I know construction and maintenance. So as things needed to get done around City Hall or some of our buildings, I didn't mind helping out and replacing AC filters or light bulbs or helping somebody put together a desk and things like that. As the years progressed, there was a need for somebody in that role to help out throughout all the city facilities. So I talked to the city manager in the past and told him if he gave me somebody for facility maintenance, that I'll take that over. I'll still oversee it. And we'll have a maintenance guy to do that. Because I can still use the facility maintenance tech to help on the IT side as far as running cabling. Plus myself and my assistant, we already have access to all the city buildings, keys, all the ways through all the security. So it just made more sense for me to just continue in that role and help out where I can and have another employee that could help out as far as running cabling.
Any questions about the org chart, guys? Okie dokie, we're going to page 80. We're looking at now the line items. Page 82 as well.
The breakdown for my accounts is on page 83, the line items. If you have any questions on that. One of the main differences you'll also see, just to bring to y'all's attention, is under 3040, there is for ransomware monitoring and protection software. That's an increasing fee as we increase our service. Ransomware is very popular as far as what's out there. It's that bug that you accidentally click on the wrong email and now every file you ever had access to is locked and you can't get your data. Many municipalities, small businesses are having a huge problem with ransomware, shutting them down completely. I know a few businesses around town that have been hit that lost every historical data they had from when they first opened shop. So that's why you'll see a little bit of a large spike in my software maintenance from previous years to this year's, because this is a new service going out to my peers and just networking. This seems to be the company that we're going with, seems to be the company that a lot of people like. They monitor it. They have a tried and trusted system. Let's put it that way, you know. So that would be the increase there. And then we made some changes on our website and some services that we offer, and all that comes out of my budget as well. So the software for the Civic Plus and the Civic Send and all that went up, because as we have more citizens, we request notifications or to be notified via text message and stuff. There's a fee attached to that and blocks. So we've increased that line item to cover those overages, just because we have more citizens using our website for different functions. So Ms. Martin has suggested increasing that so that we can stay on track.
So Kyle, just really quickly, I have been noticing through reading that a lot of municipalities and hospitals and large corporations have been attacked from a cyber perspective. Their systems have been frozen, or I don't know what the term would be, but the long and short of what I'm trying to say is, and they are asking ransom in order to release those systems or those pieces of information, right? So they take over your network and they would say, City of Lamarck, you need to pay us $500,000 and then we'll release it. Is that what this is an effort?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this
That is the
ransomware
software that it's actually listed on there as ransomware monitoring protection. That's what I was talking about. And what it is, ransomware, it does lock it. It's a type of encryption that's built into computers from the factory. People have figured out clever ways of activating it and locking. So it's like saying, okay, well, all my pictures are in this box, but I don't have the key. Somebody wants to sell me that key to get my pictures out of this box, or I just throw them away and I lose all those years of pictures. So that's the easiest way to explain it. But that is what that is for.
Okay.
Line item 1030, you're talking extra help. What is that?
Uh, 1030 extra help. So we currently are using a contracting company to fill the role of the facility maintenance tech. And that's what that was being paid out of in conjunction with salary, because we had a lot of trouble getting applications at first. So we went to Action Personnel, and other than that, I think that's just carryover from, I guess, this year.
Okay,
well.
but we do have a building maintenance tech.
Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't hired yet. We're still waiting for his contract to be ran out with the contract.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm using the app. I'm an app person. I love technology and apps. I can't get to the request tracker from the app. Is there a way we can get our request tracker on the city app?
So should it be on there? Civic, that's also part of the new fees, is because this year Civic Plus has notified us that due to state law changes, they have to modify our app. So I wonder if the request tracker feature is something that they took off until we meet the new requirements. But it did used to be on there. I gotta admit, I don't go on the app every day.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a feature of the app, and that is part of that maintenance cost. So yeah, it will get resolved.
Yeah, because apps are only as good as you feed them, you know, the monster. So if we could get our citizens to download, do you know the number of downloads that we have for our app with the city?
I do not know, but I can get that for you.
Yeah, so we just find out. Because that's one way where we can communicate. We have an interactive app with all of our residents when there's an emergency, and if we could get them to go to that general website. What I'm finding out in the app world, or in the millennials don't download apps if it's not interactive, because they don't
Right.
like websites, because they don't talk back. So as our city is growing with millennials, we have to have an app that gets to talk back to us and let us know what's happening. Like I should be able, when I hit YouTube, it doesn't take me to the city of Marque site for some reason. I
Okay.
don't know. So we just want to look at that and make sure that, because once they see it's dead, they won't use it.
Right.
And it becomes a very effective tool for us if people know that we're feeding it every week.
No, I agree.
Okay. But that's all I have. I looked at it yesterday. But do you have everything you need?
Huh?
Do you have everything you need? You
I
think?
believe so.
Okay. I just wanted to start doing something with those PG funds.
Yeah, I'm sure
For
we'll
the
talk,
youth.
we'll probably move to that.
Yes, we've got to do something with that.
When are we moving to that? Is that the time now? I mean, we don't have to now, because I think Joe has something, but I mean, while Kyle is here,
While I'm up here, if you
Yeah,
wanna.
we can
Yeah,
finish this
while I'm up
part.
here, if you want to discuss the emergency management.
Let's do
budget
that, yeah.
Or the PEG fund.
Yeah, we'll take care of all that
While
on
I'm here,
one.
then
Good deal. Yeah,
one and done.
yeah, got you. Makes sense.
Good
Go ahead,
idea.
Joe.
Kyle, explain to me you're the IT director. of
Yes.
this Following. You're the IT director. So do all departments make requests for computers, printers, supplies through you? And you take it
So,
upon yourself to purchase them as capital expenditures? Or is each department out on its own going out and acquiring stuff?
okay, so, and this has been talked about many times. Me and Susie have gone back and forth on it. I know where you're going with this. So I make all city departments are supposed to do a request, we call it a help desk, for new computers or printers or supplies related to electronics or anything that the IT, that they would need our assistance in installing, integrating, or setting up. So that would include your printers and all that. Because we try to standardize what, we don't want somebody to buy a pink stapler when everybody else has, the normal stapler concept. So same thing with computers. We don't want, one department to buy a 30-inch monitor when everybody else is working off of 22s or 24, okay? So we try to keep it fair across the board and get everybody what they're needed depending on their level of work that they're doing on that device. However, each department's budget has money in their budget for those supplies. They let me know ahead of time, usually around budget time, if there's certain changes they want to make as far as computers and telephone, cell phones, we want to add this, we'd like to have an iPad for this. Or I'll make recommendations letting them know, your computers are about 2 years old. We need a start putting money aside or look at replacing 2 or 3 this year, 2 or 3 next year. Because as it was explained to me in the past, is that we don't want to inflate my budget with everybody's electronics computers. Because then Susie can't capture how much a department is costing the city per department if all their computers and stuff are coming out of my budget or electronic needs. So like I said, there is money in everybody's budget. If Patty needed, an HR needs a new computer, then she budgets for that, but I tell her how much to budget, and Susie makes sure it's earmarked in her budget for a new computer.
So who's monitoring the useful life of our equipment then?
As far as computers, monitors and printers, yeah, that would be the IT department.
So even though the individual department now is.
It's in their budget,
in their
but
budget,
we're the
but
ones.
you're the one that's keeping our inventory. If I were to ask you today to give me an inventory of all of our hardware,
Mhm.
you would have that inventory.
Yes,
And you have it, an indication of its useful life.
yes,
And you're going by a useful life for computers of about 2 years. is what I read.
depending on what they do, yes.
Okay.
If we go off the recommendations, of course, of the software that we're running. But like, any computers that are running an older operating system, old version of Windows that's not really supported by supported anymore, then those are the ones we're trying to replace and get out of the way.
So if you know, what are the equipment expenditures on an annual basis for the city of Lamarck?
As far as
All departments. all
Okay.
departments.
I would say, and it's not every year, but I can tell you this past year, it was probably around 35,000, I want to say.
For all departments, so that includes a computer monitor, or printer
Mhm.
in that area.
Yes.
And when was the transition made to the Office 365?
I did that transition about 6 or 7 years ago.
And that version is charged by
That's an annual.
an annual fee. So that
Yes.
$25,000 that's indicated there is an annual fee.
Yes.
And it's assessed by the number of users or by the city size,
Number of users.
number of users.
Yes.
How many users do we have in the city of Lamarck?
On Office
on
365.
Office 365?
We have about 110, I want to say.
And it's the
That sounds
practice
right.
of the city of Lamarck, every time we have a new employee that comes on, they're given assigned an individual email address. Is that accurate or
No,
not?
it just depends.
It depends.
Yes. An easy way to explain it would be majority of all the employees, yes. However, there are some employees in Public Works that do not use a computer for their job. So they do not have an email account.
Is there any sort of system that the city of Lamarck utilizes to provide mass messaging to all of our employees?
Yes, we have all their email addresses tied into our finance software, STW, and we can pull an Excel out of that and put it into our call out system, our Blackboard Connect CTY during an emergency. Usually when we get ready for a hurricane, I pull that list out because it's kept more up to date. And I have it ready in case we have to send out notifications to all the departments. However, past experience, what we've done is just, it's been like a trickle down information where, all the department heads and majority of administrative assistants will get the information, and then they let their employees know in case that phone number did changed, or, they have the most up to date for their employees immediately.
And you work with department heads to make sure that they know that we have a mechanism to get out information to our employees.
Yes.
Okay, I'm speaking, there've been some concerns that perhaps the morale among our staff at different departments is not where it should be. And so I want to make sure that we know that we're communicating with all of our staff on a regular basis. We have a mechanism to do that, whether it be their city designated email or their private email,
Correct.
as well as possibly
Text
their
messages to cell
messages
phones.
as well,
Yes.
too.
Yes.
Cell phone on that side. Explain this item about this transition. I think it's a transition I saw here from is it some system to the League City system.
So OSSI.
Okay. Oh, what is that?
So that's police department software.
Okay.
They have a CAD system, a computer automated dispatch. So everything the PD does is usually in OSSI. OSSI is a software company that handles all their call reports, call times, GPS on their laptops, so that the dispatchers can see where a unit might be. The fireside, fire calls, all that is inputted into one giant system. The system is highly expensive. It's in a few million. So what most jurisdictions do around here is that one jurisdiction will host the system, and then everybody just connects to them and pays a small, like a percentage, basically a split cost. And we've done that for, let's see, we went away from PSR probably, I want to say about 8 years ago, I want to say, and we were on the Galveston County Sheriff's one. However, majority of Galveston counties kind of switched to League City because they kept maintaining it and updating it and making changes.
So you're the single IT person that we have.
I have an assistant now.
Well, you have assistant, but you have some sort of certification in IT. Is that fair to say or not?
Yes.
Okay. And your assistant as well or not?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that should something happen to you, that's our backup plan is we have a backup person in IT.
Yes,
as
sir.
well as our access to our system. You said that you've got ransom software involved in monitoring it, but we have a backup program in the event that, God forbid, the levee busts and this city is inundated. Like what happened to Galveston, right?
Right.
We lost a lot of our paper files, but we have our information backed up at a secure site.
Yes.
We're able to be in business the next day or continue, more importantly, in business
remotely
during a crisis. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Okay.
I have one thing, sir. The sound system in here. Are we looking at upgrading it? Because I know we have
So
a lot of people saying they have a hard time hearing us.
I've discussed it previously, but me and my assistant were actually already talking about how we're going to change some or upgrade some of the microphones and the speakers that are in this room, and the equipment that runs it. So,
Okay.
and that would come out of pay.
That come out of the pay?
Yeah,
Okay,
that should mostly justify for all the pay.
okay, but it is being looked at.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Really quickly, Kyle, you said to Mayor Pro Tem that employees that have an email address are then somehow connected into our CTY program?
So, so city email address and majority of, and I'd have to ask HR to double check, but I believe all regular employees give a personal email address to HR that goes into our finance system. And that way, because that's how we get our check stubs. So they get emailed their check stub every other
And
week.
so, the point that I'm trying to speed toward is, so that's our primary mode of communication with them. If there was an emergency.
If there was emergency,
Right.
yes, that's one route that we could take. We have everybody's email address. We have everybody's cell phones or phone number that they gave us, and we can put that into our Connect CTY system for notifying employees. Now, usually we only update that system. I usually only pull that file and bring it into Blackboard Connect or Connect CTY, sorry. When we get into hurricane season, so that because it can change daily. However, like I said, in past administration, I know what they did was just have a Zoom call or whatever with department heads. And then, that department head let their department know, and then those supervisors let their staff, their crew know, and it trickled down information that way.
Sure. One way of doing it. But like we learned when we were little, the story
Changes.
starts this, and I don't even mean this in a bad way, but the information starts here, but then when it gets here, it might be distorted through no malicious intent at all, right? And when we're dealing with employees that give personal email addresses, then we can't really hold them accountable for their personal email address for whatever reason. Doesn't have to be a bad reason at all. Is there a plan for us to move to a place or space that we could perhaps have official ways that we would communicate with every employee that we can hold them accountable to? Not that our employees need to be held accountable to anything, great employees, but so that we would be able to make sure that our policies are consistent with best practices.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Is that in the works?
Yeah, I'll visit with the city manager about it, of what he believes will work best.
Okay.
We'll discuss it and form a plan and let all staff know.
Again, great employees.
Right.
Sometimes it happens through no fault of their own. We just want to make sure our bases are covered. Second question, very quickly. Do you have anything at all to do with the request tracker?
The request tracker. The
Yes.
only thing I have to do with the request tracker is setting up a new category and making sure that those categories are being emailed to the correct people if some of that has changed.
Is that happening?
That is happening. Because how we do it, we've been changing it over the past year at least, is we do it to a group that we can control. And as employees change, we add those employees to those groups and they get notified on request track.
So let me ask you this in a way that doesn't place blame on anybody. In your opinion, is there an opportunity for us to improve our response to request tracker?
I would say, yeah. I mean, there's always room for improvement in anything. And once again, without knowing the context of the whole situation, I would say, we would go and look at it. If there was a complaint, we would go and look and see where that's being funneled and how that flows. And then if myself seen a better route for that information to flow, then I would suggest it and usually change it.
Yeah, Mayor, that's something that I've been looking into as well. Request tracker. And, Kyle, what I was thinking, we're emailed when someone puts a request in, it goes to our email. Can we get it to where it sends us a text message? So then we see it immediately. We can pull it up.
Yes.
Okay. So
And once again, like I said, that because technology constantly changes. So I would be lying if I sat here and said, no, there's no room for improvement, because technology changes every day. There's always something you can improve on. And like that suggestion right there, we would be able to send it as a text message. if
So
that
we
were-
could do email and text.
Right.
Could we then make sure that the person who is responsible for receiving these requests, make sure that they're alerted by email and text? Make sure that their immediate supervisor is alerted by email and text. Make sure that the deputy, perhaps proposed deputy city manager would then be alerted by email and text, right?
Yeah.
At least those three. And then could we put some sort of time period on request tracker that would then alert us in some way
Yes.
when those requests have not been responded to in 24-hour periods, not just the person receiving the request, but that person's immediate supervisor. And then the proposed deputy city manager, that person as well. We need to make sure that we're not dropping the ball. Nobody drops the ball intentionally, because then you would call it throwing the ball down, right?
Mhm.
So dropping the ball is accidental.
Yes, sir.
So let's make sure that.
Kyle, if
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
can look.
mistaken, when we're adding a comment or closing out those requests, you can click to keep it internal or external.
Correct.
But if you keep it internal, then the requester is not notified.
Correct. It just stays internal.
Can we make sure? I think that's where the issue is that some people are saying we're not being notified. Well, it's because all the comments are internal. Somehow we need to, if it's some information that doesn't need to go out to the, to the system, we need to let them know that, hey, it's being edited or modified and we're working on it. And that's what I was trying to figure out, how we can do that, how we can be more.
Yeah.
How
I
they
mean,
can be
and it would just
notified.
be a training thing. It'd just be, we have to make sure that staff knows that they would have to make a comment. And if they, like you said, if they failed to make a comment within 5 days on this request tracker, then it would automatically trigger a notification to their supervisor.
And the
you know,
director.
And director.
Yeah, this needs to go into the office of the city manager. Any and every complaint, and I'm gonna be done with this because we got to get to pig and a
Okay.
bunch of other stuff. But let me just say this: any and every complaint, Kyle, that comes to our city needs to be brought to the attention of the office of the city manager. Period. Point blank. The end. Every request, every
Okay.
one of them, right? Every one of them, because the next level to get the complaint is this level. And there have been times and experiences through nobody's fault, not just Chase, but previous city managers. That, I know personally, I've called, hey, do you know anything about this? I have no idea. Let me run it down. And that's just an area that we can grow in. The city manager needs to know everything, right? Even
Right.
if it's just a little bit about everything, that person needs to know everything.
Yeah,
And so
that we can do that.
can we help that happen? Okay, all right, I'm done with that part of it. Any other questions about this? All right, Kyle, we're gonna go to, while you're sitting there, emergency management. What
Okay.
page, Susie?
85.
Yes.
85.
Tab 16. Little tab 16. Page 85.
This is another org chart that needs to be amended. The emergency management coordinator is no longer the assistant to the city manager. And so we no longer need an assistant emergency management coordinator because the IT director has assumed that role at least temporarily. So Gus.
Yes.
Gus,
Yes.
this organizational chart says the city manager is the direct supervisor of the emergency management coordinator. What does state law say as it relates to the emergency management director and the emergency management coordinator?
Well, generally, the emergency management director is the local official who's responsible for emergency response. In the city of Lamarck, that person is the mayor. here, I mean, without delving too far into the details of the emergency management coordinator, I presume, and Kyle and Chase, correct me, that person since is a staff member
Mhm.
who, like the mayor, cannot specifically direct staff.
Right.
That person acts as the mayor's liaison to effectively respond to emergencies. Liaison for the staff.
Right, and I know in the past, Mayor, back, when Todd Zackel was here, I know that, it was during an emergency or, anything emergency management related, he brought directly to the mayor as the EMD, but kept the city manager in the loop.
Gotcha. Is that how you envision it should work?
I believe so. Because the city manager usually has enough to deal with, and usually the emergency management coordinator and the city manager are on the same page,
Gotcha. So in a just really quickly, in a time of emergency, the city manager and the emergency management coordinator are working together in lockstep, but that liaison to the elected official side happens to be the coordinator, because at that point, the city manager is so involved in preparation or response, it's really kind of detrimental for the city manager to have that role continuously. So it goes to the emergency management coordinator to be that liaison back and forth to get word from the elected official side to the staff side and vice versa.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Right. And if I may, Mayor, the emergency management director, that person is going to be dealing with FEMA, the state, the county, coordinating that response on the governmental side.
Right.
Makes sense. Any questions about the org chart? All right, line item. That's page 88, 89.
89.
Yeah.
Line by line. This is usually the same budget I believe for the most part in the past 5 years have been rolling over and rolling with. Of course, I know we talked about moving the hurricane huddle funds from city manager's budget over into this. I believe there is some hurricane huddle funds. Did you put it in here? Is it all in city manager?
There's hurricane guides.
Oh, yeah. So that's the hurricane guide, which is something that the city usually purchases through the county as they get printed. And that's just the guide that we hand out and we put in the lobby and at the library for more up-to-date information on how to get in touch with the city during a disaster. And then, of course, the vehicle tracking, trailer maintenance, yeah, it all looks pretty much flattened to be.
Incidentally, Kyle, does every city vehicle have GPS tracking?
It is supposed to, yes. I don't install them, so I can't speak of that. And I don't order the vehicles, so I can't speak.
Okay, so let me ask you.
My departments are.
Let me ask it
yes.
a different way. Has council provided resource for every vehicle to have GPS tracking?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you would be able to verify whether or not that's the case currently? And
Yes.
get back to us? Doesn't have to be today or even right now.
Yes.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to say before we open it up to the council is the last line item, and that's one that Kim brought up in previous. But I think that it may not be applicable to you and I.
Right.
Texas women leading government dues.
I believe that's something Miss Butler had introduced when she was here,
Uh-huh.
and that she had signed up Ms. Warren. for it.
Ms. Warren, right. So that's something that could perhaps go away unless and until one of these positions is occupied by a female representative. Okay. Council.
I don't have any questions on this budget.
Michael.
The GPS tracking, do you monitor that or how's that?
So. Yes, short answer would be yes. I do log in and spot check. I have went in there and recently, since there's been a lot of changes, went in there and made sure that the information was up to date and that I was getting notified of GPS is being disconnected or losing power. Like if a car battery, if the vehicle battery would go dead, then the GPS would lose power and it would notify.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I monitor that as well and have
Yeah.
access to it. And whenever we do have new vehicles come in, Kyle will get us the equipment. We'll take them to the shop and I'll make sure the service center installs them and then Kyle and I verify it.
Okay. Do you have adequate funding for that stuff in your budget?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll see the GPS tracking in everybody's budget that has vehicles that the GPS are installed.
Okay. And that's that 1895
Per month. Yeah, it's $18.95 a month, and that's for 2 vehicles.
Okay, and that's just the monitoring, right? Or is that the installation of the?
No, that's the
devices too?
monitor.
Okay, so the installation is separate. Okay. That's all I have.
Good. Anybody else?
I'm good.
You good? Joe?
Kyle, the emergency management, our buildings, what's our backup power supply if we?
So our city hall, we have a transfer switch so that now we can bring a generator in and have it staged hill and hooked up. So if we lose power, either myself, my assistant, or my facility maintenance tech, which we will all be here, can go out there and transfer the power from the live power to the generator power, and bring the building back online. The fire department station 2 has a generator with the automatic transfer switch built in. Police department's the same way. Fire department central station is the same way. We did install a transfer switch at the library so that we can stage a generator there in case we needed to use the library for sleeping quarters.
Public Works.
In Public Works, we installed a transfer switch over at building C that would run those buildings over there so we could stage a generator. So if we know a hurricane's coming, or if we have a good feeling, it looks like it's coming, then we start making the phone calls and getting the generators that, we need staged at these locations and installed and ready to go.
And you're gonna come back to us with more information on 311.
Yes.
Okay.
I already been looking into that.
Okay, thanks, that's all.
Good deal. Any other questions?
I have
Peg
one last-
fund.
Peg fund.
One last one.
Oh, good.
The emergency management plan.
Mhm.
Has that been reviewed?
So
Seeing as
it
we are
gets,
in hurricane
yeah,
season?
it gets, the county plan. or
No,
a
our
portion of the
city
county-
plan.
Our city.
Do we
plan.
have a city plan?
Yes, I know Ms. Warren was working on one. I went over some of it with her. I'll find it and
Yeah.
revisit, make sure that
Councilman,
it's
that,
all
yeah, that's
completed.
what we're looking into now.
Yeah.
as well.
Okay,
Because it is
yeah.
hurricane season, obviously.
Exactly.
We gotta be prepared. So.
Exactly. And lessons we learned from previous hurricanes, they should hopefully be implemented on this one,
Yes.
Correct.
or problems that we found. I mean, hopefully,
Yeah, and that's where some of the installing the transfer switches for the buildings and
Right.
things had came
Okay.
from, because we noticed, even like the library. Well, why would we need the library? Because that'd be perfect. There's no windows. It's, a perfect place to put up cots and have distant spacing. There's 3 or 4 bathrooms. It's,
right. I just want to make sure that we're not neglecting that
no.
aspect of it. So, thank you.
Follow
Go ahead.
up. Whose primary responsibility during a declared disaster to interact with our FEMA, the public assistance side on reimbursements?
So on the financial side pieces, it would be the finance directors usually in contact, usually during a hurricane or a storm, before, during, after. There's certain things are already put in play. And the contacts of those people from those outside organizations already have the contact, get the contact information for whoever liaisons that portion from the city. So like finance pieces they would usually contact Susie or myself, and then I would if they didn't contact Susie, I would get Susie in contact with them so that we could make sure to get reimbursed on anything that we're owed.
And Susie, what's the time frame for reimbursements? I noticed there was still a category in our book on hurricane from Hurricane Ike.
Now, that depends on the project worksheet that got filled out and whether or not that there has been documentations to meet the requirements submitted to TDM. Okay. Some of the projects have not been completed, then we couldn't close it. Yeah, you have to wait until the project's completed. So it depends on what damages. For example, Uri, the most recent one, it's gonna be a long while because some of the repairs are gonna be permanent repairs. So this one may drag for another 5 years, which is not unusual. So it all depends on what damage is being claimed for reimbursement and whether or not they have been completed or not, and submit all the documentation.
Kyle, really quickly, could you, Chase, could you ask Kyle to get us a list of every vehicle we own as a city and a simple verification on whether or not that vehicle has tracking installed in it?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're working on that now.
Okay, cool, cool beans. Any other questions? PEG fund. Said that a little too loud. I was too excited about the PEG. Page 141.
Top part of 141.
First of all, Kyle or Susie or Kyle, if you can do it, you feel like you can do it while we're going there, could you help us reacquaint us to what this fund can be used for?
Okay, so, and Susie, feel free to stop me. So the PEG fund is a percentage of every Comcast bill. It's a franchise tax that's added or that we get off of every Comcast bill that has cable service in the city of Lamarck. That can be used for creating content for Channel 16, basically. So, and it has to be capital expenditure. So usually it has to be wrapped into a project that's at least $5,000 or more. I can't pay for, you cannot use it for annual licensing. So I can't buy a piece of equipment and then pay every year for the maintenance contract on it. Now I can buy the piece of equipment and pay for 10 years up front, but I can't pay yearly cost on something. I cannot pay for salaries out of it. Mainly equipment, and it usually has to be tied to some kind of project that would advertise, well, not advertise, but promote public information that can be displayed on Channel 16.
Does that count? Like if we were to, like some of the videos that we've made, the promotional videos, could we contract out for one project of a video that then gets played on Channel 16, but also is used in social media, or no?
So I don't know if we visited about that one or not because of it being a service.
Got it.
Must be capital.
So buying a trailer and building a studio in it, and then letting other people use that to help create content for our Channel 16, we could do.
But contracting out, like we end up with a product, but it's a product that we paid for the service to get the product. Got it. Okay. Well, if are you totally sure about that? like 100% that would not fly because it's paying for a service instead of a
So,
product?
and once again, the rules change so often and so much because people will try to get away with things and then
Sure.
get their hand slapped and then there's a rule. But I'll reach out to some of the people that I've met networking that do control and use the PEG fund and see what they have been able to find out.
Okay, thanks, Kyle.
Any questions? Go ahead, Jeff.
So this, Susie, contributions to the PEG fund are only coming from Comcast or Xfinity? Why don't they come from AT&T?
I don't know. We used to get a small portion from AT&T, but for some reason, I don't think we've been getting anything from AT&T, have we?
So, no, not to my knowledge. I believe it was back when, and this was before my time, when the contract was negotiated for the right of ways to lay the cable. And that's when they introduced the franchise tax and the PEG fund onto that. So as far as why we're not getting it for AT&T or other providers, they're a cell phone company, and I found years ago I was told that the cell phone companies or the telephone companies and the cable companies got in a big legal match because cable was cable for cable TV and phone was AT&T, and then we're phone for voice. When Comcast started selling telephones, they got mad because they overstepped their contract. So when this was negotiated, I believe they were only doing cable video, and that's where the franchise tax comes from. We wouldn't get the franchise tax, from my understanding, how I was told a few years ago, was that it's not everything that's on the Comcast bill that we get a percentage of. It's basically the cable service, because that's what was negotiated in the beginning. Does that make sense?
Well, I can understand about cable, but cable lines are on the we call them, where the electric lines are at.
Right.
Where-
Telephone.
But there's no underground lines, in other words, except going to the houses sometimes. So I'm just curious, because I happen to have AT&T, right?
Right.
And I'm being charged a fee. I noticed that. I did go back and look at that last night. And I'm paying the fee. Why isn't the city receiving part of this fee? And it talks about it as a franchise tax, franchise fee.
Right.
So, and Susie, that's where I'm really trying to maximize all of our sources of revenue. Where, like I said, in the Airbnb and these other areas that are looking at. So I would like some research done in that area. Why not AT&T pay this fee? And then to extend that is that if part of our residents won't have access to our channel 16 information when we're able to do that, is the other point there.
That's why we started broadcasting the council meetings on YouTube.
On YouTube.
And we are purchasing equipment out of the PEG fund that is going to allow us to stream what we stream on channel 16 on YouTube 24/7.
And so that means a better camera in here?
So we did upgrade the camera.
Oh, that's upgraded.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. And speaking of the PEG fund, what about just buying some cameras that if we have events that are out there that we could utilize?
Yeah, I can create, we can do a capital project for purchasing camera equipment for creating a little studio. Yes,
Like the mobile trailer you were talking about.
right.
Right. I would really like to see you get with the theater departments at the 4 districts that we do, that are in Marque, to see if we can do some collaborations with them. I know they would be very interested in that. We have some award-winning theater departments here in our area that I know they would jump on the chance to do some content for the city, or just to have what's happening in Marque
Right.
show,
And like we discussed, having a studio location for, council or whoever to use to make, videos or messages, to get
That could be
messaging
our
out.
Batmobile.
Right.
Or even journalism departments.
As long as it's a capital expense.
And that's doable.
Any other questions? So Kyle, the takeaway really quickly is that somewhere in your mind, or perhaps in the mind of the city managers, a potential for us to discuss, sounds like a trailer that may be turned into a studio.
Yeah, well, a recording, it's called a
Mobile studio. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just want to bring that out. Any other questions for the PEG fund? All right there, Kyle.
I believe if
Bye.
there's anything else.
Last question before you go. I don't mean to Columbo you. I'm not, I promise you. And I really just want a 15-second answer. I'm so sorry for doing this to you. The GPS track,
Okay.
is that recorded and kept in a place that we could easily go back to? And is it is the entire experience recorded and kept? In other words, if Joe drives from Walgreens to CVS
In a
today.
city vehicle. In a city vehicle.
in the city vehicle, will that be perpetually recorded? And if he stays at CVS for 50 minutes, would that be perpetually recorded?
Yes, and if he left the engine running for 20 of those 50 minutes, then it's recorded.
So no matter where our city vehicles go, no matter how long they stay there, it is recorded, which means it is retrievable.
Correct.
Good. Thank you. All right, let's move right along, gang. Court. Full disclosure, I have a cousin that works for the courts. Her name is Rosemary. We don't look alike, but don't worry about that. Not any of y'all's business. Long story, family history. I'm teasing. Rosemary and I have no blood relation. But she is my friend. Hello, Rosemary.
How you doing, Mayor? Foremost, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good afternoon, family.
Council member, city manager. Joining me today, I have City Marshal Russell Washington, City Prosecutor Megan Jones. They're here to answer any questions relating to court procedures and practices that you may have. Where were you going to begin?
Susie, what page?
It starts on page 48.
48. We're gonna take a brief look. Rosemary, at your org chart, because we've been doing that with every department. See if council has any questions on that. And I think we can speed through to the line items. 48, guys and gals, is our org chart. Again, the assistant city manager, that position is gone. So the court administrator at this point reports to, in your understanding, Rosemary, who do you report to now?
Right now, city manager.
City manager.
Is my understanding.
Okay. And you are loosely supervised by the municipal court judge as well
Yes, sir.
during court time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got you. Go ahead.
When we had a city attorney, an in-house city attorney, where did that fit in here? Were they any part of the?
No.
Okay, cool.
Any questions relating to the organization chart?
Let me just point out really quickly before we open it that Gus and Megan represent the same law firm. And so if we are looking at what it would look like to have one entity being our city attorney in various places, we already have that right now today. So Any questions about our organizational chart?
Okay, so she's the judge. and
No,
that's-
no.
She's the prosecutor.
She's the prosecutor, okay. I'm just trying to see who's who. That's the city marshal, Mr. Washington, and you're the court administrator.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have two clerks.
At this, currently, we only have one, and we have a juvenile case manager.
Okay. So it's-
Do you have? You normally have two, correct?
Yes, sir. During COVID, one of our deputy court clerk, she left, resigned. Because we share one office with, I share one office with city marshal and our juvenile case manager. During COVID, I had to separate my court staff. Thank you, Susan. So right now I have our deputy court clerk and our juvenile case manager at the front window, which is, there's only 2 desks up there. And right now, city marshal and myself, we share one office.
Where's your office located?
We're inside the police department.
You inside the police department?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Y'all on top of each other. over
Yeah,
there.
we don't have that much room.
Yeah.
We need, definitely, we don't have enough space. So I know we brought up to council before that we need to relocate the court
Yeah,
from the
for
police
sure.
department, not just for the space, but, public perception. There's a need between division between PD and court. Want to help me with this, Russ?
It's real difficult when you try to get somebody to come in to sit down and have a conversation with you. Most likely a person has warrants. The big thing now is that you have to have a driver's license to get a job. So when a person has warrants, it goes into septic, it also goes into the Omni, and it puts a hold on their driver's license. So we have a lot of people who come in and we try to work with those people. You might have warrants in Marque, you might have some in Texas, some in Dickinson. We can funnel that information on our system and find out where. But we don't even have an area where we can sit down and have a conversation with a citizen who is our customers about, hey, let us try to help you figure this out. We don't have any office space. I can't sit somebody in a chair. Everybody speak through the glass, or either we have to go out in the lobby. But also, when a person calls and they ask, do I have warrants? I say, yes. I say, well, why don't you come in and speak with me? I'm not coming to the police department, y'all gonna arrest me. And our motto is, if you have warrants and you coming in to talk with us, our job is to help you clear your warrants. We don't have to arrest. We can say, you know what, go out, get a little bit down payment, come back in, let us sit you on a payment plan. So that office dynamic makes it really tough for people to come in and feel comfortable about coming in and letting us help them to correct their problems that they're going through.
Any other questions?
What's the alternative? Where could they go? In the meantime, I mean, just thought.
Well, we need to engage in a facilities usage study so that we don't keep repeating the same mistakes, which historically has been for our city. We need space. What's the first space we can get? Oh, let's get that space, right? We have to stop that. That's a reactive posture. We have to be proactive, which means we have to study exactly what would be the best places, the best fits, and the best specifications for each of our departments. In the interim, I don't know. Chase, is there any?
I'm sorry, how many times a week do you think that you're dealing with, individuals like this, where you're asking them to come in, and let's see if we can come to some arrangement?
Can I chime in, Council Mayor?
Yes.
If a defendant's walking into the same building, had the police department to take care of their citations, the defendant may feel that they don't stand a chance of being found out guilty because they think it appears that 2 departments are working hand in hand.
Right.
So we have a lot of defendants they don't even want to come inside the police department because they're scared that they're going to get arrested. And he has a hard time talking to them.
And to answer your question, and on an hourly basis, we probably have 10 or 15 people to come to the window on an
Oh.
hourly basis. That's in 1 hour. To either pay on a citation, try to set up a court date, or try to take care of it. Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so I know that this has come before every time I've been up here, and it's the same issue every time, and it's not distinct from the needs of the police department as a whole. I mean, obviously, because you're using the same building, but your needs are so obvious. So I think, I do want to say, I do think it is the momentum and the will of this council to, like, exactly what Mayor said, that you can't constantly be like, this building's built, we have to have a plan, but we also maybe not more importantly, but just as importantly, have to come up with a serviceable triage plan that gets you guys out, gets you the space you need, creates that better optic for our citizenry, and not even just optics. I mean, you don't have to be working in cahoots for it to still not be us providing the service that we should be providing to this, because they should never feel intimidated to write what needs to be righted. I think that we'll probably get into this more later, but I know one of the buildings that came up, I think 2 years in a row now, and I can't remember if the conversations around it dead ended or if there was something hard and fast that stopped it, but the building that's down the street that I believe is owned by TCISD, that I know there had been, at least in my memory, Chief Jackson had looked into it and talked to somebody about what it would cost for us to use that building. Is that still empty? Could we come up with an agreement with TCISD to use that building for a few years while we are in the midst of making our building usage plan and coming up with a way to build or use a building more permanently? But like, if that building is empty and TCISD is our friendly partner in everything we do in the city, could we is that an option?
Maybe. My recollection of that discussion is that somehow it was discontinued for whatever reason within the past year or so. But that's an option, Casey, and definitely, I believe I was talking to maybe Joe the other day, and he was asking me about the space next door. At one point, the city did lease some space on the other side of the fire department for, I believe, Public Works, maybe.
Yes, sir. Our office was there for a year or so.
So we have a couple of options to lease, at least even if we sign a 2-year or 3-year lease until we figure this out.
I mean, my goal in the temporary solution was to bring them back to City Hall. And Kyle's been looking into it now. I mean, to get them out of there immediately. And we can work on that and get them here.
We have a lot of space next door. I think one of the things was that the security, did we find an answer to the security?
We had talked about a number of different spaces since I've been here, and I've been here for 4 years. We've talked about 3 different spaces. We talked about the space on the other side of the fire department where finance is now. We also talk about the chamber right back here on coming in and building that out.
Sure.
Putting a desk out front for the clerks, different offices, plus a lounge. And we got some numbers on it. We had 3 bids that went out on that. And then we also had talked about initially, like Chase said, we were going to move over to City Hall and take where the receptionist is, take those offices along that back wall. I think we're code compliance was at that time, and take those 2 offices. And then me being there, City Hall would then have somebody in case there was a problem.
Right.
You know, so we looked at all of those, but every time we looked at them, it was just, I guess, you know, for some reason, there was a halt and it just never went through.
Right.
Well, if you think it's very possible to just move them into City Hall, and I think that's very reasonable to think that, well, then we also have another law presence there. Let's do it.
Yeah, I've been discussing this with Kyle the last couple of weeks, so yeah.
I agree. I think we can address this. I know that there was some security concerns as it relates to the way that you all do your business, Rosemary.
Yes, sir. I know we've gone 3 bids before. I think we can use part of the court security fund to help us with the wherever we go, we could decide to maybe renovate the back community room or something. We have that fund to help us with the cost. We But that's just, that along with other things, improving customer service, he deals with a lot of citizens and court affairs, and nobody wants to be, he has talking outside the police department, there's nowhere to sit. You don't have enough room.
Would that move involve the three of you? How many?
That would involve right now, it would be 4 of us, or it would be for a total of 4. And then when the other clerks possible, I think that would make it 5. Would make it 5.
Now,
But-
the EDC owns the house behind, just so you all know. There is that they own the house behind the EDC that's just sitting there. And I know a lot of cities are restoring those old houses and making them into office suites. So that's another option as well. Just a thought.
So can we come up with a
Yes, sir.
solution?
I'll get with Rosemary and Mr. Washington.
Just real quick before we get off of this, because we're trying to make up time, but I remember there being something about, there was some sort of security requirement that you needed. And that was the whole reason that you left from this side. Do you remember what that was? Was it that y'all needed your own space, that it had to be enclosed, or was it?
I remember something along those
Do you
lines
remember that?
too. I do remember there being a concern about retrofitting something to fit needs, but it might have just had to do with like the metal detector or something. I don't remember.
I think it had to do with the bulletproof glass.
Okay,
Due to some of the shootings during the time that it was brought up. That's why I believe it was due to the bulletproof glass and how PD had already had bulletproof glass down there at their records window.
I see.
So I think that was kind of the consensus as once again, one of those temporary permanent solutions. And like Rosemary said, if that is a concern or something that council wanted, then, she does have some funds in her security budget.
How many funds?
Maybe to do that part of City Hall to help her safety.
How
Yeah.
much is in that fund?
How much is in that fund?
Is on page 9. How much is in that fund? Not very much, less than 10,000.
Okay.
On page
Where's
9.
where the city prosecutor, where do you meet with our individuals?
It's either in the courtroom during,
Here?
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
so I meet with them here, or if Rosemary needs something specific, I will go to the PD and meet with some people.
But when, if they're represented by council, or if they want to meet with you one-on-one, outside of court time before, there's no place for that.
No, I would just use either their offices or.
And Mayor Pro Tem, it also would help too, when we're in court here on Thursdays, and let's say we get there early about 4 o'clock, and then maybe somebody needs to make a payment, then if we were right here, that particular customer could go right next door, and we would have our clerks there, and our clerks could help them, and then maybe send it back over. Because a lot of times, somebody will come to court, maybe a bondsman gave them the wrong court day.
Yeah.
Then we're here having court, the judge is on the bench. That person would go in next door and say, hey, when is my court date? And it would be right across, you just a walk away, instead of having to drive all the way back down to the PD and then trying to come back. Because on a daily basis, we have to transport all our paperwork and all our logs and everything. We have to transport everything down here, get set up for court in this particular office here, building here. And then we got to go back in the afternoon to make our deposits and lock everything back up.
yeah. I think it's probably time for y'all to move back over. I think we have an extra, at least office, right?
Yes, sir. And we have some other space as well, so we can.
Right. So
can
I
do
would
that.
say, and I don't know that I hear an objection, let's just get the bulletproof glass. I mean, the water department would need that as well. Get them back on their side, because that side is vacant now. And that way they can be close. Sounds like what is an opportunity for Megan is when there are folks that you need to visit with, we have the executive session room in the back here that y'all can visit privately and make deals, or however that works for you guys. So there's, okay. So it seems like there's more space on this side, at least temporarily. Anybody have any heartburn with that?
When would they move?
When would they?
Kyle, so we have one open office in the back across from Patty. And then on that, you're talking about where we can build out partitions and we can use the other open office.
And I did a drawing for the previous city manager during the engineering firm. We can build 4 offices out right there, either permanently over a weekend or so, or do it out of petitions. Because I know Mr. Washington needed a private area, and so did her juvenile casework.
Okay.
So we're talking October?
Huh?
We're talking October?
No, I mean, we can probably make it work.
Thank you, Russell.
We can probably make it work.
I'll meet with the,
We'll just need to meet and sit down and make sure everybody, we have the requirement.
Is this the
yeah,
drawing?
we'll sit down
That's from the
tomorrow.
back, but yes.
The drawing that was passed around was from the back. It was a drawing of what we needed, the way the office would be set up.
Yeah.
Even if they were small over here, it would still use those proportions. to
Right.
kind of
Yeah,
fill it out.
and I would rather, let me say this, and this is just me talking, but I think that I see clarity with city staff being amongst each other. And this side of our facility is more like the people's building, if you can think about it. This is council chambers, that's the council executive room, and the back is supposed to be our community room. It's the people's room, right? And so I think it's important that we maintain this side as the people's side. And one other thing, council, has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about, but there is an emergency management. It's a closet now, a storage closet. But the council, you all need a place to meet with your constituents as well. There's an office right here. Casey had some things that she had, I don't mean to be telling on you, Casey, but Casey had some things she had to take care of during this lunch period, and it would have been great for her to just take her tag and go to the council's office and go and get her work done. So for me, I think that there's that the clarity is that staff stays with staff. If the people and the people's representative stays on this side, that way, there's a good balance.
Do you think would it be, I'm sure that just moving period will make you happier, but do you think that if we utilize the plan of not using this community room and refitting that, but moving you over to City Hall and using those spaces, will that meet your needs? If we come up with multiple private spaces for you to have primarily, so you can have those private meetings?
Yes, yeah, oh, yes, oh, yes.
Okay.
We looked at it before.
Right.
We talked about it before.
Right.
And we were happy with the plan before.
Okay.
We were really excited with it.
And it just didn't go
then-
anywhere.
Yes, it didn't.
Okay, well,
You mentioned when court's in session, I heard you say 4:30, 4? What time? Y'all have court?
Normally court, we start court at 5:30, but what we do, we try to get started a little bit earlier. Sometimes we start about 4, and we set up the roster. The judge sits here, Rosemary and the staff sit here, the prosecutor's here. I'm normally in the back. We have the metal detectors that we purchased for the courtroom set up, and we have every chair spread out, of course, social distancing right now. And I think last court, we had 70 people on the docket, and we probably put about 35 or 40 people in this particular district for different citations. So, and normally we finish about 6 o'clock, 6:30 on a Thursday afternoon. We have court Tuesday morning or Thursday afternoon.
I heard you say that there are people that are paying fines or want to pay fines. That collection activity is handled by whom?
By the clerks who are sitting here.
By the clerks?
Yes, my municipal clerk, the court clerk.
Oh, the court clerks.
Court
Okay,
clerk, yes.
okay. I had that confused with
No, sir. We have all
somebody
the clerks.
within the city. And then the other item is, and this is, well, I guess the judge is not here, but if you know, our chief prosecutor, the judges is providing defendants the opportunity to do community service for as a way to pay off their fines. Is that accurate?
yes,
Okay.
if a defendant brings up the fact that they can't afford to pay the citation, again, in order to do community service, they would have to enter a plea of guilty
Yeah.
to the citation, so that's a concern. So I, of course, instruct them on that, and if they want to do it then the clerks will give them an application, they'll fill it out, and then it'll go before the judge, and the judge will call them up and talk to them about it, and either give them community service or whatever.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
I do, but it's, later.
Yes, later. Okay. All right, let's, does anybody have any questions about their line items? That's on page 51. Incidentally, while council's moving there, Ms. Megan, where are you on this org chart? I don't see a prosecutor.
It's on there.
Mayor, I think it's 50, I have 57. Am I right?
I'm sorry?
What page are we?
Well, as far as the org chart's concerned, the city attorney is actually, I guess, on the same level as the city manager and the municipal court judge. Megan, originally, she was just handled the prosecutions, and I believe, and Megan could speak better to this than I could, because she's here. But I believe it was Ellis Ortego was sitting in this chair, and then Dara, and now.
So it's almost like the city attorney and then the prosecutor is kind of underneath in that same vein, basically.
Well, and I think originally, way back when it was envisioned, that would be the same person or the same department.
Gotcha.
And
Makes
it's-
sense.
It's not like the city prosecutor is under the direction of any city staff person, right? I mean,
No.
that's why they're not on the org chart, right? Because they're a separate entity representing the interests of, without following direction of city staff.
So you would be found better in the city attorney's part of what we're speaking to.
Yes, I would
Okay.
think so.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, were you hired directly by the council or by the city manager?
I was hired by the council.
That's what I thought. So she should. be, yeah.
She's a
And I
different,
report-
she's a different appointee, but I guess when we're talking about just
Yeah,
groupings,
yeah.
yeah, it's the legal department in general.
Yes.
Gotcha. Page 51, any questions, council? Or 50, if you have any questions about their objectives and accomplishments.
And did I hear, other than the spacing issue, that's your biggest challenge right now?
Yes, sir. I believe transparency is very important. We must remain neutral for the integrity of the court. And I've been trying to relocate the court since I started here in 2014. So I've talked to the former city manager before that one, and nothing was being done. So I hope to see some changes.
Well, I hope so, because you're an important part also, whether you know it or not. I mean, you're important, period.
Thank you.
But it also generates revenue for a city. And more importantly, and I know Mr. I'm used to calling you captain or chief. And you also provide the ability for individuals that get anxious about these things to just sit down calmly and let's get things back online. And I think that's important there.
And it really is. Our department, our whole thing is to help. We're here to serve people, and that's what we talk about every day. What can we do to help this person get out of the situation? So as we go through it on a daily basis, the way we conduct our business, Rosemary doesn't have to, and I'm not to no harm, but a person will come in who has warrants. She will sit them down and explain to them exactly what they need to do to get their business taken care of. And one of the greatest things that happened to us when they did away with the surcharge, the state, that helped so many people.
Yes,
They
it
were
did.
coming in by drones and just coming
Yes,
in
it did.
because they want to try to get back on track. Because it's difficult for a guy the other day came in, paid some tickets, no deal, a couple others, left out the parking lot and got pulled over again and got those same citations. So they get on this hamster wheel And we're
At all.
one of the only departments, that I know as far as other municipal courts, trying to help them get off of, because it is really difficult. Once you get, 6 or 7, sometimes we have guys that have $7,000 in warrants.
Right.
There's no possible way they can pay that, but we try to work with them. So that's the way we look at it. We always trying to help, and that's what the staff tries to do.
And it helps to be in a nurturing environment when you're doing that type of.
It does. It really does.
Your teen court program, tell me a little bit about that you're trying to introduce for this year.
We're trying to do a lot this year, hopefully. Well, Russell, you want to start? And
Yeah.
I can.
But she-
He's part of the.
What we're trying to do, we're trying to get involved with our young people again. And we're also trying to get into the TCISD system and to nurture that relationship between the city and the schools. So with our teen court program, what we're trying to do, we're trying to maybe start our own teen court to where teens would come in and maybe sit on the roster and, they could then pass out judgments against their own peers. And it really does help because sometimes they're tougher than the judges are. So it really does pay off, but also get those kids involved. But we're trying to, with our juvenile teen case, he's a young man. He just graduated from Sam Houston, smart and intelligent, named Ethan Hoover. And we're trying to get back into those school systems so that we can work with our police department when we come to dealing with kids, so they get to know us one-on-one. And we've been talking with the new interim chief about different ways to get back and give back and try to help our community to grow. So that's part of our reason and part of our consensus with our juvenile case manager is to help those young people.
So you're gonna get that started when?
We're trying to start it up fresh for this new school year coming up. We were ready before COVID hit. We were talking about, I was just gonna go out and get him introduced to people for the school district, and then COVID hit and it just derailed everything. So we're working back at that again to get him back into the school districts so he can meet with those kids who get citations one-on-one. Because most of our citations on our kids come from Walmart. They're out there and they're picking up things maybe that they
Yeah,
shouldn't.
I was here campaigning one day and I was
Yes.
here on a Thursday and saw
Yes, ma'am.
how many youngsters were coming. I was amazed.
So there are a lot of different programs and a lot of different classes that we go through. We make them do processes to learn about alcoholism, drugs and everything like that. And also anger management classes and different things like that to try to help, better them and to make sure that they're able to graduate on time and continue on with their careers.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, guys. Thank you.
I just hope we get moved by October 1. Y'all send y'all bills out. Let me know.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
No, thanks. Good to see you.
Very, very much.
Utility billing, sanitation with waste management.
This is page 102.
Page 102. Page 102, guys.
Hello, I'm Lee. I'm the utility billing supervisor. I don't think I've got to meet many of you all, but I started in March of last year. So it's good to be up here in person with y'all and visit with y'all.
Just, I visited with you while they're looking for page 102. Just tell us where you're from. I know you have experience in other
Oh, yes, I worked
municipalities.
for the city of Leeds City for close to 25 years. I started when I was 16.
Same, pretty much same department.
Well, I started off in the fire marshal's office part-time, and then I applied for a position in the utility billing department as data entry and got that in 2004. And then I left Leak City in 2019.
Gotcha.
So I have about close to 20 years of utility billing experience.
Okay. The org chart, guys, is on page 102. Again, we no longer have an assistant city manager, so the UB sanitation manager reports directly to.
Yes, sir.
I think we're gonna move that person back under Susie. Right now, she reports to Chase.
Correct.
Yes.
But once the budget is approved, she will report again to Susie. Used to be that way, going back to that way. Any questions about the org chart?
So the three customer service reps we have already,
Yes.
and they're the ones that
They,
two
they
sit in
hand-
front and then one at the drive-in?
That's correct. So I have two that sit up front in the lobby and one in the drive-through. Now I did assign one of the customer service reps to help the billing analyst when we were shut down for COVID. Because we only had one person able to work the drive-through. So I assigned her to help the billing analyst with billing. So right now I'm trying to get my part-time position that I did not fill to a full-time position to cover the drive-through now. Because I am basically short that customer service rep, because the other rep is helping with billing as opposed to being customer service.
So you're trying to get two people at the drive-through?
One, because
One?
right now I have a temp that's working the drive-through. So, but I never filled my part-time position in May. So we left that one open to see if I can get this one approved. And once we did open back up, so that we can have full coverage at the drive-through.
At the drive-through, do we only just have one lane or there are two?
It's
Are there-
one lane.
There's no other box there to,
There's a night box and there's a
just to
kiosk.
drop off stuff?
That's correct. A kiosk, they can make payments in the kiosk with cash or debit or credit.
Right.
Mhm.
So you can drop off your bill in the box, in the lock box with your bill and a check.
Correct.
Or you can go through the drive-through, which is, there's only one drive-through.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's where we get our backup on
Yes.
the end of the month, where we see
On the
people
due dates. Yes,
on the due dates,
Yes.
right? Is
Usually
there,
Mondays are pretty busy, Mondays and Fridays.
is there any, and I'm just saying, I'm trying to look for solutions.
Sure.
Is there any possibility that we can do any sort of maybe perhaps people feel better if do most people pay by check, by the way, that come through the
The majority of the customers do pay with checks or cash. I mean, it's equal. It's actually equal. We get a lot of checks.
So is there a possibility of someone, when we have these end of the month due dates, just other than the person that's sitting there, reserve them to do the cash collections and then have a person that's walking along the line if you're going to make a payment with a check, I can take those right now from you.
So have somebody outside taking the payments, like directing traffic? you mean?
Well, yeah, I guess in a way directing traffic, but as they're lining up, if you're going to pay by check, I'm still going to come by and I'll take your payment by check.
I'm sure we could do that, also the night box can do that too.
Well, I know, you and I
Yeah.
both know that, but
Yeah.
we've got,
But, I mean,
remember I said
that's
in Italian, it's called testa dura, hard head. But a lot of this comes from what we get used to. And you're gonna have the opportunity, you're gonna get old like me, right? And we get into our patterns,
Right.
right?
And
And
I
part
think-
of my patterns is like my mother. My mother used to love to come down here because she'd visit with Esther. And they went to church together. And she didn't have to come down. I could have done those things online. But that was part of a process. So I want to respect that too.
Yes. So basically, when COVID hit and Fridays was pretty bad because we had a line even after. 12.
No, I saw that.
We, I would go personally out there and help and start cutting people off and say, hey, if you have check, I'll take your check.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if you have, cash, you can pay in the kiosk. So yeah, but
Yeah.
that was during COVID and with the long line at the time that we were trying to close. So yes, I've done that in the past.
Well, I just say that's one thing that in meetings, we've heard that. Mary, you and I were in a couple of meetings where we kept hearing that, that line. And so anything that we can do to expedite, being a customer-oriented community, that's an area. And you're looking to hire another part-time,
No, so
Rep-
basically converting the part-time into a full-time position.
which will give you then a total of
Yes,
4?
Correct.
Okay. And on the utility billing, this is if you know. The water bill, we transitioned over to the new, I call them Wi-Fi meters. I guess that's the best way, right?
The AMI meters.
The AMI meters. And of course, we got a lot of people upset with that transition because suddenly water bills were changing a lot. Is part of I seem to recall, and maybe I'm incorrect in saying this, but as part of that process, just like other communities, like Galveston, I can go into Galveston and online, I can keep track of my meter usage, my water usage. And I looked at that earlier in this week, and I don't see that in our system. Is that accurate?
That's correct. We're not set up for that. That was something that I put in my capital improvement plan last year when we did budget for the census online portal. And that would give the customer access to view their water usage online. They can set up parameters. Like if you can set up like an hourly usage, it'll notify you via email if you go meet that threshold. So yes, I did put that in my capital improvement.
Because you know what's frustrating, and I didn't bring one, but to see water usage, I saw like at Uri, I did see I used more than 4,000 gallons, which I was overpaid for, right? I got overcharged for that 4,000 gallons. But then the following month, it was back down to some figure, and then there's these inconsistencies that I keep seeing and in the old system, I could have just gone out and opened up my little meter, and that's how I used to monitor it. I'd take a look at the number on there and I'd know how many gallons I consumed. I can't do that right now with
You
this.
should be able to, if you open and Chase can help me on this, but if you open the lid, and I believe the sun will hit it and the digits come up.
Oh, I haven't, I'll take another look.
Yes, sir.
And see if I can see that. So what's you didn't include it in this, did you? This access, this portal for people to look at their bill?
No, like I said, I put it in the capital improvement plans that previous city manager had us do last year for the 5-year plan.
Was it expensive?
See, let me jump in. Hold that thought, Joe. Hold that thought. Casey, help me with historical reference. And I don't mean to be jumping into your question, but it's important because you're on a road that I thought we should have already covered. When this program was sold to us, these new meters, Tina, and I'm not blaming Tina, I'm just using Tina as a reference. Tina said to the previous council that this would give us a way for our constituency to go in and track their bills. Did I miss, was that not what you heard?
I mean, yeah, that was definitely part of it, that it was more data capture, more accurate data capture. I don't remember how much of it was targeted towards the consumer can go in and look, but I do know that it was, we on the city side can have a much better picture about what's going on.
And I believe, Susie, part of what sold this council was the consumer's ability to look. You remember that, Dave? Dave remembers it. So, and again, nobody's in trouble. That's not where I'm going with this. I'm just simply saying, so now, Lee, you're suggesting to us that this is something that you still want to complete, but it sounds like it's going to have a price tag.
Yes, I still have my paperwork here from when I got the quote last year for it, if y'all want to see it.
But do you understand? Right. And that, no problem. We as a council will entertain that. But do you understand where at least two of us are recollecting? We were told when we bought the system, this stuff would come with the system. Now you're saying, which again, no blame, we're just trying to figure it out. You're saying that it's going to be an added expense for us to realize that feature.
Yes, as far as I can tell, when I got the quote,
Go ahead,
that's
Joe.
what I was told.
Now see, so that's a problem for us because we were sold on something we were told, right? And now it seems like what we was told is somehow incomplete, maybe. Again, we're not casting blame. So that's concerning to me. I didn't want to really jump into Joe's place, but I wanted to give some context because Joe's asking a question about this. I wanted him to have
Yes,
the
sir, I
information.
understand.
Go
I
ahead, Joe.
understand.
I noticed on the billing, when you go, is there capability of setting up your online bill payment with your bank at no charge?
You can do it via bank draft with no charge. The only time they charge you the 3% is a credit card or debit card.
Okay, so you can do that. I
You
didn't,
can do that, yes.
it might be me, but I didn't see the link to set it up on the bank.
Yes, sir.
And because I finally realized that there was that 3% charge to pay by
Yes, sir.
card.
Yes, sir.
And so I didn't realize that. So I would like to see what your proposal is to get additional access.
And I can get updated costs for y'all, because like I said, this was from last year.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, when do we bring in waste management?
Oh, in just a minute,
Okay.
we're gonna get through this part. Just really quickly, Lee,
Yes, sir.
the other opportunity we may or may not have is those that pay their bills online are charged 3%. Is there any way that perhaps there might be another entity that we can contract with to reduce that percentage?
I can look into it with,
Yeah, we can do some research on that and see what we can do.
Yeah, because I think that might be something that's kind of preventing people from paying online, which is making the lines longer, right? Folks don't want to pay, which I don't blame them.
they
Folks,
still, when they come in person, they still pay with debit or credit cards still too.
And they
So
still pay
it's, yeah.
the 3%. Yeah, well, all the better, to look at that, to see if we could get those costs reduced. Because that seems for simple processing.
Yeah, that's standard.
Yeah, I get it,
That's
but
a- That's a credit card merchant.
yeah, I get it, but I'm just wondering if there's a, you know,
Sure, sure.
if there's some, another company that might be able to, and maybe not,
Yes, sir.
but definitely look into that.
Yes, sir.
Last thing I wanted to ask you, Lee, is, and this is yes or no. For this person to go from part-time to full-time, we're looking at an additional $8,000. Okay, questions?
Laura, you had a question. What was it?
Well, I was just from my experience with college management, I was just like to see with a representative whoever was the person that doing billing with, can she go back and ask the representative, what was the agreement? What did we agree on?
Well, what was the original agreement when they did the?
Percentages.
Yeah, we could do that. We can have that company come to a council meeting, actually. So that we can, and all of us together, not just the council, but the community can say, hey, this is what we were led to believe. Now, we're hearing differently. What happened? Sure. Any questions about the line item? And then we'll get into Ms. Lopez.
The person that's reading the water, is that a City of Marque person, or is that this software company person?
So if the readings don't pick up electronically, then one of our meter techs has to go out there and get the reading.
That's a city employee.
It's a city employee that's coming around.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Council page 104, 105, the line items. Anybody have any questions for Lee as relates to 104 or 105?
The enhanced departmental website, is that what you're referring to? With the
I believe that's just
proposal,
our
or what does that
webs-
mean?
No, I believe that's just our website, enhancing our website on the City of Lamarck website.
So how are you going to enhance it?
We'll have to get with Kyle and see how we can make it better for our customers, or citizens.
Okay.
Really quickly, while council's looking, describe for us very quickly
Yes, sir.
the process between you and Waste Management as it relates to bulk pickup. Pickup that has to be requested, right? I'm a citizen. The items that I need to be retrieved fall outside of the scope of the bulk portion of our contractual agreement. What do I do? And how is all of that supposed to work? Just as quick as you can for me.
So basically, so if we have, if there's overs like a commercial account, they will send us on their bill and we will go back and bill it for them. Now residential accounts, I believe y'all leave them notices if it's too much and they can't.
So we're speaking of residential.
Okay.
They passed my house 3 times. So I can just get you to where I really need you to be to inform this council. Passed my house 3 times. I don't know, Shanna. I'm calling Lee. Lee, they keep passing my house. What do I do? What do you say?
So what we do is we'll go ahead and send an email, or like a form that we fill out, and we'll send it to Waste Management. And they will either notify us that they'll be passing by or they'll be in contact with the resident.
And then what do you do?
At that point, we let them handle it from there.
Okay, so we see the opportunity in that, right?
Mhm.
Because I called Lee
Yes, sir.
and Ms. Lopez may have dropped the ball. But as a citizen, I call Lee,
Yes, sir.
right? And so it might be advantageous for us as a municipality to, again, provide that higher level of feedback, whatever it looks like, email, I don't know, I don't care what it would look like, paper trail preferably, that would say, Mr. Bell, we received your question about trash pickup or whatever you want to call it. We have contacted Waste Management. I advise you to allow for 3 to 5 days. You should be receiving correspondence. If not, please call us back,
Yes, understood.
right? Because there's another breakdown because they called you. And again, it's nobody's fault. I don't want us to think that.
No, I understand.
But we need to have a higher level of communication because it may not get to the appropriate folks. And we may have to respond to them 2, 3 times sometimes.
Yes.
But we always want to respond back to the customer so that they can know what we have done. That make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Questions?
10-year life assets. You went from 50,000 to 100,000?
Yeah, so basically those are our meters that we order. I wanted to allot for some extra meters because we have been seeing more meters being set. So trying to allot for that and then, rate increase, if they go up on the meters, we'll have to allot for that. And then there was also a shortage on our meters due to the chip shortage. So we had to order some other meters in place of those that were a little bit more expensive.
Okay.
Any other questions as it relates to the line item or the goals that have been set by utility billing?
The enhanced census AMI reporting, that's the software, once again, you're talking
Yes, sir.
about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna get us more information on
Yes,
that.
sir.
And you have this item on here that says enhanced collection of all outstanding utility billing debt. Do we still have individuals paying off a water bill from Uri?
From Uri, yes, because once we started doing cutoffs, we had to go back and do payment agreements with customers to avoid cutoffs. So yes, we still have people that are trying to get caught up from that.
So you cut off their water, but they've got payment arrangements?
No.
Is that what I'm hearing?
No. I said we're basically we made payment arrangements with customers so that they didn't get turned off.
So they didn't get turned off.
Correct. So
Okay.
we just recently started doing cutoffs again after a year of not doing cutoffs.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so but we are working with our customers as best we can.
Okay. Let me go now, Ms. Lopez, on waste management side.
Hold on, Joe.
Oh.
Anybody have any questions about
Okay.
the line items?
No.
One more question, Joe, and then we can
Go
go,
ahead.
we can go, Sean.
Uh-huh.
When you say improve reconciling procedures on sanitation with waste management, are you referring to some of the things that I just described to you?
Yes.
Okay, and so this will be policy moving forward. This will be something that will be generated from you and Susie, and it'll go through Chase, and it will somehow arrive at council sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Joe.
Before I get to it, how many utility connections do we have in the city?
Like as in residential water accounts?
Yeah, residential water.
Total, it's a little bit over 7,000 water accounts.
We're now at 7,000.
A little bit over 7,000.
And commercial?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Speaking to the mic.
I'm sorry. I'd have to get, I would like to run a report so I can give y'all a better answer about how many accounts we have as far as commercial and residential accounts.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And on the waste management side, Ms. Lopez, a commercial customer, do you have an exclusive franchise to provide services to commercial customers in the city of Marque?
Yes, sir.
That's part of your agreement. Okay.
So our agreement includes commercial and residential. So it's recycling and solid waste and industrial customers. So your roll-off customers as well.
And apartment complexes, when an apartment complex is put out mattresses and furniture and things of that nature, what's your policy with, and they're outside of the collection unit? What's your policy there?
Right. So the commercial dumpsters that you see around most businesses where the apartment complexes have,
Yeah.
they're not meant for those large items of mattresses and things like that, more move outs. What we suggest to those apartment complexes is they should run a roll off to put in those type of items when they have, maybe at the end of the month or every 6 months, to give residents an opportunity to get rid of those items. But the dumpsters are for that typical household trash.
Right.
They're not for large items just because of the nature of their size. So when they're putting those items, it's causing, big time overages. And that's when you're seeing illegal dumping and things like that. Sometimes those large items aren't necessarily the apartment complexes as well. So sometimes it's the outside community bringing stuff in because they see an opportunity with the dumpster. So, I don't want to say it's all on the apartment complex because it could be a multitude of issues or concerns that would need to be addressed.
So when you see the mattresses, and Kathleen may have some input on this side, when you see the mattresses and the furniture, and 1 week I see them there and the following week I don't see them there, that probably was the waste management's regular bulk collection service that picked them up.
So for a commercial,
Like for an apartment
account,
complex, yeah.
we don't provide the bulk collection.
Oh, you don't?
It's only for the residential customers. So an apartment complex would have to make other arrangements. It doesn't have a normal bulk collection.
Right. And when you see that, do we cite them, Kathleen, or not? Ms. Van Stroven? Do we cite them? Do we ticket them when they have those mattresses and stuff outside? Apartment complexes?
No, we don't cite them.
No?
I want to be clear, code compliance uses a citation or a punitive means to people, to our citizens as a last resort.
Kathleen, Chase, would you have Kathleen approach?
Come on up.
Look at that council manager form of government in action. All right, Kath.
Okay. Thank you. I want to be clear. We use a citation as a last resort to our citizens. Code compliance is not here to penalize our citizens. We're here to educate them and get them to comply through education. But if we do find one, we do go to investigate the scene, we take pictures, we document everything, and then we send a notice of violation according to the ordinances requirements. If we also send a second letter, and these are sent certified and regular mail, we send the second one the same exact way. And then if we do not get compliance during that time period, even after phone calls and other types of trying to contact these people, then we will send them a citation. And we have done it in the past, but we use that as a last resort. Normally, we gain compliance just by sending them letters or calling them and say, if you don't, then you're subject to a citation.
Okay.
Most of the time, they just don't know that their tenants are doing this because they don't live here.
Yeah.
So.
Very good. And Ms. Lopez, where I've heard the anecdotal story, let's put it that, because I don't know, I'm being told that I try to contact Waste Management and I have a bulk pickup to arrange a bulk pickup and no one answers. I leave a message and I don't hear back from them. It's an 800 number that people are calling in, right?
That's
So
correct.
it's not a local number specifically for the citizens of Lamarck. So.
And so normal bulk is picked up. So anything outside of the limits of the contract was just 5 cubic yards, which is quite a good bit. That is the only time they would need to call and make payment arrangements.
Okay.
Otherwise, below the 5 cubic yards should be picked up on a normal basis. Sometimes what occurs is we'll come up to a resident's home and it's over that limit and we'll pick up the 5 cubic yards and then move along, and they can call to make arrangements to get the rest picked up, or the next week we'll service, some more of that pile. So just depending on what's out at the curb and what's involved is, what we would make arrangements to pick up.
Okay. Well, I think you've covered the things that are most concerned. Oh, if a person, I do see this, actually, I have seen this recently. Businesses that don't have a commercial dumpster, but they're putting out trash just in a bag for pickup. I have seen that in a couple in my area.
Yeah, for commercial businesses, really the only options they should have is the cart
Yes.
container service or a commercial dumpster. So if they are putting it in a bag, typically we're picking it up with an automated truck.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't normally pick up just a bag that's out from a commercial resident or a commercial business.
All right, that's all, Mr. Mayor.
So couple things, Ms. Lopez, I want to try to see if I can get covered for our citizens. I heard you say earlier, I wanted to drill down on this. You said just a few minutes ago, you said that if it goes beyond the 5 cubic yards is what I thought I heard you say. You said that, I thought I heard you say that your staff would pick up to 5 cubic yards and leave the rest.
That is correct.
And then they would perhaps maybe come back to the rest at a later date, or
the next service week.
The next
for
because
bulk collection.
So that answers then a big question, because one of the things that I wanted to ask you, because constituents are asking me, how does Waste Management come to a location, retrieve a portion of, I've heard Kathleen say this before as well. Kathleen, you can definitely, if you have something to offer, this is a discussion. How do you pick up a portion of what is left and leave a portion behind? That's a question, a real question in our community. You just answered that for us. But I want to show you and share with you that this is a problem for us, because there is a lack of, and I'm not suggesting just Waste Management citywide, there's a lack of communication, right? And so if your folks are physically getting off of the truck to pick these items up, do you think that it would be advantageous for your company and for our constituency to then have some sort of a way to communicate what just happened? If your folks are driving down the street and the items that are under consideration to be picked up, if they are somehow out of the purview of your contract in any way, is it advantageous for you and for us that you would simply have some sort of a note or some sort of a communication that says 2300 Jackson Street, you had items out for bulk pickup. They do not meet the requirements. I mean, just check box, just write the address down and check the boxes that apply, put it on that pile, drive down the street, homeowner comes home, they see a pink slip on their pile, they get it. I wasn't in compliance because of A, B, C, and D. You know it, we know it, the world knows it. Instead of, why did they leave my bulk pickup? Is that an opportunity that we can pursue?
So currently we do have a system in place and we have
Okay.
green tags. So the
Green tags?
Green tags, yes, sir. And so the driver should be, or helper should be leaving a green tag on the unacceptable items. And then also should be notifying dispatch that that address, for whatever reason, we couldn't pick up XYZ depending on what might be out. So that process should be in place. And if it's not, I can definitely reach out to operations and see what's going on. But it's a standard across the board with a green tag that should be left.
Okay, so here's the deal. So does that green tag have space that would allow for some sort of system where they would check the box so that you can clearly know when you pick that tag up why so it does.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And it
so-
has our phone number to call.
And it has your phone number.
Mhm.
So then we need to figure out,
When it's
Okay.
happening, when it's not happening.
Kathleen, is it happening? Have you seen green tags? This is not about Ms. Lopez.
In the very beginning, when Waste Management came, yes, that we did see them. Because we document everything with a picture, everything we do. And we did see them and we have pictures of those green tags. It has been a while since I've seen any. And that would be really helpful if they did. But I also feel like it would be really helpful with Waste Management if they track the ones they put on too. Because they get a lot of the bulk complaints just like we do.
Mhm.
When they don't pick it up. Do y'all track that? I don't
Yes.
know. Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any in a while. I feel I don't know whose responsibility is to do that. But
Is
to
it,
be honest,
is-
I haven't.
would it be, so you're asking for, like, if you can see the data about the ones that are picked up as well?
I know that when commercial pickups, when they have overloaded dumpsters and things, we get a report from Shauna with a picture of the actual dumpster and the address. If we could do something like that with a bulk pickup, it would be helpful. Because when they go by and they pick up part of it, and then my officer drives by and sees that pile there, even though we know it's too much, we don't see a green tag or anything to show that parts of it was picked up, unless we were behind a truck, and we have seen the trucks do that, where they'll pick up half of it and then go on to the next.
So it sounds like that there should be already an internal documentation, because it sounds like your driver is supposed to not only leave a green tag, but then call your office.
Correct.
Once the dispatch is notified, is there a way for them to communicate with the customer?
No, just because we do not bill the customer, so we don't really have any customer.
Do you
data per
communicate
se.
with city staff?
So we can send a report and we send it on the monthly report of everything that comes over that's overages. But as far as currently right now, we don't have a daily to say, here's all the overages from today. We are looking into and should have within a year what's called our smart truck, a lot like we have on the commercial. That's going to give pictures and going to give more data that we can provide. And then the city should be able to log in for a particular address and see exactly when we serviced it. That is the next step in our residential trucks, and it's in the horizon of happening, which would solve a lot of these overage issues. They still should be green tagged because that's what we want the customer to realize, hey, this is why we didn't pick it up, or we're going to come back next week and pick up the remainder of the pile. But I can definitely check to see if if it's way outside of the boundaries, a lot of times the driver will stop, take pictures, and that's when they'll send me information to get with Kathleen. If it's just beyond, like they've completely moved out of the resident and it's a move out and it's just, on the curb, a lot of times those will get escalated where we would bring them over. But if it's a typical, they just have over the 5 yards and we should be green tagging it and picking it up the next collection unless they make arrangements prior to that.
So I hope that we are able to get those cameras, the trucks with the cameras, so that whomever can log into the system and provide a response to our constituents, because what should be an opportunity to educate, right? This should get better over time.
Absolutely.
And so we should learn through education over time. And apparently there's a breakdown, and the breakdown is causing our constituency to believe that they are, and not an overwhelming amount, but the ones that are concerned. It's causing them to believe that they are being underserved. Now, nobody's suggesting that, but because they are not being communicated with, right? That's the concern that they're broaching with me and perhaps maybe even other members of council. I'm gonna open it up to the rest and then I'll come back for a question or two. But let me just ask you before I do, who supervises waste management?
Waste management.
Shannon, who do you usually communicate with? Is it?
So it
utility
depends on
billing?
Depends on the situation.
So it might be Lee, it might be Kathleen, it might be city manager. It just depends on the nature of the situation. So it could be a combination of all of the above, depending on.
Sounds like we need one contact. Sounds like the council needs to give better direction on that one. Just for a better experience. And I think we could do that at some point.
Can I
Council.
add one thing also?
Go ahead.
though?
I'm sorry, Kathleen.
What you forgot to mention is we're probably in the mindset of tree debris, mattresses, furniture. There's a lot of these piles that is construction debris that people have done in their homes. And Waste Management doesn't pick up construction debris. But they have provided pamphlets that my officers give out. Of course, my officers have their schedule memorized, and they let the people know that they're not going to pick this up, but you need to call this number, and here's a pamphlet for you to call them to get a price to pick this up.
In real time?
Because they don't pick up construction debris.
In real time?
Yes,
So
sir.
when I've remodeled my house and I'm ready for it right now, they get the information right then.
When we find it on the.
When you find it on the
When we
street.
find,
Oh, I got
they
you.
put
I
it
got
out
you.
there.
I got
Yes.
you. Okay. Council, any questions on 104 and 105?
Just to clarify, the 80,000 that's being shown here, refresh my memory, professional fees is for what?
The professional fees covers our contract with Census Analytics. There's 3 maintenance fees that we pay.
Once again, that's a software company that does the water meter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Their software.
Okay. Okay. Any other?
think-
Go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead. Tom.
In District A, some of the, and y'all might have already covered this while I was out. A lot of people are
They may have
concerned
more
about
questions for
the trucks on the small streets and the heavy loads and how they're destroying the streets. Did y'all talk about that already?
No, we haven't.
Okay. And I don't know what we can do to fix that, Chase. I'm not sure, or Ms. Lopez. You're much better than the other company. Let me just say that. And I want to say that to the other company. But I do think, I know I've had some complaints from some of my constituency with not picking up everything.
Right.
We are a fast growing city. I know we've got some things, we got a lot of houses being built. I still think, Kathleen, we've gotta get a place where we can take some of that construction debris, because some of the builders that I know have said they have to go all the way to Galveston, all the way to Alvin or somewhere, because we don't have a dump site here in the city where they can dump, which is kind of adding to some of the issues. And I think, Chase, that's something we need to talk about, because that's a money maker.
Yes, ma'am.
Or if we can find a place where builders can dump. What do they call those places again? I'm sorry.
Biosphere.
A biosphere. Oh, so that's what you were talking about before, where you can take your construction debris and not have to go all the way to Galveston. We'll let that
Alvin.
now, or Alvin. Okay. All right. So that's what I've heard. Some of the complaints. They don't pick up everything. So if you can just talk to some of your team and just kind of let them know. We've got to do a better job making sure that they pick up everything that they're supposed to pick up. I like my guys on my street. They do a very good job. And when I call them back, hey, you forgot this on Tuesdays and we have our heavy dump days, they always come back and get it. So, but it's much better than what we had before. But parts of District A, they don't give it the same respect. And I need them to give the off of Lake Road on District A side the same respect they give other parts of the city. If they don't know what District A is, for sure, raise your hand. For sure, raise your hand, for sure. He lives in District A on a certain street. I'm not gonna say it, but he helps me a lot with reporting debris that's not being picked up. And I am determined, like a woman on fire, to try to. And I need your help to help us do that. Because we do have a lot of new people and a lot of them are just dumping. And we're trying to stop that. Thank you.
No problem. And one thing that I would also say, besides the bulky collection that we really need help with on our end, is contamination on recycling. So we've had several loads that we've had to landfill because a lot of what we're picking up in the recycle bins is garbage. So, we've worked with Colleen in the past about sending messages, but we really need to try to help communicate that message. Before COVID, we had talked about the council coming out to our recycling facility, and I think that would be great because we could do some live cams and talk about the stuff that we're seeing and you guys are seeing in Lamarque to really educate and get back with the schools, the children, and try to really communicate that recycling message again. Because I think that would help also that, you can see firsthand what your residents are putting in the recycle, and we can have videos to share and definitely to improve that education piece of it.
I think people are beautiful. They're working on a script right now, trying to do a video for that to teach recycling and what to put in the yellow tops and all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're working on that now.
I just want to say again, you said something earlier, Mayor, that each of these seasons is a time for us to just identify the things that need to get tightened. And I said earlier that, Waste Management's been such a good partner. I know every time, both with KLMB, when I've sat there, and just other things as a council person, Shanna personally has been so helpful and supportive. And we did have so many plans for this recycling issue in particular, especially because of the increased costs that we had to approve last budget season. I think I'm very excited about this public relations specialist position that we can bring on to the city, because this is a particular project that I would really like us to focus on, because it is the recycling, but it is also, you guys have such beautiful marketing and literature out there for that says everything that we're talking about very explicitly. But we all know that stuff just doesn't reach everybody, even with your best efforts. And so we need to do a better job on our side supporting that, because then it supports code compliance, it supports that, supports utility billing. It just makes everything better. So we can really step that up. And yeah, I'm excited. Sounds good.
Awesome.
I'm good, sir.
Carlson asked me to ask you this. Two things, Shauna, you and I visited maybe a month ago, and I asked you to bring back for this council proposal. Now, here's the deal. So we don't have a biosphere in our city. Texas City is not interested in partnering with us with their biosphere. So our residents have to travel to Alvin, Texas to dump, which causes some, not all, of our issue with illegal dumping. And so you and I talked a little bit. We have 2 cleanup days a year where roll-offs are put on the council parking lot, the city hall parking lot. One of the things that I asked you was if we could institute a monthly portable biosphere. Whereas, for example, every 3rd Saturday of the month, roll-offs appear wherever we want them to. It could be City Hall. I know Joe talked about the wear and tear on our parking lot, but wherever we choose to give the residents in our community 1 day a month to dump. And they would know where that location would be. They would, wait, save up, get the items and dump. So I asked you to give us a proposal so that we can look at what it looks like. So Susie can look at what it looks like to fund this from the budget, or if there was a way that we could maybe fund it from other sources, Susie, utilities or whatever that would look like. Can you forward that? I know you sent me some things. Now that you have the entire council in front of you, is there a way sooner rather than later, Ms. Lopez, for you to forward us what that cost would look like?
Absolutely. And it's going to depend on per dumpsters or per roll off. So depending on, I can give you the cost of 1 roll off and then you just multiply that time however. So if you decide you want 8, you decide you want to have 10, it's going to be an upcharge per dumpster. We typically do not man these functions. So this would be a city, we would expect to be able to deliver probably on a Friday. So the location specified, we would be sent, some type of location map. And then we would come back on Monday to pick up those. So, and it might vary. You might see that, in certain parts of the city, you might need 8. In other parts of the city, when you're in this geographic area, you might want 10. So I would think we would be flexible enough. And given, time restraints, everything that happened with the winter storm, our roll-off season was chaotic. And so having the ability to have those available, we would want some scheduling. So if you wanted it every month on the 3rd, weekend of the month, I could put that in the schedule and that would be no problem. What could be a concern is if a week before the event, you said, hey, I need like 10 roll-offs. And if we have a major event or going on, then we might struggle for those resources. So the earlier communication, the better, just so that we, from a staffing perspective, can make sure that we can get those deliveries in place. But absolutely, I can send you over the cost, and it's really part of the pricing sheet that we provide the city every year, and it's the roll-off. So your weight is going to depend on the tonnage per roll-off. So I could give you what the rental is, and I could give you the disposal per ton, but it's really going to depend on the type of material and the weight every time that we have this event to know how much the disposal cost of it, because that's going to vary by the weight of the containers.
Okay. So we have a council meeting next Monday. Could you have that information? And the agenda, I think, is finalized Thursday-ish, Friday-ish. Could you have that information to Chase?
Absolutely.
So that he can at least have it for us to look at Monday?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Last question I have for you. Maybe you know about this, maybe you don't. Part of your contract, let me say it like this because it's not your contract. Part of Waste Management's contract is that you donate $50,000 a year to our annual Bayou Fest. Now, we know that we didn't have a Bayou Fest last year because of COVID. I am not a lawyer, but I believe that our interpretation of that contract does not allow for non-payment if there is a non-event. The contract does not stipulate, according to our reading, that the event has to actually happen in order for the payment to be dispersed. We've put that through our legal department, and they concur with our initial sense. So you're not a lawyer. I'm aware of that. But we have some concerns about that.
And I'll kind of address those. So the contract is specifically for an annual donation to specifically the Bayou Fest on an annual basis. And as you know, last year with COVID, we realized it was canceled. Therefore, there was an event to give money to for that annual event. So I had, previous discussions with the prior city manager regarding this event, that it did not take place. And of course, with COVID, we, had a lot of outside expenses being able to keep garbage running in Lamarque the entire time of COVID as well. So, it's kind of this, we didn't come to you and say, look, we have to do all this with our employees to make sure we're bringing helpers by buses here to keep them safe. We're, putting extra equipment, and, at no point did we stop servicing during COVID at any time. So with that, when we spoke to the previous city manager and discussed this in detail about the event did not occur, and our contract is specific that it was to that event on an annual basis, then that's, we had that discussion about the donation. Now, we did give the 25,000 to youth sports, just as we had done in the past. And so that was done last year. But because Bayou Fest did not happen last year, that event did not occur. So therefore that donation did not happen either.
Well, Shauna, I really respect you and I like you. I really do. And sometimes Casey reminds me that I tend to get into my debate and kind of get bulldogish. So I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to. I don't agree with that.
Neither do I.
COVID hit all of us, and our contract with you had no language as it relates to COVID. And so it was a rough year for you, and you had to do things necessary to make your business function. And I respect that. I did too, and we did as well. But our contract does not have any way to address COVID. But what it does address is Bayou Fest. And it does not say anything as it relates to whether or not that event continues on or is canceled. It just says that you are to make that disbursement. In fact, you and I, when we visited, you said that those donations that the donations can be earmarked for anything the council chooses.
As long as it's voted upon.
Long
So
as
if you change it.
and that's why I
going
say
forward.
right, and that's why I say so if anything that council chooses, right? So these monies, I said that to say these monies are already pretty much per contract ready to be dispersed to our municipality. It just so happened to be Bayou Fest. I respectfully disagree. I'm going to let Gus tell you what he thinks about it. But let me ask you this: did you all? And you don't have to answer this. Were you all able to participate in the PPP program?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay, I won't go down that line of questioning with you. We disagree. Gus is going to tell you why.
Sure. So the contract as it is written, specifically 21.3, deals with the sponsorship programs. They require that each contract year, which begins October 1, the city is to receive a $50,000 sponsorship for Bayou Fest. As I understand it, for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, ending September 31, that sponsorship has not been received by Waste Management, from Waste Management. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I had spoke to City Manager Jackson in regards to that.
Okay. Okay. And is that sponsorship forthcoming soon? Given that it was due 10 months ago?
No, that's what we had agreed, that you know, due to the event not have taking place, that was not, we were not, there was no.
Sure. And
Event.
when you say, oh, sorry.
Let me interject again, as calmly as I can, because I can get intense when I'm debating. So you entered into a contract, Shauna, your organization entered into a contract with the people of Lamar, right? The people, because they pay your salary. Mr. Jackson, nor Mr. Carey, or any other city manager they don't have the authority to waive any agreed area in any contract that the people engage in. They don't. The people entered into a contract through this council. You understand what I'm saying? The council voted affirmatively to enter into this contract because we represent the people. And so none of our staff members have the right or the authority to waive any portions of our contractual agreements. The only folks that can do that is this council. And so therein lies the rub with this issue. And you've said to us, and I respect that because you were trying to work with the city, and I respect you for that. You said to us a couple times what Mr. Jackson said. Mr. Jackson does not have the right, nor did he ever, to waive any part of any contractual agreement that the people of Lamarck make with any partner. So I'll leave that, I'll sit that right there. Gus, did you want to finish?
I just had one other question. You said Mr. Jackson agreed. Was there ever anything put in writing to that effect?
I'll look back because I had multiple conversations with him and he said he was going to bring it to the council. So there was multiple discussions with him.
All right, that's all I had.
We don't mean to be, and Shauna, you know, we're not beating you up. You're representing a company and we're trying to represent the people of Lamarck. And
Well,
so,
and I agree. I mean, when
Yes,
we
ma'am.
issued the check and I brought it physically here to deliver it, I mean, I think I remember seeing, you know, Lee here when I delivered it, brought it to have the, and so that several times we had the discussion of it was just the 25,000 because the 50,000 for BioFest did not take place. So,
Right.
I mean, it wasn't like it was something being hidden. It was very upfront and discussed about that once we cut those checks.
but do you get that you are appearing before council right now?
Absolutely.
And that your contractual obligation is to the people of Lamarck as they are represented by this council?
Correct. I mean, I was giving him the information to bring back to council and assumed
And he
he would
never did.
discuss that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know.
And that's okay. It's okay. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. But I just want to say again for the record that you are only a representative of your company. And this is not anything toward you, nor even your company. We're just trying to figure it out. It's been a long year. I just want the people to know that there's nothing that you did out of bounds or out of line, and nobody's upset with you. We're just trying to figure it out.
So, Mr. Mayor, what do we pay Waste Management in their contract as a city?
What line, Susie, what page would that be on?
That would be under big tab. Big tab number 3, under other funds. And it is on page. Page 147.
147. So we pay $2,822,031. And they've given us $25,000. And we are talking about $50,000.
They give us 25,000 for our youth fund and 50 for Bayou Fest for a total of 75.
Right.
Our contractual obligation is 2.8 million.
And that's what I was talking about to the people of Marque. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about being economically great. You want to make sure that when you are doing business with contractors, that they invest in your city, that they give back to your city. And we are very concerned about that for all of our contractors, that they invest in our, and thank you for the 25,000. What is 75,000 of 2 million? What percentage of that is that what we're asking for? Can I get a percentage? I'm a history teacher, I'm not mad.
Maybe 3%, stab in the dark.
Okay.
I don't know.
The church asks for 10%. I don't think that's bad to ask for 3 to give back to our community. So I just, these are decisions, and I just said earlier, I like the service, especially from the one that we had before. But I would hope that you would go back and talk to your supervisors and talk to them about what we requested, because proper protocol was to come back to the council and bring that back to the council. I wasn't on the council, but that opportunity was missed by the council to make that decision. So if you could ask them again, that would be great.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Question for you. We talked briefly, and Ms. Lopez, you were here. We talked briefly about those people that were in arrears on our bill. And that now we were implementing the disconnect again after we had waived it for a year, or we deferred it for a year because of COVID. Now, when we start this process of disconnections, and there's a balance due that hasn't been paid, with regard to the sanitation fee, the city of Lamarque is still paying that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Want to make that point.
One thing that you have the ability to do is request stop payment. So if it's a residential customer that they've disconnected water for whatever reason, then they can request that we not service that address as well. So then we wouldn't charge you for garbage service. So that is available, so that we didn't.
But we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No, what's by the way, the sanitation fund? I see this sanitation senior citizens. What is that?
I believe that's for, is that under the sanitation part of it, or the utility billing?
It's the sanitation revenues.
Yes, we bill the senior citizen, and I believe because the water side, they get like $1 less. So we just kind of trying to coincide with the water and sewer side as far as the council is concerned on the general ledger.
Explain to me, the billing rate for our water is $1 less for senior citizens?
So they get a senior discount for like $1 off of the water and the sewer, and then also a portion on the garbage portion.
And that's already calculated in the bill?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, sir.
is there any,
seniors do get a discount.
that's the first time I've heard about it. I don't know if anybody else has heard about that, but.
Yes, it's been in place for years,
Okay, I didn't know that.
at least 20 years.
Okay, I had heard that for seniors, you didn't have the due date. I mean, you were flexible with the due date. There was no payment penalty,
That's correct. No penalty.
no penalty on
That's
that, And, but didn't know that. So that's why you've got this split up in terms of the revenue stream.
Yes, sir.
The 1,600,000 and then the 2 million. And then our income from the commercial side is at 800 and something thousand.
Mhm.
203, okay.
Yes, because we do bill them less.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for the sanitation fund? Incidentally, Ms. Lopez, first of all, thank you for appearing and for having the courage to appear, certainly in this climate. We're moving forward. Great day, great things ahead.
First of all, that number is incorrect. Whoever said 3%, that's not right.
It's 2.6%.
Or you said 2%. Okay.
I guessed off the top of my genius answer. This is not school, Yancy.
Okay,
This is
okay.
a budget workshop. Nobody's getting red marks. Incidentally, here, I just want to drill down on it one more time. Do you remember when we canceled Bayou Fest?
I can definitely look it up.
Okay, I believe it was pretty early in the summer. Would y'all say that's fair? So then, Ms. Lopez, what we could have done, to your point, if the council had the information that you all were having an issue with dispersing those funds, if we had canceled that festival, we could have then voted to change it, to your point, what you just said. The council could have voted to say, this year we want the donation to go to the Lamarque Cemetery, or whatever it is that the council would have decided. Does that make sense? And so there's just a lot of problems with that. Not gonna bother you about it anymore, but we definitely have to get that resolved here between now and this Bayou Fest. But you get my point, and I get the point that you did your due diligence. You worked with who you thought you were supposed to, right? We get it. No harm, no foul, but we do have to resolve it. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Before you go, let me say that I'm pleased with you and your company personally, and I've heard a lot of good things about you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you.
Council, it's 5 o'clock. We have the library, department service, code enforcement, Susie, and pictures.
Next.
I think that we perhaps could get through the library and developmental services pretty quickly. But y'all talk to me. You ready? We moving forward? What are we doing?
Let's go.
Let's not waste any time. I
Let's
think.
go.
Let's go. Let's try to be a little more and
Thank you.
a little more economical.
Thank you.
The photographer is here.
Oh.
No, ma'am. We cannot let the library wait. No, ma'am. You've been waiting all since 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Can the photographer wait? That's the question.
Yeah.
You're supposed to rest 5:30.
No, you're looking at 5:30.
Oh, girl.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wherever they want to set up. I know that we have to do individuals, and then at some point we're gonna do a group photo. So they'll have to end here, I'm sure. Thank you. Do you have?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. What page, Susie?
It's under tab 8, little tab 8. And it is on page
Oh my gosh, I think it's an org chart that doesn't need reorganization.
69.
I think so. Could it be?
Page 69.
69. All right, the org chart should be easier to read. Library director reports to the city manager. That has not changed. Well, it did change, but it's changing back apparently. And Amy has 3 employees.
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions for the org chart? All righty. Let's move to page 71 and 72, which is her objectives, accomplishments, and her line items. Amy, I assume that the information you distributed is a reflection of your accomplishments.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to give that flyer to you. It's just a little bit more of a visual representation instead of just looking at our raw numbers, to give you a snapshot of some of the programs and services that we've got going on at the library. And also, just to remind you that above and beyond what the city contributes to our annual budget, we also get an allotment of about $26,000 from Galveston County. And I anticipate that that number will be consistent in 2022. And just to give you an idea of some of the things that we purchase with county money. We purchase books, DVDs, subscriptions, newspapers, things that you can come to your library and touch, as well as some online services that we have added during the pandemic. We added a service from county called Hoopla, which in the interface is very similar to a subscription service such as Hulu or Netflix, but it's free with a library card. And I'm in the process right now of obtaining a language learning database from the county that's going to have a Hardy ESL component too. So those are some things that we've been able to add, supplementing what we get from the city of Marque.
Just really quickly, Amy, for those of us that are new, your funding from the county or other funding, is that tied to some sort of an accreditation that you have to hold?
It's tied to a service population.
Service population?
Yes, which is determined by the state library. And our current service population, according to the state library, is just over 20,000.
20,000. What services or allocations are tied to your budget size?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
A while back, we were told, and help me, Casey, if maybe I'm remembering it differently, but that your budget had to be, or maybe the amount of employees that you had, they had to be at a certain level so that you can qualify for certain funding.
Yes,
So
sir.
talk to the.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Every year we submit a report to the Texas State Library and Archives Commission to keep the library accredited. And in that report, we have to meet what's called a maintenance of effort. That means that the state is looking at what the city is giving to us in support, as well as what the county is giving. And we have to meet a certain threshold of funding to meet that maintenance of effort.
And if we were to, not that this is on the table at all, I'm just trying to educate the new ones. If we were to dip below that level and lose our accreditation, what would happen?
If we were to lose our accreditation, we would risk losing services like interlibrary loan, where we work with other libraries throughout the state and the nation in obtaining materials for our customers and lending materials from our library to other customers. And it would probably cut us out of the text share database program, which is a really robust set of databases that, again, is free for library card users. And being accredited also makes us eligible for competitive grants offered through the state library.
Gotcha.
So we want to stay accredited.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions on 70 or 71 or the information Amy provided?
I just also wanted to add, we are back to our pre-pandemic hours as of, I think, early May. We returned to our pre-pandemic hours, and that includes Saturday hours. In fact, we added 2 public service hours to the community. We went up from 39 to 41 service hours. So that's good. Goals for the coming year, goals for 2022. We're looking forward to the school opening up on Bayou Road, just up the way. And we anticipate having a lot of those students walk over to the library after school. So we're going to be offering some after school activities and programs for them. Getting our programming back on track. And also, I want to be intentional about working with you and the council in how the library might be able to help support the Safe City initiative that you
Sure.
launched.
Good deal.
In particular with I know you've talked to me about this a little bit, but in anticipation of the school opening, are you already in conversations with their admin about how to create so that to create like a really concrete pipeline for like there's programming that they know about, that they're advertising, that you're collaborating on. So it's
Absolutely.
direct, like you guys are there, they're coming over there. It's not incidental. It's
Yes, ma'am. Very intentional.
awesome. Thank you.
As for budget items this year,
Hold
the
up, Amy,
libraries.
before you
Oh,
go to that.
go ahead. Sorry.
The new principal at Haley is Rachel McAdams. I think that's what she needed, some specifics. You
Okay.
need to know the names. Like you need to be able to walk in Rachel McAdams' office and say, I want to be a part of your school system. Because
Introduce
what happens
myself.
is,
Yeah.
because you have Rachel McAdams, who's a new principal. She's an award-winning principal from Goose Creek, which was one of the top in the state. So then you have Sharon Sharp Williams, who's at Sims. And they have got to turn those schools around. So you are in a critical, they need you. And really, they do. You can become a critical space for them if you know how to market. I'm gonna help you with that, because whatever they can't get for their schools, you can possibly get for your library so
Yeah.
that they can come there. And that's what I think Casey is trying to say. There are some loopholes that when the schools can't provide it, our library should be like
We can
this, we
fill
can
in
do
with
it.
the gaps.
And that hasn't happened in the past.
Yeah.
Also, same thing with Marque Middle School. They have a new principal. This is only her second year.
Okay.
And she doesn't even know your name,
Okay.
because I asked. So we got to change that culture. Because I told her she's a wonderful librarian, she's great, but because of COVID,
Yeah.
nobody got a chance to really know each other. So
I do agree. Thank you, Kim. I
Yeah.
think, it's like, I mean, I know that because we did talk about that, so I know that's your plan, but it does seem like this is a particularly like a good opportunity to create like really meaningful relationships with especially because you are interested in how the library plays into that Safe City initiative. Like that's it, in my opinion, right? It's like the library becomes a safe haven. You guys already do so much cool programming for youth. If we could, like, wouldn't it be great if you have to come to us next budget season, you're like, I need 3 more staff members.
Yeah.
Because I have all of these kids coming to me, and we're created all these programs because we have all these middle school kids coming. I mean, that would be a dream.
Sounds
I
great.
agree. So
Briefly explain this expanded Wi-Fi access. What does that mean in practical sense?
When COVID hit and the library briefly closed our doors to the public, thinking of ways that we could still offer the services, we used to shut off the outdoor Wi-Fi access after a certain time, but we just opened it up for all hours. And so we would frequently see people out in the parking lot taking advantage of the Wi-Fi services.
It's a
So
Wi-Fi
it was-
hotspot for a city.
Yeah, it was just
Okay,
something that
that's
we
a-
were able to do.
And that was, Amy, I think we visited last year during COVID. That was instrumental because that was during a time that LMIS, TCISD, their bandwidth was not able to reach maybe some of the children that were further away from like Lamarck High School.
Sure.
So you were telling me a story about having whole families in the library parking lot because mom's driving kids and they're doing homework in the back seat.
Or at McDonald's.
Or at McDonald's, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So that was definitely a tremendous help to the community. Definitely.
Thank you. We tried to just keep serving the community the best way we knew how. We offered curbside services. All of our programming went to a virtual platform. So some of those things, even though we're hopefully moving towards more normalcy in our services, those are services that the public enjoyed and we plan to continue them. The only big thing that's out of the range of what, our normal operating expenditures would be replacement of the carpet there at the library. If you've been to visit us recently, it's just heavy traffic, wear and tear. It's not immediately a safety issue, but it could be if we let it go on too much longer, as well as an aesthetic issue. Otherwise.
That's the increase from 3 to 32,000.
Yes, that's the big increase in that line item.
And the additional equipment you're looking to get? From 22 to 67,
Which item are you looking at?
right under that.
The repair and maintenance equipment.
From 2,000 to 6,000, it says 6,000.
Oh, I think we are looking at improving our security system at the library. The one we currently use now is not, it's reliant on a phone system, and we haven't ever been able to get it fixed so that it's fully compatible. And I'm working with Kyle to come up with some other options for us that are maybe more updated and more online based.
Okay. And then the library summer program, which would be something new.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Traditionally, we have relied on our Friends of the Library to provide funding for our programming. Unfortunately, the Friends of the Library has been inactive for the last 2 years. So when I began planning to implement our summer reading program, which is one of our biggest, most high-profile programs, most important for the community, I didn't even know how much the Friends had available to us and wasn't able to get in touch with them to verify that. So I ended up calling Susie and working with her, moving some funding around in my city account to find a couple of $1,000s so that we could offer a summer reading program for our children this year. And I feel like we were able to do that under budget and quite successfully. I don't want to run into the same problem next year. And so I put in $5,000. We might need to rename the line item because I don't want it to necessarily be just for summer programs, but for other programs that we have come up throughout the year where we might need some financial support. I don't want to have to run into, do the Friends have money or not? Now, my understanding is that they are trying to get the Friends of the Library back on track. And so hopefully that will happen in this $5,000. I might not even need it, but I want it just for peace of mind.
And our gaps are in reading and math. And we have huge learning gaps right now. So that would definitely help. Library did that.
Yeah. I would be interested in getting your ideas on some specific programs that you think would be beneficial.
Because really, because of COVID, our numbers are horrible. And TCISD's numbers never been this bad. So we need our local libraries to really partner with us in Lamarck and in Tech City and in Santa Fe, where all our kids are. We have to. You guys are crucial because of all the learning gaps for them being online.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like we are too. And I mean, personally, I was watching the news this morning and I feel like the way that the students have fallen behind might very well affect an entire generation. And it's,
So when you do that, Amy, be sure to engage HISD and SFISD, right? Because those two school districts also have parts of Lamarck, the
Yes, sir.
western parts of our city, right? So we want to make sure
Yes,
that
sir.
they're always feeling included.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll get you those numbers to my mom's social worker in Santa Fe.
Okay.
So we got you covered.
I don't have a question, however, I would like to add something to their budget.
Okay.
And what I'd like to add is the libraries, I mean, I watched the reading program like every time they post it on social media. They had the little end of summer petting zoo. That was awesome. But what I would like to see is they have the books, they have the information. I would like to see them, whether we fund it out of the hot tax or whatever, have them be the hub for our cultural diversity program. Because we are a very diverse city. And I'd like to add a $12,000, that's $1,000 per month, and make them responsible for putting on a monthly program for our different diversities, whether it's cultural, ethnicity.
And you may be able to find a grant for that. With, you may be able to find a
But
grant.
this would use this to see where we need to add, but have them be the basis and the hub for it, because they have the books, they can coordinate with.
So basically you want to boost their programming funding with the focus
on
education around diversity and inclusivity.
right, and have them responsible for putting on once a month. They get $1,000 a month to put on a city-sponsored ethnicity program.
With the studio that Kyle's gonna
So-
put together.
No, more like for Hispanic month,
Yeah,
Hispanic
that's
Awareness
May.
Month. Have them bring in a mariachi band, dancers, have food catered. And that way it introduces different cultures, different
So that you
ethnicities.
can learn cultures.
Correct. And the rest of the month, they have all the books on that month.
Right.
So
Understand.
that's what I would like to see.
Understand.
If we can put in the budget somehow.
That's the proposal that's on our table that doesn't exist yet because Susie says it doesn't exist. Does anybody have any heartburn with that proposal?
I don't have heartburn, but I would say, I definitely don't have heartburn with the idea of boosting programming budget for the library so that they can do more programming. Like, I'm never gonna have a problem with that ever. The only caveat is maybe it's ambitious to say we expect them to do a new program every month in addition to what they already do and in addition to what they've already got planned for the next year. So maybe it's, again, the table that doesn't exist yet, a certain amount of money with the understanding that, hey, we'd like to see 3 new events this year, like start with that.
And grow it.
And grow it somewhere, something a little more like, especially since it's a directive from us to them, it's not coming necessarily with like, hey, we have this idea for these new things. One program a month is a lot. Like 12 new programs in a year is a whole lot to tell them to
And if we
organize.
were to do that, that would be a lot. And that's $1,000 a month is quite generous. We could put on big programs for that. I would want to form some sort of committee of other citizens, other city staff to brainstorm and let's come up with a plan for the entire year. And
would you be willing
that to
to,
council.
if we were to pump up the budget and then say, not necessarily one program a month, but we'd like you to spearhead creating this program in a committee with that's internal, would you be comfortable with that?
Sure, yeah. I could do
So what
that.
we could do then, Carlson and guys, ladies and gentlemen, we can, to Casey's point, add monies to that line item. And she has an idea of what we need. And then at that point, Amy can come back to us and say, after budget, here's what my plan is. And then Carlson, we could basically give them direction at that point. You know, today is the day that we may perhaps add monies if they're available. And then to Casey's point, once that's done, Amy can come back to us and we can say, okay, what do you got? She can tell us what she has. We can kind of help direct her in that way. But all centered around your theme of cultural diversity.
Right, and I
Right.
mean, it's pretty easy because they have the book, so,
Right.
and, I mean, it's not hard to go online and go,
Sure.
hey, look, it's this month, this ethnicity this month, so just put the books out and then just plan one Saturday for
Sure.
whatever.
Sure.
So, but
And,
Great suggestion.
and I don't want us to be left out because, you know, Galveston is talking about their history with Juneteenth, Tech City and settlement, which actually started in Lamarck. But Lamarck, we're not doing a lot to talk about that history with the Black Cowboys and all that. We did a big study on it back in the early 2000s, but we haven't, I think you have the book at the library now. But now that's all about to be monetized because now that Juneteenth is a federal holiday. So people are
Right.
going to be coming down to walk the trail. They want to, so people are going to skip us over as a city if we don't have stops where they can come. And you're going to play a big role in helping us to find out that the first African-American school on the mainland wasn't at Lincoln. It was across the street from Rising Star Cemetery, which is now a bunch of trees and it looks a hot mess because we don't have a historical marker pool. No one in the city of Lamarck did that. Where Miss Gary stays is where the original Black settlers actually came, but we haven't done anything as a city to put those markers. So now that that whole thing is about to be monetized, we're gonna lose out. But if you help us to discover that history, then when they visit Galveston, they'll stop by Lamarck and go to Benito's and visit our stores and get gas
Yeah.
and spend money here. But that could help in that effort to help get
let's
us
see
on
that.
that trail for tourism dollars. Money, 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 money.
And thank you for your instinct always to recognize that, like, you know, the best way to make sure a program about inclusivity and diversity should source people from the community to give advice and direction on it, right? Like, I think that is,
Yeah.
you couldn't have had a better answer. Like, it's a really good idea, but we don't want to say like, all right, diversity expert, go
Yeah,
decide all
yeah,
the things.
yeah.
Like,
He was like, yeah, you can find a
that's
book. It's not
that's
that
not
easy.
appropriate, and
It's
that's not
not that
actually
easy.
inclusive.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
so,
not that
and you
easy.
had the same response back when we did the first like Juneteenth pairing and whatnot. You guys came up with amazing programming, but you were careful from day one to be like, this
Yeah.
is not my rodeo. We have to work together.
Very mindful
So,
of that, yes.
so thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
And great discussion, Carlson. Great discussion. I think the council's heard you. I think that we understand what your contribution is to this. I think that Amy's heard you. So I think that we'll be able to move forward positively because of that contribution. Thank you for that.
yes, sir.
I'm excited about that possibility. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you there, Amy.
Welcome.
We are now moving to developmental services. We're gonna talk to a blank chair.
Is that Kathleen? who's gonna come
Amy,
up?
while you're here, you want to just talk to us about developmental services too? Just.
Thank you.
so
What-
much,
what-
Amy.
That is page 44.
Page 44.
That used to be under Dara.
Mhm.
So now it depends on what path that council would like to lead us to in terms of that department.
Oh.
We just follow your lead.
All right, guys, they have no organizational chart. We know that the Developmental Services Director reports to the city manager. We understand that today they are a department of how many employees? That's a Chase or Susie question. Is it 4?
Well, the inspector position was approved by council current fiscal year. But we have somebody working under contract to help us meet that function. Do we want to convert that? I don't know. I think that was Dara's decision that it
Yeah.
would have been better under contract. I don't know what all the reasoning behind it. I have no
Yeah.
idea.
I'm never a person that likes to contract and outsource out.
Okay.
I'm always a person, and I'm just one that likes to have those positions filled in-house. They're part of the team, they're part of the staff. Council, the question that Susie is bringing to us is, I believe our inspector or inspectors are part-time. One of them handles the plans review. The other one handles the actual inspections. So there are 2 folks that are working part-time.
Now, what we have, council approved 1 position, inspector, but we contract with 2 individuals. So do we want to lump those 2 functions into 1, or do we want to add another inspector position? I mean, that's up to council. I don't know.
So you're saying, what you just said is not reflected on here, right? Like, we have 1 approved inspector, but we also contract with 2
Right,
separate other.
but the position is vacant.
Okay,
We just contract out
I
for
see.
that services.
So the funding is there for us to hire a full-time inspector,
For one,
one
yes,
full-time inspector.
the funding is there, but we just need to move from contract line item into personnel payroll line item.
Got
Because
it,
currently we pay it out of contract.
got it.
So now you're saying to make it a permanent position? That's what
Yes.
you're proposing?
Yeah, and take it from 2 part-time to 1 full-time permanent.
Kathleen, do you believe that one person can handle all this?
No, sir, I do not. Currently, which I've just gotten some numbers just from permitting in the last couple of days. There's times there's 30 to 40 inspections per day per inspector, and they're both contract. One works 3 days, the other works 2 days. One of them is the plan reviewer, as Susie said. So that takes away time and adds more inspections to the other, but the current rate of growth in the city, I would say 2 at the minimum,
Okay, so you said 30 to 40 per.
30 to 40
person?
inspections per day. Sometimes these are finals, which take 45 to 60 minutes per final inspection. And that's commercial and residential.
Wow,
The plans examiner should be, that's all they do. They shouldn't have inspector duties also, because that's a lengthy process, because you gotta look at all those plans and make sure they're in compliance. So it should be 2 separate ones. It should be 2 separate positions, and that plans examiner, that's all they do, day in, day out. I mean,
And they do just the actual structural inspections. They don't do the civil.
Right.
We use Attico for that, and they don't do the fire. The fire marshal, Merriman handles those.
but it's still a big task, just those 1 plans. So I
And
think
there
that should be
are-
it separate.
And Dara did put in for a planner position. And what we have in the proposed budget, because when she was here, she was already the director for that department, and she only put it in for the planner. After she left, then I went ahead and put in a director for development services. And I don't know about the planner, because to me, it depends on whether or not that director would want a planner underneath him or her, or maybe council wants to go another direction. So I don't know, but currently what's in the proposed budget is the director for development services, an inspector position, 2 permit specialists, and we also put in for a part-time permit clerk. That's a new one that we're proposing to council to assist with relieving lunches, things like that.
And what we're hearing for Kathleen's opinion is that there really needs to be 2 inspectors. And then that means also though, because in here you have inspector, but it's / plans examiner. So if we were to turn that into just 1 inspector, then that means we also need to add on in here a plans examiner.
Y'all want to come up from the department? Hey, y'all.
Yeah, it's just like, there's a lot here that like, I don't have enough knowledge about.
Also, there is a contract for our planner contract or something in y'all's budget. I think the company's Googled or something. This is Carmen Rivera. She's our permit tech. And this is Margaret Cofield. She's the one who handles all the development services side, the planning and zoning meetings and everything.
So on this, you're the permit clerk, and you are the, what is your position again?
I'm a permit clerk too, but I work the planning and zoning.
So which one of you all would be considered the permit specialist? You're the specialist, okay, and you're the clerk. Very good. Nice to meet you guys.
What's the difference between the permit specialist and a city planner?
The city planner does more like the PDMs, the pre-development meetings, the planning and zoning.
The planning and zoning plots, the rezones, the PDDs, the planning developments, things like that, getting that all together, filing once they're approved and going through.
Have we ever had a city planner? That you
I
know
don't
of?
think so, that I have, it's just a position that I was given.
Wait. Say that again.
It's a position that I was.
Which position were you given?
What happened is I came over from the utility side as a full-time employee on the permit side to assist Carmen
Okay.
because it was only Carmen there at the time.
Okay.
Susie
When
was
was-
doing the
when-
job that I
when-
was doing, that I'm doing now.
When? Susie.
Susie Sutton.
Okay, so you replaced Susie Sutton.
So when
Gotcha.
Susie Sutton decided to retire,
And what was her
she
role?
said, Margaret, you're gonna learn to do this
She was.
because of my background.
So
in
what was
construction.
Susie's role?
Planning,
Development
development services.
coordinator.
I'm sitting here thinking the way hers read.
When Susie, like, when Susie retired and then like, it's not that you stepped into that position, you just stepped in and absorbed those duties that she was doing.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. Somebody had to still produce the agendas, the meeting minutes, schedule it, reach out, get the information so that we could let
I'd like to,
the committee know what was going on,
can
so
y'all-
that we could prepare for city council to know
Right,
what was going
obviously,
on.
right. I'd like to hear, so hearing Kathleen's opinion is really helpful, and obviously, like, I have so much ignorance around what y'all need, so I really, really want to hear from y'all directly, like, so if we were to add, like, do you concur? How do you feel about the need of an additional inspector?
I think, I know that was one of the questions that you guys were asking in regards whether we need 2 inspectors or if they were working part-time. Jeremy does inspections and he does / plan reviews. So he does take maybe 20 to 30 inspections on a daily basis. Monday through Wednesdays, on Thursday and Friday, he does plan reviews. Plan reviews are constantly coming in. Chris does Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays inspection. So Jeremy can focus during the plan reviews.
And what's missing there? What would make it better? Is it, because right now that means so one person is splitting the one full-time inspector position. Kathleen suggested at the pace that we're growing, that is not sufficient. Do you agree with that? And then if that was the case, then if we had 2 inspector positions, we still need a plans examiner, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else on these salaries? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around it because it's hard to decipher that from what we have here. And that's why I'm asking you deliberately, but I understand now.
Right.
You feel like in order to meet the demand, 2 inspectors, 1 plans examiner. There's not currently a development coordinator listed in here, right? There would still be the director. There would be permits specialist, which is you, part-time permit clerk. But
Which
are
is-
you?
I'm not part-time.
No.
We recently attained a part-time because there was just so much need for somebody. If Carmen is out, then everything would fall to me. If I was out, everything falls to Carmen.
Sure.
And as much as we can work together, there are things that she does that I don't know on the permitting side,
course.
and things that I do on planning and zoning, she doesn't know.
So Susie, where is Margaret listed here? What is her, who is she on this list?
I have her as permit specialist, but.
But I was under the understanding that Carmen is permit specialist.
Right.
So they're both, there's 2 permit
Because
specialists. I'm
she
sorry, maybe
started
I'm-
off as a permit.
Oh, I'm
clerk.
sorry. I'm sorry.
She
This was
started off
something-
as a permit clerk,
While
but the
Susie
job
was there.
description
Got it.
changed.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's my
Susie
bad. I
was
was
there.
misreading. Okay. So then, so the only thing not reflected in this proposal is the addition of, well, is the separation of plans examiner from inspector and the addition. There's two jobs on here that what I'm hearing is desired, another inspector and a plans examiner, and changing the combo position into just an inspector.
So we need 2 inspectors and 1 plan examiner.
One
Yes,
plan examiner,
correct.
yes.
And a
That's what I'm
director.
hearing.
And we'd like
Director.
a director, and we'd like to keep our
You'd like a director, yeah.
temporary part-time clerk that we
Right.
have to assist us. When we're overflowing, when she's out to lunch and I'm busy on the phone, we've got customers coming to the door wanting their permits.
Sure.
So you're saying, okay, let me get this straight. So based on the page 45, Susie, you're requesting development service director, 1, permit specialist, 2, permit clerk, is that 1 now? 1 full-time permit clerk or 2 permit clerks?
We're proposing a part-time permit clerk.
A part-time, okay. What about the development coordinator? Is that job gone?
That job's
Yes.
gone.
Okay, so then a plans examiner by itself, and then an inspector 2. Correct? That what we're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this, it would be another inspector.
Right. 2 inspectors and 1 plan examiner, but 2
Right.
different
The
jobs.
council already approved for one this current year. We just didn't fill it. And instead, we went out and contract.
Okay. But now we're saying we need to go ahead and
I think the
That's what
confusion
I'm
there is
hearing.
that in plans examiner is also serving as an inspector. And what we're saying is that needs to change and that needs to be
Separate.
separated. It needs to
Yes.
not be combination anymore. So we're saying like, that's what's confused. Like if you look on your position titles here in the line items, we
Right.
should change plans examiner / inspector to one or the other. If we change it to plans examiner, then boom, boom, we need 2 more lines for inspectors.
so he should not be doing plan examiner and inspections. He should just be doing the
He
examination.
has enough to
Right.
review and inspect and take a look at for a week's worth of work. So it throws everything behind.
Right.
Especially if he's out on vacation,
Right.
then
Yeah.
we need
Yeah.
another, instead of 10 to 15 days to review, we need 15 to 20 days.
Yeah, no, it's like,
There's absolutely.
The commercial plans that are coming in take a large amount of time.
Sure, yeah.
As to where the residential, they're a little bit easier to go through. But the commercials, the Amazons, the schools, they take a lot more time to go through.
Sure. Okay.
Listen, here's, I'm sorry, Casey.
No, please.
There's some frustration here. Good to meet you all. That's the first of the frustrations.
is that this is our first time really having an opportunity to meet you all. That's really for me very frustrating. Seems like we would have met a department that's this significant in our operation. And again, because Casey's helping me. Nothing against you guys. Welcome. It's good to see you. So none of this frustration is directed at you. So this plans examiner, right? Do we get a fee for every plan that this person examines? There's a fee. So
There is review fees, yes.
so I would like to see this plans examiner stay in a place that we may consider compensating that person by review.
You know, as of right now.
Because this person is taking a bunch of vacations and it's frustrating you. And you shared your frustration with us. So now we're doubly frustrated, right? Why can't we pay that person per plan review and see how far we get?
Are they a
They're contracted labor is what we have.
Right, so that's right up our alley. I don't like contract
I
labor.
don't know what y'all have.
Right, I don't like contract labor. I think it should be in-house, but in this particular case, this is Lamarque. And I think that jobs of this nature should probably be done case by case, job by job, if we're already assessing a fee for this. Now, that's my opinion. I'm gonna ask council to weigh in a minute. I do think you probably need 2 in-house inspectors because of all of the work that's being done and the growth. We want those people to be City of Lamarque people. We want Chase to put eyeballs on them every day, right? To make sure that we're all moving forward in the same direction. Here's the other question I have. You're a permit specialist, is that what? So what's the difference between being a permit specialist and a regular permit clerk?
I believe the duties, the permit specialist handles more of the bulk of the work that comes in, working with the city engineer, the engineers, doing the plan reviews, sending it to the inspectors. The permit clerk does more like the phone calls, scanning.
Okay.
The light duty.
That makes sense. Okay. Last thing I want to ask before I ask council to weigh in on what I just said about this plans examiner being fee driven is, Susie, this used to be one job. The city attorney and the developmental services used to be one job. What salary did we place for the isolated standalone developmental services director?
In the proposed budget, I put in roughly around 95,000. That was what the previous city manager was paying Dara's predecessor. Mr. Sukup. How do you pronounce it?
Oh, that's what okay. That's what the previous city manager to Mr. Jackson was paying. Oh, I got you now. I got you. Okay.
That was right before Dara came, and of course, after Dara came, that changed.
Have we did a salary survey on this position? Is that consistent with other municipalities our size with the same size budget, same size workload?
Yes.
Okay.
And part of that was some cities call it community development director, depends on the job description. Ours is development services director. Some handles code as well. Ours just happened to be split. So long story short, there's a range. And it just so happened that I'm trying to be consistent, what we pay to previous development services director. And if we're gonna go back that route, then I just put the same number budgeted.
Yeah, no, I don't have, if you researched it, I don't have a problem with it at all. I just was curious. I know that we were breaking that position up.
We researched it, but that's based on the job description. That's what duties assigned to this role.
Yeah. well, we'll start here and we'll move
Mhm.
forward because we don't have a lot of time in the budget
Right.
process.
Right.
My only offering, guys, I think we agree on most of everything. My only idea that, I'd like for you all to consider is perhaps this year that plan examiner be fee driven. You review a plan, you finish the review, then you get the fee. Because this person, sounds like, based on staff, this person, for whatever reason, again, I'm not saying it's malicious, intentional, but that position is throwing the rest of our operation behind. Is that fair to say?
Because we only, the one person that does the review does inspections as well. So his job is, yeah, he's overloaded.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to do his
Exactly.
job the way he's supposed to because he's been doing
He's
more.
got all the inspections the first half of the week, and then he tries to catch up with the reviews the second half.
Keith, I don't understand what you mean by
So here's what I'm trying to say, Casey. So if I am a plan examiner, right? Each plan that's brought to our city to be examined, we charge a fee for that as a city, right? So let's say it's $5. When I say fee driven, I'm saying, how about we propose that our plan examiner reviews those plans and we pay that person a fee based on the amount, the type, and the scope of plans that they review. So for example, commercial plan reviews in excess of an X amount dollar figure might be $2 per review for that person. Residential plan review, which sounds like it might be on a smaller scale, easier to complete, might be 50 cents. But the plans review examiner would get compensated based on the amount of plans they're able to complete in their review.
You basically make it competitive.
Yeah, it's based per plan instead of an hourly rate, Casey. Does that make sense? A
Yeah,
little
it
better
does make sense. I get the financial attractiveness of that, but I also wonder if the way that would play out for a real person in the job would be, that makes their job fundamentally different than everyone else on salary. Like, because does that mean that then they have a different salary every week?
No, but they're contract, aren't
The
they?
contract already.
This person's already contracted, right? Because they're not on salary. And right, it's,
He or she is a contract employee already.
and apparently, because I got a text, somebody's watching. They said my biggest complaint, aggravation holdup was when I was installing my generator last fall, was the permits and inspection. Carmen was the most helpful person who finally gave me her direct phone number, so I didn't get a voicemail every time I called this department. This department definitely needs additional staffing based on my experience. So we got some issues. That's one of my good folks.
So it would be typical to, in their contract, have it be that it was fee-based?
So let me say this to give us some background. So I'm gonna try to pronounce this accurately. Bureau Veritas. Did I do it right, Chase? So when they did inspections in the new houses on the west side of town and east side of town, we paid them for a good number of years based on the amount of inspections they were able to complete. You remember that?
I do.
So that's the same concept, perhaps with this plans examiner.
They keep going on vacation.
That keeps going on vacation. We might be mischaracterizing that person.
Also, we paid them for plan reviews.
We already paid Bureau Veritas for plan reviews. So it's the same model, Casey. It's just that we're trying to apply it now to a contract person.
That helps. I would like to hear from y'all though. Does that sound like?
Well, I don't want y'all to misunderstand what we say in reference to our plan reviewer inspector. It's not that he's always gone or he takes much time off. It's just he is that overloaded. And his contract is only for a certain amount of time per week, and that's what he dedicates. That doesn't mean that he's gonna get through everything, is what I'm understanding through a lot of different areas. So if you're doing Monday, 20 inspections that range from 45 minutes to a 15-minute. You're finished your day. Your day is ended. The second day you come back, you've got 15 to do. And maybe you have an extra hour you can dedicate to a plan review. Okay, so then Wednesday, okay, your backup, which is our secondary inspector, comes in. Y'all talk together about the big commercial projects that you're going to go inspect that day, because Wednesday we have 2 inspectors. So when Haley needs inspections or something, we need 2 pair of eyes looking at big commercial projects such as the Haley, such as Amazon, things like that. So they go together first thing in the morning and do those inspections. And then when they come back, Jeremy does plan reviews Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Got it. That's, listen. We're great job, guys. Great job. We are already having a tremendous amount of trouble with the lack of follow through in our city. I'm with you. Sounds like the council's with you in the idea that we need 2 full-time inspectors that are employees of the city of Lamar. This other person who's plan review, I'm sure that person is a hardworking, well-meaning person. We stipulate to that. A city our size going through the things that we're going through, I don't know if I'm just one person, if at this time it's necessary for us to bring this person on as a full-time employee, or to continue this person in the part-time status that they're in, because part-time people are people that give you part-time dedication. If you're going to be if you're going to be a contractor, then it needs to be result driven. I don't know how we pay contractors on an hourly basis. For me, that breeds inefficiency. For me, in my business, that's what I've experienced. So if we're doing part-time, for me, I'm one person, there are 4 others. We're doing contract. If we're doing contract, then that contract does not need to be based on an hourly rate, and things don't ever get done. For me, one person, that contract needs to be based on how much did you get done? That's how much you will be compensated. For me. What say the rest of council?
I agree. I mean, it makes no sense to pay them hourly just because, like you said, you're not gonna get results. You're just gonna get someone just to buy time. So I think if we keep a contract, like you said, just results driven versus like the productivity driven.
Right.
And the inspectors should be in-house. So I think we need to add, because I noticed we still have a development services inspector on the positions available on the city website. We need to add a second one. If not, contract to those 2 positions, but have them results driven.
Right.
That's my opinion.
I think that I'm definitely in favor of us having 2 inspectors that are on staff, 100%. I don't know if I feel very strongly either way about whether that plans reviewer or plans examiner should be on staff or contract. Honestly, we haven't talked about the money yet, so it might be an easier conversation once we're looking at hard numbers. Well, easier and harder. But the only thing, the reason I don't feel super confident in saying this is definitely how I feel is because I hear the logic of what you're saying, that there's definitely logic and we want it to be based on the scope of work you're doing, not just hourly. with the exception that I am, like you've mentioned many times, like the workload changes day to day based on what is asked of them that day, like how many plans are on the docket and the type of things to look at, right? I would assume so. I wouldn't want it, I don't know if we can negotiate in a contract that like you get so much for this type of plan, so much for this type of plan. Because we wouldn't want to treat everything the same, because if one plan takes 5 hours to go through and one plan takes 30, they shouldn't be paid the same. That's not fair. And at least it doesn't sound fair to me.
Sure.
So, so then we're just kind of getting into an arena that I just don't know how that contract works. I don't know. I would want it to just be fair with that in mind, that yes, we want results, but also we understand not every project is the same.
Right.
And we want to encourage someone who will give their best work for all of them because they know it will be recognized. And it's not just, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do all 30 of the easiest projects because I'm going to get paid for those. But why would I spend, because if we're going to imagine someone taking advantage of the system, we have to think of that too, right? Like I'll go through all the work that's the easiest stuff for me to do because then it looks like I did 50 things today instead of spending time on this thing that's going to take a lot of work, but boy, is it important. And I don't even know if that's how that works. Like, I'm just like, I'm like talking about things I don't truly know, but it just seems possible. So I would really leave that more to what are the numbers that we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Like, and just keeping that in mind because I don't know how those.
And we have a model, Casey, the Bureau Veritas, they did the same thing. So maybe we can pull some of their stuff to see what that would even look like.
Yeah, but yeah, I think most important is it's very clear that help is needed, people are needed. So let's get that other inspector, let's separate that plans examiner job out. And then I'll sort of let the
Go
other
from there.
details
Okay.
figure out.
Kim, what you got?
Well, this department really represents us to visitors and investors and people that want to do business with us. So it's important that it's not a bottleneck department. It needs to be professional. It needs to work seamlessly. So I'm all in favor for the staff. I still think we do need an on-staff examiner because they're coming so quick, right? But I don't know if we can do that. But I'm real big about presentation and being professional. Make sure you have that there are certain departments that people will see even before they decide to do business with us. You're that department. So when it's not right, that investor or that potential person goes back, oh my God, they're so unprofessional. Oh my God, they're so, and that's what they're saying. Because that's what I hear when I talk to my friends in Clear Lake in Houston about, it's getting better, Kim, but there are some things we need to improve on. But what it sounds like, there's just been a lot of work. There's been a lot of things happening. So again, I still think we need someone on staff. That's what I think. That my background is staffing, that's kind of what I bring to the table. And if we can afford it, I think we need to do it because we do have all these developments coming and we want more development. We're gonna get that 900 acres from U of H to do something with, and we gotta make sure that you guys are ready for that and have the staff that you need.
I need, once again, I didn't even know you guys existed, so I apologize. I need to, I heard some things and I just need some clarity. You made a transition from another department to your present job. In that transition, was there any special training? Do you have any certifications? Anything associated with the work that you're doing now?
My history is through construction.
Through construction.
I've done construction most of my life. I've done my, I have a partial degree through college in the mainland with construction. Did not finish it, became a mom and just stopped at that point.
Yeah.
But I have worked for building, commercial, civil construction companies all my life.
So
I brought, when I came in as a temporary employee at the start of COVID in utilities department, working in water and building.
And
When it was time for me to transition, they were like, we want you to stay. But at that time, the department over there had a need because the girl that was there helping farming left. Quit, whatever. And Patty mentioned to me that they had a position, would I be interested in doing that position? And I was like, well, that's my heart, that's my passion, that's home for me.
Right.
So it was easy for me to go there, to know I can read plans, I know plans, I've done the opposite side, I've done the builder side of providing the information. Now I'm on the other side saying, I need you to give me this information.
So that's where you've got some hands-on experience on the permitting side.
Yes.
That's,
Yes.
and likewise with you, it's just hands-on experience
Hands-on, yeah.
and
It's like,
not any special certifications or anything other than some of the classes you said you did. And here's where, Mr. Mayor and Mr. City Manager, I'm having, even with our previous Director of Development Services, I never even liked the title. And of course, I certainly didn't like the dual roles. As I told you early on, I felt it was a conflict. But I think cities like Lamarque at this point really need a person that is trained in and has a master's level in planning, in city planning, which involves all these areas of zoning, of analysis, of commercial, speaking the same language with some of the parties that we're dealing with, providing you guys the guidance that's out there. Because right now, but in a bigger context, you guys are the folks that are really engaging the most with the public. If I need a building permit, I go to economic development. It used to be an economic development, right? That's where you guys are at, right? And you go to economic, you're not even here, you go to economic development. And then you secure, or you make the request if I'm a homeowner, or I say I'd like to do, I'm putting a new roof on my home, for example. And I declare a value for that, or I indicate that I'm doing the work on my own. And so there's two different values associated with whether I have a contractor doing the job, or in some instances, the contractor themselves will come and pull the permit. Is that accurate too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys are the ones that are engaging on that. And then you're also telling me, then once the work is complete, this contract inspector is then putting, he or she, I don't even know if it was a he or she, but then it's on their schedule now, once the work is completed, or to check in during the work while it's progressing to inspect the property. Is that right? Is that what I understood?
The contractor, homeowner, who's ever doing the work, contacts Carmen or I, our
Yeah.
department,
Uh-huh.
and request inspection.
Oh, they request, okay.
They
Okay.
request the inspection. Once they request the inspection, if we have availability the next day, that's what we do.
Mhm.
There are times where they call 2 days ahead of time, hey, I'm gonna need an inspection on Thursday.
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha, Thursday.
And to clarify, especially like in the case of the home roofs, that is, our inspection is not an engineering inspection for purposes of windstorm.
No, we do not do windstorm.
You don't do windstorm. And you let the homeowner know that, right?
Yes.
This does not qualify you for windstorm certification.
We often tell them.
Yeah.
A good portion of people have heard me, and I have to explain what windstorm is.
Mhm.
New construction residential, they're all asked, as part of their finals, that they have to provide a third party windstorm inspection to get a certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I just go back, Mr. City Manager and Mr. Mayor, I think that just revisiting that top level, that the planner, a city planner, and you see most cities our size, Galveston Their department works under city planners and League city planners. And that's their background, that's their training is laying forth the vision. And because at times I did feel that our previous employee was almost being an advocate for the other party as opposed to the interest of the city. That's just a personal observation.
Yeah.
So Mayor, I would like to add, Carmen and Margaret, y'all know how difficult this has been, this last month. And I thank you so much for hanging in there and dealing with what we've been dealing with. And you know exactly what I mean. Thank you so much for stepping in to help them and even Elizabeth and Den. We've all been trying to piecemeal this together to keep this going, moving forward. And it's been difficult. Thank you so much. Literally, I know how tough it's been for y'all, and thank you.
If I may add, council, code works very closely with this department, especially with these two. And both of them wear more hats than what they presented to you today.
Yeah, for sure.
Margaret does a lot more than issue building permits, with all due respect. Carmen does a lot more than issue building permits. They are the face of the city when it comes to new development coming in here after that new development presents with their documents and everything. But they have held this department together. They've both learned their jobs extremely well, and they are very customer oriented. When you have two people that will get over 130 calls per day, and one of them's handling the zone planning and zoning side and the development side and planning the PDM meetings and everything else, and answering phones on building permits and everything else. They've done an exceptional job, and I think they're selling themselves a little bit short.
Yeah.
If they would actually tell you what all they do in a day. Because I know you've gotten complaints that they don't answer the phone. Well, we all have 2 ears. We can only talk to one conversation at a time, but every time you call them and you don't get an answer, they call you back. So I think y'all, there's more to them than just permit clerks or permit specialists, whatever title you want to give them. But they have done an extremely excellent job.
And help is on the way. We just don't want to rush something and bring someone in that we just don't know, we don't want to make mistakes as to what happened in the past. And I'm here to support you, Kathleen. We're all here. We're all wearing multiple hats right now, keeping this entire city moving forward right now. So I understand your frustration, and I just want to say thank you so much. Literally.
And know this, our frustration as a council has nothing to do with you ladies or even this department. We're excited about what you've done, appreciative for the fact that you've been able to make it work. Our frustration is that we didn't get a chance to be more involved and have a better understanding of what you do and what you need from us, right? When this is the first time we actually have heard your names as a council, it can get frustrating because we want to know.
We
want
look
to be
forward
able
to knowing you guys more.
Yeah, so that we can understand what you need better. That's all that's about. But definitely, job well done. Thank you all for moving the department forward, even though you have not had a director for a month or so. So thank you guys for doing that. Again, it sounds like we know that help is on the way. Sounds like we know you need 2 inspectors. Sounds like we know we need both of you ladies. And we know we need to hire a department head, to Joe's point. What that looks like will be up to this council, but you will definitely have a department head sooner rather than later. Sounds like the only other outstanding bit of business that we have is what to do about this plan examiner. We know we need the service. The council will figure out what that looks like and how to best augment what you all are already doing through that. So again, thank you for everything that y'all have done. Any other questions for these ladies?
No, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, next time, let's meet under different circumstances.
This really did deal with it. It was helpful. That
Maybe a festive lunch.
Thank you for how hard you're working. And thank you. And we really do. I know all of us would like to know you as well as we feel like we know a lot of other employees because you're so vital. Thank you very much.
We see Kathleen every day, ladies, every day. Oh, I'm just kidding. Thank y'all, seriously. Thank y'all. All right, we are at code. Speaking of Kathleen. No, they left.
For real?
They seriously left.
Okay, well, I don't blame them.
They're gonna reschedule with us. We had a schedule that we thought would work. And we're running behind, first time for this council in this budget workshop. So we don't want to speed the process up. We want to make sure. We'll reconvene, maybe even Monday. Maybe even Monday, we might be able to come in an hour early. We have to be here at 3 anyway.
So you want us to come in at 2?
She'll follow up with them tomorrow.
No, that's okay. I was late today. I don't even brush my hair, so like I'm totally fine with it. I was just gonna.
This isn't. Let me say this: being here as long as I've been here,
Thank you.
this is the most work that any council that I've ever been a part of has been able to accomplish in the span of, let's see, before Kim, since May, we've been really busy. And since Kim has arrived, we have kicked it into 5th gear. So we're getting tremendous amounts of work done. And it's more thorough than we've ever done it. And so it just takes time to get it right. And we still haven't scratched the surface. Having said all those wonderful things, we are now at code.
And that is on page
91.
90.
90. Oh, yeah.
$90 or $91?
90 is the org chart.
Did everybody get a copy of this? Well, I'm sorry. Kathleen presented everybody. Y'all got one? Okay, all right. We're starting on page 90. That is the org chart of the code compliance. Again, housekeeping. That position at this point reports to the interim city manager. Do you have any questions for? Okay. Give her whatever. Council, do y'all have any questions about the org chart for code compliance?
No.
Y'all see that blue box, that light blue box between code enforcement supervisor and the officers?
Yeah.
At least part of that, is that correct? Is paid by the Economic Development Corporation. Part of that salary is
So do we
paid
have
by.
that person now? We have that person now?
Ma'am?
Do we have that person now? The revitalization specialist?
Is that person
Yes.
operating currently?
Yes. It's Elizabeth Childs.
Oh, that's Elizabeth. Okay.
So any other questions about the org chart?
No.
All right, let's move to page 91. I don't think that Joe had any questions about the org chart. If he does, we'll backtrack. 92, I'm sorry, 92 and 93, objectives of accomplishments and line item.
And 94 gives you all the details.
94 gives you the back details. Anybody have any questions on 92, 93, and even 94? Thank you, Susan.
Yes, sir.
Kathleen, I was hoping you could follow up and tell us, in your accomplishments, you reported about the rental registrations, the 839 that weren't registered that you found out. Could you tell us?
That's
briefly,
correct. That's correct. I contacted Lee with utility billing and asked her for a report of all the homes that had water service in the city. And my staff and I sat down and we went through this list. And trust me, that was thousands of addresses in there. We found 834 that were not registered in the rental registration program. So we sent letters out to all those And to date, I believe we've probably registered another 400. There's still some that refuse to do it that we're still working on. But
But that's amazing. That's what I wanted to know was what was, after you sent out the notifications, what did we recoup? That's pretty great.
about 400 registered.
Okay.
Now, and part of those also, they were some that there was just a handful that family members were living there. Some of them have quite a few rental homes, established management property companies. They were a little harder to drag along to go ahead and get registered, but so far we've done pretty well. We still have several that we're working on. And a lot of that involves title searches. So we really have to dig down to find out who these people are, besides just what the owner says. It takes a while to find them, but we've notified all of them. And so now we're at the point we can either issue citations or we can just keep working on them. So,
Yes, sir.
but
Okay.
that was a big increase.
Yeah, that's huge. So what happens if they don't respond, like after a year that they don't respond, what do we do?
If they don't, we can issue a citation.
So we just keep finding them and finding them and finding them. Then we take them to court.
And just so you know.
Or they
this
pay the
is-
fine and then.
This is new. This is we haven't had this.
No, I remember.
regimentation.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember
I was gonna say, So I don't know if we really reached that moment of like you having clear
Right.
direction on at what point, like what are the parameters of what action do we take if someone's just refusing?
Right.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is they don't live here. They
Right.
we have in Nevada, they live in Alaska, they live in Utah, they live everywhere across the country. And more we're finding these people that own these properties don't live in the state. And that presents a problem unless y'all want to fly me around the country to find them.
So that's important because absentee owners have no working knowledge more times than not. We can't say it in total of the activities that are occurring on their properties, right? So
True.
they're more times than not, when we find code violations, we find them in rental properties, on rental properties, which means taxpayer dollars in the form of code enforcement officers have to generate action against those properties.
Correct.
Right? So part of this rental registration ordinance is to generate enough financial resource that we would be able to adequately enforce the code across our entire city.
Correct. It also was to increase the number of the extra officers that we have now. And the fees that they pay, because remember, council waived the fees the first year, which I agreed with. I think it was great. We've gone 2 more years. And while we still, every October, we send out the letters to all the registrants, all the property owners. Every single year, we pay to do that. And we've not raised the fees in all these years. And now it's getting to the point where I think it's time to revisit that. Considering the amount of time that we're spending on investigations on these rental homes. And they're slowly or quickly approaching where it's going to end up being where we're going to have to do rental inspections due to some of the neglect from these landlords that are not living near here and that don't really pay attention to what their properties look like.
Right. And so part of that again is this taxing of tax dollars in the form of when we have properties that are substandard. There are all sorts of other issues that go along with that will ultimately tax the municipality, right?
Right.
So water issues, sewer issues, public safety issues, potential fire hazards. Usually people, if they can afford not to, they don't like to live in substandard conditions. So they move. So the people that actually occupy these structures are people that can only afford to occupy these structures. Those people tend to be people that unfortunately find themselves victims of crime, which then opens the door for more response from our police department, which then opens the door for more response from our emergency medical services.
Yes, sir.
And so the taxpayer, this is the point I'm trying to make. The taxpayer pays more when we don't have a rental registration ordinance to make sure these properties are meeting a standard level of habitability. And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, Kathleen, but this is a budget workshop. People are listening. So we're
Oh,
just
I
trying to
know,
educate.
I know. I've been waiting
Yeah.
all these days for this.
So let me ask you this,
I know, I just wish it had
Yeah,
happened.
it's
earlier.
like, ooh.
but we have to, because we have to make sure that we are laying the foundation for the need.
Right. I agree.
Because without these types of discussions, what it looks like to folks when they talk about it in these other venues, looks like some sort of, I thought someone said something about extortion one time. Y'all heard those types of
Oh, yeah.
things? You know, with just another money grab, right? There are all these other reasons and explanations as to why we are doing this that are inaccurate. This is a move proactively to save taxpayer dollars, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm done with that. So I'm done, Casey, off the soapbox. Listen. Two questions and then I'll open it up to council. Number one, we've identified at this point 1,040 rental properties. Seems like we've generated $49,300 worth of revenue. Let me ask you this, if the first property is $100, how is that number so low?
Because let me give you an example. Saltgrass, the rental development out in Saltgrass. They have what, 185 units, 185 or 89 houses. Don't hold me to that number, it's close. Well, they pay $100. And then they pay $20 for every other one. That's why that number is not as high as what you would expect to have with the number of rental units we have.
And that's why you're saying it's time to reassess.
Exactly.
Right.
So, and we have more and more of those subdivisions coming in. We have some landlords that own 10, 15 properties. Just like Horizon over here, the apartments over here on Main Street, it's $100 for the first one. And then it's only 20 after that.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you're not seeing the numbers. And plus, daily, we find a new rental home.
Right.
And I found one this morning. And it's like, okay, well, now there's another letter we have to generate and send out to get them to register.
So that $50,000 pays for one code enforcement officer.
Pretty much.
And if we, I mean, I think it's clear, definitely, I think it is time for us to reassess because we did something to start, right? And you said from the beginning and in those beginning planning meetings, it was like, we have to get started. And we know that eventually what we're gonna run into is a lot of work. And I mean, and not even realizing now that like, yeah, 100+ homes in a rental, institution should not be treated the same way as I own 5 rental properties.
Right.
Those are two very, very different things.
Right.
So I'd like to see us address that at a council meeting soon.
Right, I agree.
The 49,000 doesn't even cover the postage I need for a year with 3 code enforcement officers working full time. So we'll get into that on further on down.
Sure. The other question I have basically is how many, and just ballpark, and we get late in the day and we still have to hear from Susie, but how many other rental properties do you just, and again, this is totally a guesstimate on your part, do you think that are still outstanding?
Oh, ballpark, I would
Just
say
ballpark.
at least 500,000 to 600,000. I'm 600.
500 or 600 more.
Yeah. If not more. It's, and unless they volunteer or we're doing just a random search. Or in this case, it was an open records request and an address. I was like, what? Okay, let me check. Or we're doing a title search for lien payoffs and things. That's when we find out a lot of these homes. It's just random.
Okay.
You know, they're not going to volunteer. Or we have a complaint for a home that of the brush and everything on the city easement. Then we investigate it and find out it's a rental home that's never been registered.
Council? Any questions on Joe? We're on 92, 93, and 94 line items and accomplishments, objectives.
For those owners that are hard to reach or that are out of state, I think you and I talked about this already, though. I'm just gonna put it on the record. Are we giving them an opportunity to allow a property management team to come in to do that property management for them?
We don't step into that realm at all.
Okay.
We simply contact the listed owner on the appraisal district record. If they choose to go to a property management company, that's
So they
not
may
something
not
that
know.
the city will be
Yeah.
involved in. That's purely their choice.
Yeah, because they may not know, because if, I think, Mr. Mayor and Chase, we need to give some direction on that. If we have some local property management teams here that could do that, and I would go far as to say, we may look into doing that to generate some revenue. I'm a former director of public housing, to look into formulating maybe one of our own. So then we can manage some of these properties. And then that becomes where you become a housing authority, but it's separate from the city. It's a nonprofit, separate from the city with a different board and all that, but that would help eliminate some of these, some landlords, and we have a lot of them in District 8, for real. And they don't respond. You're absolutely right. And they completely ignore your letters, because I've written some. And so what do you do when, you have a non-responsive owner?
There's a lot of things. Maybe I should just explain our process mainly on what we do almost every single case. If it's okay with council. When we get a complaint, whether it be a rental registration or unlawful deposits in the city right away or anything, the first thing we do is pretty much it's a miniature title search. We find out who the owner is. We find out the parameters of the owner, whether he's a landlord with several properties, that one property, where he lives. We find phone numbers, emails and stuff for them, and we make contact. We not only open a case for a violation, we also will leave a door hanger on their door to let them know, or we'll call them. We knock on the door, or we'll call them if nobody's there. Say, hey, we need to talk to you about this violation. If that doesn't work, then we send a second, which is required. We send a second notice to them. Then we try and contact them again. So it's not that our processes are not like what you're seeing on social media and everything. We cannot just go out and open cases randomly on people. That's not what code enforcement does. With the rental registrations, we mail out, we don't even have to by ordinance send them a letter every October to every single landlord that owns property in the city. We don't have to do that. We do that as a courtesy.
Right.
We do that to give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, they forgot. Just like everything else we do. If somebody calls and says there's illegal dumping on my street because somebody cut their trees, we go and knock on their door, or we'll leave a door hanger and say, hey, give us a call.
Right.
You can't put this here. And if that doesn't work, then we send a letter. Now, there's some cases where we have to send a letter by law, which the city attorney can tell you. And we do, but it plainly states in here, this is your first notice. And there's a phone number in there to call. You must do this in a certain amount of time. Everything is very clear in these violation letters. So if we handle every one of them the same, just so we're clear, that's the biggest complaint I'm hearing is that we're out here picking on people and we're being selective. We are complaint driven on 90%. Right now, we're very reactive because of all the complaints we're having coming. Code enforcement should be proactive. And that's what we designed our program on. That's what my officers want to do. That's why they're in districts. So we can be proactive. So we can get to know all these people and get to know everyone and talk to them. Say, let me teach you about our ordinances. And in turn, we teach that one person, they teach the next and the next and the next and the next. And pretty soon our neighborhoods improve. Look at what we've done with the even rental registration. They're even worried that we're going to do inspections. And we say, no, it's not in the ordinance.
Right.
But we know that it's rental property and you need to take care of it, just like anyone else has to take care of their property, or we will come and take a look at it. Or under the National Property Maintenance Code. We treat every single one the same, and all this we try to do proactively so that we can improve these neighborhoods. The rental registration improved it. The law maintenance mowing has done a tremendous job, thanks to council of clearing all these lots many years ago. That makes an improvement. Every single house, new house that gets built makes an improvement. Every house that gets painted makes an improvement. And the only way we can do that is if we're in the neighborhoods, not having to be reactive, but be proactive. And to talk to the citizens and not just social media.
Well, I think I heard you talking about this, or may not have. But Kim, correct me if I'm wrong in saying this. Any Section 8 rentals in the city, this fee would properly be covered by the Section 8. No, you don't think the $100 would?
Section 8 is straight rental.
Well, I know,
The
but it's,
owner has to pay that rental fee.
you don't think that the entity would?
Section 8 is just for the rent to cover. It's part of the rental voucher. That will come from the city. I mean, that's from the owner. The Section 8 voucher goes to the person that's staying there.
So have we noticed, say Galveston Housing Authority or Texas City Housing Authority or I think Dickinson has a house. No,
We work with the Texas City office. I believe his name's Earl. We worked with him for many years, and we have several Section 8 properties in the city. And they're actually, they register, the owners register the properties. We work with the housing authority when they come to us with violations in houses or substandard or this and the other. Other than that, we aren't involved. The owner's responsible for the registration fee.
And there is a difference between short-term rentals that would come under hot tax versus a long-term rental.
True.
Okay, and we're still missing that gap on the short-term rentals. Our census figures will be coming out about August the 16th. That'll give us a snapshot to see what our home ownership rate versus rentals are in the city. And it'll give us some clue as to what we're missing or how well we're doing and things of that nature, by the way. On that side.
Any other questions?
The only question I have is on the line items. Nothing
Okay,
more about-
good, Casey, with the line item.
So, actually, maybe before I ask, I know that you've had some ideas.
Keep talking, Casey.
Yeah, I know
Till I
you've
get
had some
back.
ideas, Kathleen, about different things, and maybe before I just start asking questions, is there anything that you were wanting us to draw our attention to?
My staff and I work as a team. I think everyone that knows us knows that we are a team. And we believe in what we're doing, and we believe in educating the citizens on what we do, because as you know, nobody likes code enforcement. Nobody likes to pay the water bill, nobody likes code enforcement. So as much as we've tried to reach out to people and we've tried to be as proactive as we can, I was speaking with one of my staff and we are considering creating a Citizen Code Compliance Academy, which is not as dramatic as the Citizens Police Academy by far, but it will be an opportunity to teach citizens about what we do. And that we are human beings.
Important.
Very important, very, very important. I feel like, which I'm anxious to see what council feels about that or thinks about that. I know Dallas has a program. I'm not familiar with any other one in the state of Texas. But I just feel like it would help move not just code enforcement into a better light per se, but I also feel like it would make the citizens more receptive to helping us improve these neighborhoods and improve some of the areas that have been, neglected.
I think that's a good idea.
I love that idea. And I
You can
think,
do that to people more beautiful to help you with that academy, at least to do it.
I think when we have that public relations specialist position too, I mean, I think that's a great idea for shining light and like you said, humanizing what you do while also enlisting people to be on your side and help out. Okay, cool. Well, then, one thing that you and I had talked about and talked about it a little bit throughout these past several days is so your weed control, your mowing budget. It's been, you're proposing the same thing as last year. Why is that?
Well, this year, but in the year before, but this year especially, it's been very rainy and it's been really, really hard to maintain the lots due to all the rain. Right. But I feel like that going through this next year, that just in case, we don't want to lower it and then cut ourselves short, not being able to maintain it. And there may be more new lots added to it.
So it's not
so-
going up because
No.
you can't really justify that yet,
Right.
but you don't.
But
okay.
I don't want
And
to
what about
cut
the
it.
easements, like idea that we talked about?
I believe the easements is maintenance and stuff is Public
I
Works.
feel like it's gonna get.
Yeah,
in
I
there.
think
know.
it was
I mean,
put on
I feel like
in
we all
their
talk about
budget.
easements a lot. I certainly know, I certainly do.
I mean, in my opinion, which I've talked with Mr. Carey about that, I believe that there needs to be a certain amount of maintenance done to them. It's a very expensive undertaking and it would absolutely take a different crew, a separate crew just to do that.
Yeah, and when we say easements, we're also talking about like, when we spoke about the alleys, right? Like the alleys that are like a bunch that are in my district.
Right, you have like 15 in yours.
Yeah, quite a
So-
few, and I hear about them a lot. And I get it, but I also try to explain, like, we're talking hundreds of $1,000s at this point to clear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, but we did talk about that in the Public Works budget, right? Was that included, or is that in the special?
Yeah,
projects?
we spoke about having a set money set aside to hire contractors to knock down the larger easements, and then we can hire our 4 crew members with their equipment
Right.
and their trucks to
Okay.
maintain them.
And it's in the capital projects?
Yeah,
Yes.
capital
Okay.
projects.
Okay, then the next thing I want to ask is, I know okay, so one thing that came up again, this is part of the same conversation, is we have a contract with Parish and Parish for the parks specific, no, it's like.
City
we have-
buildings, but in parks.
So, but then you have a contract. with
I have,
Parish and
and
Parish.
they do the maintenance mowing for the vacant and abandoned
I just
lots.
wanted to ask, like, is there a way to combine our 2 contracts? Why do we have 2 separate contracts? Would we be more advantageous if we had one contract with one point person?
That would be purely up to what council's pleasure is. I'm not sure why it's 2
Susan?
separate ones. Susie?
And I'm not like, it's not.
Casey's asking why we have multiple contracts with the same vendor.
I don't know why.
Well, there was a bid process.
Different
so-
departments.
Sure, and I mean, I assume like instigated at different times or whatever, but I'm just wondering now, like, could we approach them and say, hey, we have 2 contracts, let's
Sure.
make it one, and then there's one person, like, that's, I don't want to get too far out of my purview, it's just something that seems like maybe could be helpful.
I guess it would have to be another bid process, I guess.
And it
'cause
makes
I know
better
mine, I
sense.
have to do a bid process
Seems
every
like we
2
might get
years.
a better deal
Mhm.
potentially, because
It makes
it's
better
capturing
sense.
all that business on one contract.
That's right.
And I mean, I don't know what it looks like for, I'm assuming Amanda is the one that handles. the
Well,
one-
Charlene handled it
Okay,
previously,
but I
so
mean,
now.
I would assume, you know, if one main person of contact might be
Mhm.
a better way to go about things.
Mhm.
That's my 2 cents, and otherwise, I think you're killing it every day. And I truly am so grateful that you have a teammate. You've done a really good job cultivating a team of people who do a really good job, Kathleen. I mean, today we've received several emails forwarded on to us about Officer Fields and Stinson. I mean, and I've seen them in action multiple times. I love when you call me to let me know about something that's happening in my district, so I know, so that if someone calls me, I've already been briefed on it. And I can go out, I can meet those people, I can show them my face and let them know like, hey, complain to me. But I've seen how you balance the really hard, sticky parts of your job with such compassion, oftentimes with someone cursing you out at the same time. So that's a special quality, and I really appreciate it. And this city is very lucky to have it.
Thank you. I think I've explained, I know that I've had the conversation with Mayor Bell, is that when it comes to council's separate districts, when there is a major event in one of the districts, that I feel that council members should be aware of it before it hits news or anything else. And that's why I do contact each of you if there is something in your district. And the mayor, of course. So that's always been our policy. It always will be our policy. And we do appreciate your help when you do come out to the scene with us, when you do help talk with these people. We really do.
Again, and we have the same conversation every year. Remind me again where the demolition budget is.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do have $100,000 in the proposed budget for that.
So Susie,
And- Yes, sir.
just really quickly, we're running out of time, so you don't have to. We've had $100,000 in that budget for 10 plus years now.
Well,
Are
I
we
don't know
at
about
10?
10 plus year, about 9 years. that I
9
can
years?
remember.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So the east side of our city, very quickly, we've had $100,000 at least 9 years running for demolition,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
So now last year, we have over 213 permits for new houses that are being built on the properties that those houses were demolished on.
Mhm.
For those people that think that we aren't doing anything, there's some people out there that says, man, y'all ain't done nothing.
Mhm. That's
They've
not
said
true.
that, right? About council.
Mhm.
Well, those are things that we've been doing for 10 years.
We've done a lot.
10
Come
years
a
we've
long
been
way.
doing, we've been high weed and grass 10 years.
Yes, sir.
People don't realize all what council does.
Mhm.
And so then they just assume that council does nothing.
Mm.
Okay, good.
And I'm grateful because District A is because we're building homes because of all those homes that were demolished. Those lots are available.
And let me say this in case he's not gonna brag, but primarily these things have happened in Casey won't brag. In District A
Mhm.
and District D.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Casey and I've been working the whole time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, as long
Yes,
as we
sir.
establish that.
And city staff has been working for a long time.
I would like to add also.
Ms. Laura, Casey and I have been working the whole time. See, she believes us. She believes us. No, I'm just teasing. Anyway,
City staff has been working.
yeah,
really hard,
yeah.
Really hard.
But that was, we
Good
kid,
counsel.
but that was really information for those that don't really know how municipal government works. That's all that was about, in all seriousness. So that you can see your tax dollars at work, even in times you don't know that it's working. Let me ask you this though, Kathleen, because part of the concern with code enforcement, right? Surrounds this request tracker system.
Yes, sir.
Where is, if at all, the breakdown between when people put their request in request tracker and it gets to your department and then back to the people? Where's the breakdown?
if
The-
any?
The only breakdown that we've seen is when they put an incorrect email address in there, or they don't have one at all. Now, there are times where the initial complaint comes in, it's not, it's route, if somebody else has to route it to us. Where if it comes in on, I think iPhone, which Kyle knows more about this stuff than I do. That's a breakdown also, other than when I kind of realized some of this, because the city receptionist, if she gets a complaint, she's not gonna know who to send that to most of the time. She has an idea, but she won't know every single time. So if I go, when my staff has to check request tracker every single day, they have to make a response immediately, and then they have to re-respond within 3 days. That's just to let that person on email know that we're looking at it. We know what's going on. We've gone out and, I've got to give them time to get out there and look at it. And so that person put their email in there, they know, they get an email from it. Also, there's another email that CC'd to another email address in the city. I guess that's where it's tracked. So I'll go in and I check it, and sometimes it'll be, say, iPhone on there or something. Then I open them up on the dashboard and find them, and then I'll route it to code enforcement and then assign it to a district officer. So I don't know where
Is
that
that your
breakdown
job, though?
is.
Who's the one person that is responsible, if there is one person? For-
Sir, I'm not, I can't answer that. I don't know.
Why wouldn't that be the administrative person that you have, the revitalization specialist?
They don't receive all the complaints.
Why are we, and again, no blame or nothing. I'm just trying to ask so that we can get better understanding. Why isn't there one person in this city that's responsible for receiving all of our request tracker issues and responding to them, directing them to the appropriate departments, as well as communicating to the people that we have received your request and outlining what the process would look like and how they should expect it to happen?
I can't answer that.
I think
I
that
don't
would be
know.
another
I
person.
just-
I mean, with that, I mean, if we had the receptionist up front doing that, plus answering calls and doing everything, I mean, that's quite a bit for all of the requests coming in for the entire city. Like right now for Public Works, when a request comes in, it goes to Dewana. Miss Dewana sees it, she prints it, she logs the work orders when the guys turn them in, and we update them that way. But I think
that's
each
all
department
departments do
has
it.
someone that
And
handles
that's
that.
that's the
That's how
side.
we all do it, but where it originally comes in and how it's generated out to Dewana or me and the other departments, I don't know. I don't know where that starts.
That's the silo syndrome that we've been talking about. You got a process, and nobody's fault. Again, nobody's fault. Chase had to have a process. And then any other department that needed to respond to complaints had their own process. And sometimes the complaint that you're dealing with is the same complaint that Chase has to deal with, and perhaps another department, same complaint, but we don't know. Nobody's talking to each other. Nobody's talking to the complainant. And a lot of it just falls through the cracks, right? So as we look, as we step back and look at this from a broader perspective, the idea is customer service every day, all day.
Exactly.
Right? So what do we have to do in the manipulation of this budget that would provide for a more streamlined approach to request tracker? I think we need one person to receive these complaints. I know that it'll overwhelm most of the folks we got, but if we don't get the one person that can take the complaint from directed toward Public Works, code enforcement, developmental services, and the like, we will continue to have, I called, I reported it, nobody responded. It's been 3 weeks, it's been 3 months. Nobody has come out to resolve the issues that I'm complaining about. And then they end up, being blown up to a place that causes a lot of confusion.
I agree. I completely.
One
agree with
person.
that.
Can we, I don't know who I need to ask this.
Yeah,
Is
that would
there
be
one
probably
person?
towards me. I think it would be towards me if we're gonna talk about one person for the entire city and all. our
Yeah, but you get what I'm
departments, so-
saying, Chase?
Yes, sir.
It-
No, I
it's a-
see what
it's
you're
a
saying.
challenge.
Yeah, it's a
Now-
challenge for
So I
sure.
Now-
think there's a few things that, and I'm looking at it now, there's a few things maybe that we can come up with internally and assign to, like you said, once I go over everything with Chase, assign maybe one staff member that can log in and check and see, like, there shouldn't be 120 new support tickets. They should be closed out. So if there's they should all be zero. There should be no new ones after a week. Anything that's new needs to be getting checked every day for that category and seeing if it's being followed up on. So there's certain ways in the system that we can do that.
Okay.
So I'll talk to Chase about it and we'll develop a plan and maybe assign somebody if you feel there's the need that can log in and just quickly look at the dashboard and say, okay, well, we got 5 new ones here today. If those 5 are still here tomorrow, or there's more than 5, then, we need to figure out why.
But they won't all be going to that person. They won't be assigning them. They're just gonna be monitoring the basically the
site.
scorecard.
Yeah, monitoring
So-
all of them coming in.
Right, right.
And seeing that there's new ones and being able to say, okay, well,
Sure.
hey, why, Kathleen, I see there's 2 new ones in code. It's been there for about 3 days, you follow up on those, go in there and just at least tell them, hey,
Yeah,
I'm checking on this.
that's a little different. Yeah, monitoring the
The
scorecard.
problem I
basically.
find is that code doesn't get all the ones that they probably should get.
Right.
And
Well,
that's
And
true of
there's,
different
and
departments. as well,
therein is
so.
where,
And code's very good. They have 0 new ones.
So who
They
decides?
check every day.
So
But-
more progress is
So,
0
so
new.
two questions, Chase. So that person could probably be your executive assistant, right?
True.
To come to work every
Yes, sir.
morning, and the first thing that person does
They can
is
check those. Yes,
check
sir.
request
Mhm.
track, right?
Sure,
Because again, my idea is that all complaints,
sure.
the city manager's office is aware of everything.
I
right?
just wouldn't want to put that burden on somebody right now. You
No,
know,
that's fine.
that-
That's fine. Yeah,
that's
as you
what I
move
was-
in the future, as you get new folks in your
Yes, sir.
office,
No, I understand.
maybe that's one of the things that executive does, so that they can alert you and whoever
Sure.
the deputy is, of the
Right.
issues.
We can straighten it out.
Right. The other last question I have on that is, who decides who gets the complaint? Or the request, rather,
So-
excuse me.
We have a bunch of categories already set up.
Yeah.
And I know Ms. Martin's went in there and cleaned some of them up that were kind of. And then we assign, when we first set this up, we assigned whatever department is in charge of that category. So, obviously code enforcement and development services. So that category, so any complaints that go into that category get emailed to, Kathleen's staff, whoever she designates, or all of them. Just depending on the situation. We do have a general category, and that is sent to the HR and to the city receptionist, who goes in there and sees those, and that's, somebody didn't want to pick through the category, didn't know where it fit,
Right.
and they move them to where it belongs.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Long as you have that in mind, Chase, I think we'll be able to improve the system,
Yes, sir.
making sure we have oversight.
now, when we get calls from citizens and complaints, which we get a lot of those, we open a request tracker for them. And we explain to them what request tracker does, because it's excellent in replying to people when you're out on 100 cases a day. You can't sit and call everyone back and say, I got it, we're working on it and all this, but that email goes back every single time.
Right.
So we do open them so we can track all those too.
Okay.
If they have an email, or they'll give it to us.
Gotcha, makes sense. Council, any other questions for code compliance?
No, not for me.
All right there, Kathleen. Thank
You
you.
waited a long time, Kathleen.
You made it. It wasn't so bad.
Thank you for.
Thank
this
you all very
financial-
much. Thank you for your support.
And thank you for this additional material. This is helpful.
Just give you an idea of what we do.
Okay, gang.
We were flying high. Man, we were soaring. And then Susie has some very important information she has to share with us, and it will fundamentally change this budget. Let me place this caveat before she begins. What she's about to share with us is the result of a state law that was passed. It's something that her and I have been trying to work on the better part of last week and this week to present to you guys. It is a result of Texas House Bill 2. And so it's going to change how we do business here right now. Go ahead, Susan.
Yes, sir. It is what we call SB 2, Senate Bill 2, that was passed back in.
I'm sorry, Senate Bill.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. I believe 2019. Okay, that was, that plays a huge change in the tax code of how we've been doing things. There are, the main point about that bill that impacts us significantly this year has to do with the voter approval rate. And what that means is, it used to be called rollback rate. Now it's called a new term, voter approval rate, which means that if our proposed rate exceeds this rate and also exceeds the new rate given from SB2, the de minimis rate, it's an automatic election. It triggers the automatic elections, which will leave it to the taxpayers, the voters, to decide. So last week, we received after doing the worksheet, and there has been some changes this year even in terms of the formula, and that every year that is being calculated by our tax assessor collector from the Galveston tax office. And last week we received the calculations, and it turned out that the voter approval rate being 28 cents. Our proposed rate is 55 cents. Using the numbers that's in your proposed budget at this point. Okay. So yes, that has a major impact to our budget. And that's on the M&O side. Now let's go back and define what is voter approval rate. There are two components to the voter approval rates. There is a maintenance and an operation side. And there is a debt service side, called what we call INS. The SB2 impacts us on the maintenance and operation side. Okay, that's why the 55 cents has two components to it. One is maintenance and operations, which is our general fund, what we've been talking about all this time. And then the debt service side, which is in Fund 15 over here to pay debts. The SB2 does not touch the debt service side as much as the maintenance and operation side. That's what that 28 cents is. So after discussing this with Ms. Johnson, what the factor that impact this the most was the increase in property values, taxable property values. And it's, every city, we're going through growth. But what SB2 does is, if you have growth exceeding 3.5%, in a way, I call this is my terminology, you're being penalized. Okay, because that forces you to roll back.
Because it used to be 8.
Used to be 8. SB2 changed that and say, okay, no, we're gonna slow the pace. You have growth that's too fast, we're gonna slow you down to 3.5%. That's what's happening. Okay, so when you roll back, that's where that 28 cents comes into play. What does this do? If we used to be able to rely on property taxes for a lot of things. That's in the general fund, property tax, sales tax, do whatever. This is the revenue. You figured out how to distribute your expenditures. Because of SB2, we need to learn not to rely on property taxes revenues, especially when we have significant growth. We can't rely on other revenues. As you can see, there are other revenues inside the general fund other than property taxes. But keep this in mind. $5 million of tax revenues in the general fund was 3.5% of that. $175,000. Now, in our size of government, $175,000, what can it do? Probably a little bit more than COLA, cost of living adjustments, that's it. But if you want to expand your workforce, add personnel, we need to start shifting our focus to other places, not necessarily sales tax. 0.5% of the sales tax, and that's part of the growth too, that's hurting us. 0.5 cents of that is used to reduce property taxes, which factors into the formula, contributing to the 28 cents. So this is our suggestions. You recall in past years, we have been allocating some of the debts that pertains to utility projects from past bond issues using water and sewer revenues to pay. Because at the time, that was before SB2, the governmental side could not afford everything. So we had to allocate. But when we issue those debts, we were pledging against property taxes. It was written in the ordinance language, and we do have that flexibility. It is council's control. It's a city policy to decide to determine, should we continue to pay out of water and sewer fund? Or can we have general fund, governmental side absorb the debt? So that's a council decision. After consideration and checking with legal counsel that we can do that, checking on with credit rating agencies, that's going to impact us. They all said, no, that's perfectly fine. Review all the ordinance language, even checking with auditors, that's perfectly fine. So after shifting the debt from the utility fund over to Fund 15, and had Ms. Johnson recalculate the numbers, turned out rollback rate or voter approval rate is now at 47 cents. Okay, and our proposed rate in the proposed budget is at 55 cents. When you add the de minimis rate allowed by SB2 to give us $500,000 more to the levy tax revenues, the rate turns out to be 63 cents. We're not proposing that, by the way, it's just a different rate, okay? So if we continue to propose at 55 cents, which is a slightly above the voter approval rate, meaning we're not increasing our tax rate, keeping the same, the citizens has the right to petition. It will not trigger an automatic election. But the citizens, taxpayers do have that right to petition if they want us to roll back to 47 cents. So, and that's SB2. Now we still have to sacrifice something. So let's say we maintain at 55 cents, continue with the proposed rate, shifting the utility debts to the governmental side, frees up some of the money, which is about $1.1 million of debt from the utility fund, then perhaps then we can shift some of the expenditures that we are earmarked towards new personnel that will be doing utility work towards the utility fund. And that was a very clever idea to think about, can we split the city manager salary? Okay, and the executive, and probably the deputy. That's why I said, based on the job description, that's the key. What functions are you gonna assign to those roles that we can utilize the utility funds? So there could be a shift of those things. Because of the new law, I think our mindset, we need to start focusing on new expenditures using what revenue sources that will give us the biggest benefits for our community as a whole, and also what available sources, meaning like the American Rescue money grants, that we can utilize first before considering out of pocket. Now, I don't have all the details regarding the American Rescue money yet. Because of that, probably best for us to earmark toward what on the wish list that we can utilize grant money, available resources out there, and then what's left that we still consider as important out of pocket. We do have a fund balance. One-time expenditures, as long as if we can finance it in such a way, it's still an advantage to us. Now, in the proposed budget, in Department 99, we do have a few lease purchases. Starting next year in the accounting world, I'm shifting my hat from tax code to accounting code. We will have to begin implementing GASB 87, GASB meaning Governmental Accounting Standards Board. That group governs what we do in addition to GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. So we are being guided by two groups. So GASB 87 starts kicking in. What's that GASB 87 impacting? Lease purchases. We have about $300,000 in enterprise on the general fund side. Is that considered a debt? It before GASB 87, not really. It used to be operating, but now it's pretty much everything is being captured as debt. So that portion probably could be shifted from Fund 01, Maintenance and Operations, to Fund 15. Utilizing, what we're doing is all the shifting is we're utilizing the growth revenue coming into our community for financing and debt services that the community can benefit from these different projects. If we don't do it this way with the shifting, then it goes away. Your utility, water and sewer customers still gonna bear just as heavy a burden as prior years, no relief. But your taxpayers is gonna sacrifice some services. So we're not winning either way. By shifting like this, it relieves the financial burden off of your water and sewer customers, because now your taxpayers, the government, due to growth, has the ability to afford the debt. So most of us, we are both a taxpayer and we're also water and sewer customer. So is it gonna affect me? Probably not, because it's just shifting from one to, it's still the same me. Okay, but the law makes a difference between what's utility and what's governmental, because you're two different people in terms of SB2. Okay, so what does that do? if we do it this way, we need to either reduce expenditure by 1.4 million on general fund side, or we can increase the revenue side a little bit, or both. And I have a plan that's a hybrid of both, meaning the 4 additional personnel that we originally Monday last week earmarked towards drainage, that probably can be shifted over to the utility side. Okay, that's about a little less than $300,000. Okay. And then sales tax, we can bump it up a little bit because we know we have Amazon. We just don't know how much the impact is. In the proposed budget, I was so conservative. I did not include Amazon in there, in the calculations. Other revenues, I think we can do better. Because now we're shifting, instead of relying on property taxes, we need to start relying on other revenues, like user fees. Development services, that's a prime example. It's pretty much paid out of user fees and property taxes subsidizing a little bit. So are we charging adequate fees? That's another area that we can fine tune and check around. And okay, neighboring cities, if we're charging $50 and neighboring cities are charging $300, maybe we need to adjust that. Again, that department, and I agree, that is the entry from a developers and outsiders, investors, potential investors point of view, that is the entry into our community. So perhaps we can look at user fees and see if we can help with adding some of the personnel in that department. Just prime example, other departments, municipal court fines, ambulance services. So even investment. If there are opportunities out there and the economy becomes better, absolutely, I'll start checking into investing. But those are the things that we need to manage better and be more conscientious about bringing in the revenues to help expanding our workforce in response to growth.
So let's see if we can we can break this down into some layman's terms for the people to digest. So Lamarque has grown. Number one.
We have grown.
We have grown.
We are growing.
We are growing in new homes as well as new valuations, right? So that's number one. Senate Bill 2 is a bill passed by the Texas legislature that's designed to cap not necessarily growth, but cap expenditures that basically municipalities engage in that growth. So in other words, it's designed to stop us from realizing large growth and then turning around and expending those monies. It's designed to slow us down, right?
It's designed to slow us down, yes.
Okay, we're growing. Senate Bill 2 is designed to slow growth down on purpose to help facilitate healthy growth. I'm not saying that that's what's happening. I'm saying that's a nice way to put it. Now, any growth according to Casey's point over and above 3.5%, right, puts us in a position where we now have to engage in certain calculations that have happened with you and Cheryl Johnson.
last year, the year before that, and the year before that, our tax rate was at 55 cents last year. Yes. The year
Yes.
before that, yes.
Yes.
The year before that, yes. This year, 55 cents. The city of Lamarck, the city council have done nothing wrong. We have not raised the tax rate. We haven't done anything.
Mhm,
The city has grown and has put us in this position.
mhm.
Is that, am I correct so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're at 55 cents now. The calculations that Ms. Johnson, our tax assessor, has done,
Mhm.
along with, or in accordance with Senate Bill 2, has suggested that we move from 55 cents down to 28 cents,
Yes,
which
sir.
is half of our ability to tax, right?
Yes, sir.
Everybody follow me so far? But in Senate Bill 2, there are these other provisions that allow you to leverage certain funding. And that was factored in as well.
Mhm.
All of those little mechanisms caused us to arrive at 43 cents. Am I right so far? Or
Mhm.
47? Which one?
47.
47 cents, excuse me. Thank you. 47 cents,
Mhm.
which still leaves us, we're at 55 and the cap is now at 47.
Mhm.
So far, am I correct so far?
So far.
Okay, so the council can continue to budget at 55 cents if we feel it's in the best interest of the public, right?
Mhm.
But because we're at 47 cents, according to the calculations, according to the new bill that has been imposed upon us by the Texas legislature, if we do that, it will allow for the community, if they so choose, to petition
Mhm.
this council for an election that will possibly make us roll back to 47 cents.
Mhm.
So all of this petition and impending election would do would be to take us from 55 cents down to 47 cents.
Mhm.
Am I right so far?
So far, yes.
Okay. Whether it's done through petition and election, or this council does it voluntarily to go from 55 cents
Mhm.
to 47 cents
Right.
will be catastrophic to our budget. How much revenue would we lose? How many positions and pieces of equipment would we have to cut? Just give me a dollar figure, Susan.
That's about what, 8 cents? Let's see, 47, 55, yeah. So 8 pennies. That's quite a bit. So. talk
Just,
about
yeah, if
probably
you need to
half a
take
million.
15 seconds to get it right, because we want to explain this to the public so that they can know what we're talking about. Do you have a ballpark?
No, I don't have a ballpark,
Okay.
but I know it's about 8 cents. So I would say more than half a million.
So we would have to cut more than $500,000 from our budget,
Mhm.
which would reduce the services that we are able to provide. So that's the discussion at some point. Do we stay at 55 where we've been at for years and continue to provide the services at the level that we're providing? Or do we go back, whether it be this council's choice or by election, to 47 and cut at least $500,000 out of our budget? That's the general decision that has to be made. Now, we're at that point
Mhm.
because you were able, through accounting, to be able to put some things in different categories. In other words, if there were utility workers, people that work on drainage and sewer and water and the like,
Mhm.
if they were being paid out of the maintenance and operation side of our budget, you could legally, let's stress that, legally take them out of that side and then put them into the utility side.
And you've done that legally,
That's right.
which is extended to our conversation about the city manager, the deputy city manager, and the executive assistant, because they all play a part in utilities. Okay,
right.
so you've already shifted people. You've shifted as much as you can do legally
Mhm.
to get us to this place, is
Yes,
what
sir.
you were trying to tell us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so council, I tried to give that to us in as basic understanding as we, and more importantly, the people listening and watching can understand.
Kitchen
So-
table.
So did we get enough of it to where we can have a discussion now? Okay, so council, first thoughts. Go ahead, Joe.
I need to clarify.
Go ahead.
Some things. My understanding. First, this effort by the legislature, as misguided as it was a couple of years ago, has existed. The no tax, no
new revenue.
No new tax revenue rate was utilized last year.
Mhm.
It's not anything that's new, we utilize. So that's number one. Number two, the intent was they're once again as misguided as it is by some legislators. The view was that property appraisals were going up and cities, particularly counties, not so much cities, but counties were having the benefit of these new evaluations and generating additional tax revenue simply because of the increases on the appraised value of the property. So they felt that we've got to come up with a mechanism that we can give tax decreases, and they come up with this methodology of no new tax revenue. And as a matter of fact, there's a whole worksheet associated with these calculations. And 20. Now, having said that, the no new tax revenue rate that's set forth in Senate Bill 2 has that already been physically given to you and physically calculated by the tax assessor collector? It hasn't been. I'd like to see that.
It's also at 47 cents.
Sorry?
It's also at 47 cents.
That's the 47 cents.
No,
No, it's also.
it's also 47 cents. There are two of them.
It is also at 47 cents.
Yeah, that's also.
Yes.
As
in
well.
addition,
As well, that's correct. The no new revenue tax rate is at 0.470871.
Okay.
The voter approval rate is at 0.47076.
Okay.
Very close.
So this is something I pulled up last night. This is the market value calculations, the city tax levies from the Texas Comptroller's Office. And Lamarck indicates here, this is setting once again, this is 2020. It indicates that we had in the 2020, for purposes of 2020, 1.3 billion, 1.3 billion dollars, $1.37 billion worth of value in our property here in some reductions and offsets. It really came down to 1.2 billion. And then the no new tax revenue rate for 2020 was the figure, it comes back to 0.48 cents. And that's what we worked with last year in preparing the budget.
Yes.
So our budget that you worked on last year, council, was based upon the no new tax revenue rate of 48 cents. And and now you're saying that Cheryl Johnson has informed us that the no new tax revenue rate that she calculated is going to be 0.47 cents, correct?
Correct.
So it's really a penny off of the budget that was utilized last year.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a penny off of the budget that was utilized last year. Now, where my difficulty is, Susan, you know, when we talked about this, is I have to apply myself to math, and I'm a visual person. And I want to take a look at trying to understand now as we prepare this budget. I am trying to get an understanding of what in fact, and I'm going back to 2020 because this is all the information that I could find from various sources and including our audited financial statement that we recently received. So for purposes, now we're talking about income dollars. The audited report, the 2020 audit report that Marque has on page 25 shows revenue for property tax at approximately 0.0713 million. Then on page 153, it shows $5,184,341. And then on page 146, it shows $5,979,152. That's the audit report. 3 different figures. The comptroller's report, this report that I showed here, shows that in 2020, our total taxable revenue, property tax revenue, was $6,899,383. And then, where's this one from? Oh, this one is from back on this other document that we have with us. I printed it out. Our own online budget information. The documents I have here. Our online budget information. On page 17, I go back to 17, shows that our 2020 revenue, property tax revenue, was $4,332,732.
Okay.
So by the time I started looking at all these numbers, I got sick last night. I just said, I was anxious. I always like to know what's in my checking account, right? And I don't know what we have. That's my problem right now.
First of all, if you're looking at the audit report, fiscal year 2020, the tax revenues in the audit report for fiscal year 2020 reflects the property tax revenues for tax year 2019. Okay, so our fiscal year is a little bit different from the tax year.
Everything I've compared apples to apples in order to order.
Okay.
Okay, I've looked at, it's what's titled 2020, but we're looking at 2019 information, right?
Taxes, that's correct.
So you're correct. Okay.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that there are all these different numbers, and for purposes of our budget workshop and whatever you're going to come back to us with, it's this number on page 9. I need to just have your best, because they all are just guesses, truthfully.
The audit, it wouldn't be the guess.
Not the audit.
Yeah.
In terms of our income side, our estimated income, right?
Okay,
For
yes.
property taxes,
Mhm.
it's your best guess in terms of what we have based upon
In terms of collections,
on that side. So
right.
I guess that's what I'm looking for as I'm doing my due diligence and my work in this area and trying to determine how best to use the dollars that we have is, I'm not so concerned about the no new revenue tax rate. 'Cause I more or less know what that's gonna be. Actually, in League City, they're a penny less as well than what we have. They put out their information. So I need to see, based upon this information that you've given today, are you then saying the information that you included on here in our budget book in terms of the revenue,
Now, the actual for
property tax
fiscal,
revenue?
property tax revenue for fiscal year 2020, I did say at the beginning, that column most likely would not tie to the audit report because when we were preparing this proposed budget, it was before the audit was completed. So chances are not everything will tie, some may tie, but if you're trying to tie that column to the audit report, it's not going to tie.
At this point, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not even trying. I'm just saying that there are these different pictures.
Right.
All I'm asking is that on page 17, the 6-year revenue history of the general fund under the property tax line, you indicated that for fiscal year 2021, the estimated property tax revenues are $5.0 million. And then you indicate for budget 2022, that number is 6.6 million. Are you
Now, the
still-
charts are, and you're right, those are the best estimates that we can give at that point in time when we were
at that
preparing
point
this.
now? But that's my question now. With this.
That will
with
change.
This new information now calculated by the no new revenue calculation tax rate, the no new revenue tax rate that this Cheryl Johnson has done. Does that change that figure?
The no new revenue tax rate is not gonna be in these columns here. It's our proposed rates that would change these figures.
The no new tax revenue rate speaks to the property tax income. Is that correct?
The no new revenue tax rate is the rate using properties on the old tax year's roll and the new tax year's
Right,
roll to give us the same levy tax dollars in our budget. Okay, that is the rate. So in this proposed budget, that revenue column, we applied our proposed rate of 55 cents. That's what we use for the column that's in the budget. The no new revenue rate is used to show, okay, here are all the properties in both tax rolls. If you want to arrive at the same tax dollars levy as previous year, this is the rate that you need to apply. That's basically what that no new revenue tax rate is
And the
for.
big difference in this, the reason why it's so dramatic this year is not because it came back at 47%. You had to do work to get to that level. It came back and we were told to go to 28.
28 cents.
Right, so it is a big deal because it's not the same as the previous year. It's a fundamental, almost completely cut in half.
And because of our
I would like
growth,
to see the calculations of Cheryl Johnson, because that's, in my mind, I mean, that's just, I don't believe the number, the 28 cents, I'll say it. Her office is in there. I don't believe the number. Not that dramatic. No.
And let's be clear, and I want to be clear on this part, because I think I know Mayor Pro Tem's heart. The discussion and the issue surrounds not our finance team.
No, no.
So let's be clear, Susie, and those that are listening.
The discussion is not surrounding our finance team or director. He's taking issue with the process and the calculations that were implemented by our county organization.
Mhm.
That's a big difference. You are following after what you have been led to by our county organization,
Yes,
tax
sir.
assessor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good deal.
If I may.
Yes,
I
ma'am, go
have-
ahead.
So really, there's a whole lot of things I could say and I won't about all of it. I think I'm sure you can read my mind waves about that, but one is, can you confirm for me, when we were given the ability to levy the de minimis tax rate, did we do that in 2019?
No, we did not.
Okay, and so,
We did not have to.
right. And I mean, it's the only one that allows us to raise up to 500,000, right?
That's correct.
Is it
Yeah.
enacted now? Like, was it enacted? Did we approve it last year?
Last year, the voter approval rate was slightly higher than our
Right.
proposed rate, so we did not need to use that.
That's what I thought. So the one thing I don't know about today is part of us getting to, are you proposing that we enact it now?
I'm not proposing anything. I'm just, simply, that's a council decision because
Okay,
if you use this route, it will not automatically triggers an election, but the taxpayers has the right to petition.
right.
That's totally a
And that
council
is or isn't
decision.
affected by also enacting the de minimis tax rate. If we enact the de minimis tax rate, does that automatically trigger the election? Got it. Okay, I didn't understand that part. Okay, well, then basically, I mean,
Now,
I
if you-
really want to take to heart, I'm sorry.
If
go
if
ahead.
you do exceed that 63 cents,
Then,
that's automatic election.
right,
But
right,
if you don't exceed the 63 cents, it's just a petition. It
sure.
depends on what signatures you
Okay.
have.
So then I have one more question about one of the ways you talked about moving some of our debts into the debt fund. I don't feel the need right now to understand every element of where we're moving everything because we have too much work to do and we have to
Mhm.
start doing calculations. It's making me anxious that we haven't done it yet, particularly with new knowledge. But what are the sort of the consequences or the results of moving more things legally and totally on the up and up, but like moving them into the debt fund? Like, what does that mean for us consequentially later? What do we have to do differently? What do we have to keep in mind?
If you shift that, it benefits the utility fund.
Right, we have more
Tremendously.
freedom there to
That's
utilize,
correct.
like we've talked about, but what are the
Exactly.
things that it's like, I mean, it's not just, I want to get across that this is a way for us to keep the budget balanced and for us to utilize funds that we have at our disposal to use and just being more innovative about how we use them. But I also want to keep in mind that anytime we move things around in the budget, it also has consequences.
Mhm.
So I want to say those out loud for my own understanding and for the record.
There's not much benefits that we can give to the general fund folks. The general fund side, there's not much. The importance of this is you shift it, it helps the utility customers. At least it helps the customers, the utility side. In terms of the taxpayer side, no, we still have to cut back, and
Let me ask a different way.
if
What does
we-
it mean for us sitting up here when we're making plans in the budget for, okay, now we have a lot more money in the debt fund? What do we need to do to make sure we're keeping a
How
clean
about
house?
take one step at a time? Let's use, we know we're gonna have some money coming. Okay, the American Rescue money, some grants, we know that. Okay, but what can we carve out to allow the grant money and American Rescue money to fund for those items? Use those resources first. And then whatever's left, if we can bundle up and have some financing mechanism going in place. Now, remember, now that we're shifting the debts over to Fund 15. We do have some debts that's in Department 99 that will free up a few $100,000. Utilize them the best we can as seed money to do something that can generate even more other revenues to fund for other things. It's almost like thinking like an investor. I'm investing $50, but I'm getting back $60. So at least I have a gain of $10. I'm thinking it like that. So whatever dollar amount that you free up, the debt that you move over to the debt service fund, I'm guessing it's about $400,000. Okay, so use that $400 to grant to whatever that's on the wish list that can generate additional other revenues in the general fund to help pay for things. What we
And then
call
is it-
activity producing
is it sa-
expenditure.
Mhm. Is it safe to say that you're also trying to illustrate to us that it's not so much that we're gonna take things that we're gonna be funded from utilities in general, and we're just gonna move some of those things and classify them as debt service fund monies, which we could do, right? Because of the nature of what they are, like you said, the financing and whatnot. It's also considering which of those things can be parsed out and put into, this has to go towards American Rescue Plan projects. This, we're not gonna spend this right now. We're gonna make a plan for how we're gonna spend it later in the year. It's not just so much, we're just moving it over here. You want us to consider
That's
the things that
correct.
also have to get cut out of that and maybe
Yes.
with a hold button on them.
Yes.
Okay.
And what this does is forcing us to be conscientious about what funding sources paying for what activities
Sure.
moving forward, instead of just counting on property tax or sales tax, doesn't matter. It's all lumped into the general fund. Now we have to be very conscientious. We know SB2 on the maintenance and operations side only fund up to 3.5%. So if we know it's gonna go beyond that, let's seek other means if we want to expand your workforce.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's the mindset that we need to move forward to. And
Well-
yes, manage the revenue resources. Truly manage it more so than in the past.
Well, thank you. I want to take to heart what Joe says about having doubts about what the numbers we've been getting from Cheryl Johnson's office. At the same time, I'll just revisit the fact that I'm ready after everyone else has had their time to ask questions. Like, I'm ready to start with that number and let's start going because we got to make big decisions.
Like tonight, you mean you ready? Or you mean like the next time we meet or?
Well, I guess we should take a moment and decide how we're gonna do that. Like,
Okay,
are we gonna?
okay. I was
stay
just
here?
trying to
Yeah.
make sure I understood.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And perhaps maybe you'd like to look at the worksheet first before we decide on that list.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, yeah, I guess I can speak on that. No, we probably shouldn't do this tonight. I mean, we were scheduled to stop at 6 or whatever it was, and obviously we have very good reason to keep going, but you know,
This is probably something that all of us need
fresh
to
brains,
digest. Yeah,
fresh
yeah.
eyeballs, new numbers, you know, it would be really nice to maybe see some kind of, you know, I have my own notes of the big items that we've had, some things we've talked about that weren't anywhere on here that some of us have said.
Yeah.
Coming with a new sort of
Sure.
set on that would be wise. You know,
now the timeline, I did give this draft calendar to Ms. Johnson's office that August the 9th, we would make the announcement of our proposed rate. So we want to learn about the worksheets and do whatever, you know, we have until August the 9th. You know, whatever we choose, or we want to delay that, that's fine too.
In other words, Casey, she's saying we need to probably have another meeting. If not Friday, we're gonna have to be here all day Monday, including a council meeting. So probably looking more like Friday than Monday. Ah, you're right, huh, Robin?
That's right.
Because today is Tuesday, huh?
Today's Tuesday.
So we would have to, oh my God.
So it's Monday. I can send you the worksheet tonight. If you're willing to work to midnight with me.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do this right, and
Yeah.
we always endeavor to do it right, but if we're gonna do it in a thorough fashion, that's a better way to say it. I
Mhm.
mean, we're gonna need more than an hour, but we already have interviews from 3 to 5. So we're talking about being back here again, gang, at 11 o'clock on Monday morning with a council meeting that averages 9:30, 10 o'clock at the earliest. So we're talking about another 12-hour day. So while we stew on 12 more hours, Kim, Michael, y'all have any initial thoughts? Are y'all still absorbing what's happening?
Tough job.
I'm just trying to get the numbers down in my head, so
Tough
everything's all just.
Don't feel bad. I think everybody in the
It's just stew
room,
right now.
including Susie, is trying to get the
Yeah.
numbers down in their head. We get it.
I don't like the change either.
Let me-
but, we all have to deal with it.
Susie, let me ask you this while Kim's contemplating
No,
whether or
I'm,
not.
I'm gonna research. I'm good. I'm not
Okay.
saying anything. I'm
You
gonna
good? You good?
research.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna ask you this question and then we'll
Mhm.
see what Chase has to say, perhaps if anything. And then we'll try to figure out what our next move is.
Okay.
Susie, here's a question that I have. Well, two questions. No, I'll leave that one alone. Let me ask you this. So how much growth did we have between this proposed valuation and the last? Do you know that number offhand?
This proposed one and the preliminary of the last year,
Last year,
about 32%
32%. Growth.
value growth.
Value growth. And some of that was assessed by our good friends over at the Galveston Central Appraisal District, right?
Mhm.
They
Yes.
helped us out with some of this. Let's make sure we give credit where credit is due. Yes, some of it was us, right? Just growing, but some of it was CAD, some of it was the state legislature.
Now,
And then-
we know that Amazon's coming, so it's gonna be on the next tax
Right,
roll.
but I'm gonna tell them what you said to me about Amazon in a minute.
Okay.
So the question that we drill down on is what's happening with Ms. Johnson's calculations. That's what we're gonna do the most of our work. But here's my question. To me, it seems like this bill was a way to stop governmental entities from growing their budget too quickly, which I get. I get that,
It
some
slows
people
you
would,
down.
yeah. So how is it then that we were not simply capped at what we had last year? How did we then get caught up in this process? Not that they were saying to us, you can't go beyond 55 cent, or nor can, a better way to put that would be, you can't assess any more revenue this year than you assessed last year. It seems like they went beyond saying we're capping your revenue from your property tax side to this draconian cut from 55 to 28, which would allow us to realize less revenue. So it's not only that our revenue is being capped, it seems like it's being taken away from us. That's the disturbing part of this calculation.
Also, I noticed on the spreadsheet, I mean, not the spreadsheet, but the worksheet, there is also a reduction due to sales tax, the half-cent sales tax, because our sales tax has been growing as well. So you reduce the total by your half-cent sales tax, because the intent was to relieve property taxes.
Well, see, that's not fair, because if
We
first of
think so.
all, sales tax is a good thing. That has nothing
It
to do
is a
with
good
property
thing.
tax. That has to do with prosperity, right?
That's true.
People that go and buy stuff, people that have enough monies to go and buy stuff, which has nothing to do with property tax.
But we, the voters elected that half cent of the 1.5 cents that the city get is to reduce property tax burden.
And I get that. I'm just saying that should be even be part of the equation because that has nothing, that's sales tax. Those are people that may not even live here, that
That's
shop
true.
here. There are people that live in Santa Fe and Texas City and Hitchcock that shop at Walmart. So I don't really get that part of it. You didn't make the calculation. We didn't. I get it, but that's a problem.
That is a problem.
For me.
And unfortunately, it is part of that formula. And
I'm sorry, say again.
I said, unfortunately, it is part of that formula. It's the sales tax of $1.5 million. It is in the worksheet. So.
And here's the other piece to this where I feel like perhaps the whole story isn't being communicated. The government was expending resources to provide services for people that were isolated during the pandemic, goods and services, right? They were giving us stimulus checks and all sorts of things. And one of the things that we did because we were isolated is we went out and bought electronics. And all of that sales tax was generated for our city. And so now even the government is part of this whole equation that's taking us from 55 cents to 28 cents. And I just don't, I just really, I don't get it. I really don't. It has nothing to do with you. Doesn't even have anything to do with Cheryl Johnson as it relates to this part of it.
And based on what I heard, I think the state comptroller's office actually did some changes this year on the worksheet versus what the formula that we did last year. I don't know exactly what changes took place, so maybe Ms. Johnson can shed some light because I haven't really had time to spend with a whole lot of time to spend with her because we've been at workshops.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have all the details. Of course, you know, we actually received this when we were in between workshops.
Right.
So everything's kind of like, you know, within seconds.
Right.
But I believe what I heard, there has been some changes to the formula, the worksheet formulas of this year versus what's been applied last year. So maybe not apples to apples.
So you said to me, and I think council needs to hear this as a smart way of understanding this. You said to me, moving forward, I'm just going to give you all some advice, council. Whenever you have large growth and whenever there is an Amazon that shows up in your city or a dog track development that shows up in your city, you said, just from a financial advice piece, that's when moving forward, you should look to go to the voters to pass approval for a new police station. That's when you should go for your big ticket capital expenditures so that you can keep your growth in your city moving in the right direction. Because somehow you said to me that when you have an Amazon that comes online, that is going to hurt you unless you also have an infrastructure project, a large one, or a capital outlay project, a large one that would balance out that growth. You said that to me 2 or 3 days ago, right? Did I say it accurately?
Pretty close.
Pretty close. Would you want to elaborate on that?
I wouldn't say hurt. I would say if you don't incur additional debts, it would impact your voter approval rate, which here we are again, subject to rollback. Now, is that hurt? Maybe, depends on how you look at it, okay? But that would be subject to voters approval rollback because of the growth, okay? But you notice, SB2 doesn't really have the same exact impact on the maintenance and operations side as the debt services. Debt service barely touched it at all. So that's the reason why if you incur debt, it would not be subject to that 3.5%. That 3.5% only applies to the maintenance and operations side. It slows you down, but not on the debt service side. So if you have major projects, which chances are you're not going to pay out of pocket for those major projects, you would finance it in some way, whether it's issuing bonds, tax notes, whatever the case is, whatever you need, that would trigger debts. And if that's preferably, you want to go to the voters and the voters say, okay, I'm okay with having a new police station. Let the voters show, have a voice in that. And if that's what they choose, now you have debt on the debt service side of that voter approval rate, then you can still maybe not maintain your rate, but not fall into that rollback so far, like from 55 cents to 28 cents, maybe to 43 cents or whatever the case is. So the debt side will help to neutralize that difference of fast-paced growth.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's what we call leveraging.
Leveraging,
Yeah.
okay.
And yet you still can use the growth money, like a seed money, on projects that ultimately would benefit the community as a whole.
Gotcha.
Okay, versus just let it deplete or go away and the community not receiving any benefits at all due to rollback. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is use the growth money as seed money and expand that to convert it into a certain level of benefits being received in the community, the benefits that our community over time. The debt would magnify that because you can spend $60,000 annually on debt. Okay, but what that brings you is a principle of maybe $500,000 of benefit that the community would receive as an end result. And who knows, that may even generate more additional growth, more additional revenues from other revenues. So that way you can expand your workforce. So that's what the type of thing that I'm talking about, that we can strategize it and kind of leverage what we can do and what we cannot do, take advantage of the different strengths and weaknesses from different sources.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joe.
Two comments. Number one, those, I guess, all newer members of council will be attending a new elected officials seminar put on by the Texas Municipal League, I believe, in Bastrop next week, end of the week. I think it's 11th and 12th, 11th and 12th. And there will be an opportunity for us, actually one of the speakers is finance related, and it'll give us an opportunity to inquire with other people about this particular issue. And then on the Saturday, there is the local TML region through Houston Galveston Area Council of Governments that will then be convening their Saturday meeting as well. And there's another speaker, I just saw the agenda on that one with regard to these issues. The other thing I just wanted to mention, and like I said, these things never leave my mind. And so I started researching our Amazon products subject to sales tax. And this is from the sales tax handbook here for Texas. And products on Amazon.com, answer is taxable. In 2012, Amazon agreed to create 2,500 jobs and invest $200 million in new distribution centers in Texas if the state forgave $269 million in back sales taxes. Under the agreement, Amazon began collecting sales taxes from Texas customers beginning in that year. Amazon subscription service, Amazon Prime, is also subject to sales tax in Texas. The only question that I have is it going to be generated from this point of sale here?
Well, subscription service and Prime, those are electronic or digital services. Those are not necessarily services and goods. And those monies are paid, I'm assuming, to some sort of corporate office.
Begin to, on items ordered, it says, through those subscription services.
And so the problem that we're gonna have with, let me say this, the unknown with that is the idea of this is a fulfillment center, which means somebody in literally Hitchcock can buy a phone, I don't know, and have it shipped there same day. But because it was a person who bought it in Hitchcock, does it suggest that they bought it from Marque? Or did they buy it from some other parent company somewhere else? And I don't know if all of that work has been done. So there's still, right, there's still an opportunity to understand exactly what sales tax would look like, if at all, from that fulfillment center.
And just to, I guess, potentially add some more to what's going on, the comptroller is involved in litigation now with the city of Round Rock over, they have proposed, the state comptroller has proposed to change sales tax collection to instead of, for these internet sales, instead of the place of origin of the sale, it is now going to be the place that the buyer receives the goods will be the entity, as it were, that will receive the sales tax. Obviously, the city of Round Rock's contesting that because Dell is in Round Rock and they stand to lose a bunch of money or a significant amount of sales tax.
Right.
But that's kind of where the sales tax, that's the big thing that's on the horizon right now from the comptroller's office.
So that's still an unknown. Let's control what we can control tonight at 8:05. There's still a lot of work to do. It sounds like council wants to think about this. It sounds like council wants to understand what the tax assessor has done.
Right.
So let's look at that. One of the things that Susie said is, unfortunately, we're up against the deadline on Monday. We have to have an initial adoption of our tax rate. And so that means that we have to work Monday morning, guys. Sorry to inform you.
Because we have to announce the public hearing dates.
Right,
Right.
Monday night.
Mhm.
So are we ready to reconvene this discussion Monday morning?
Yes.
What time, 10?
We could do 10.
So it would be 10, basically we get here at 10, we're here all day.
Let's go 10 to 2. And then we can have an hour lunch. And 3 to 5 would be interviews and an hour break. And then 6 to
10.
Thank you, staff. Thank you.
And you know what? This is why I said, when we're done with all of this annual budget for 2022 is a true symbol of council, staff, and the voices from the community together to bring this end product. And this is one budget book I will never forget for the rest of my life.
I know that's right. Susan.
And
Because
on
it's-
that note, I mean, it can be said better than that.
Because, yeah, well, I mean, it's a true symbol of teamwork together from the whole
Yeah.
community.
And I'm sorry, gang. I know this is should have been the fireworks, the champagne. But we did it.
It was
Let's
my
go
fault.
hide for another 2 weeks.
It was my fault.
No, it's not.
I brought the
It's
bad
nobody's
news.
fault.
Don't say that at all.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not truly bad. It's just, it's news stuff.
It's news. No news is bad or good. It's just news.
So council, we will ask Robin to call a special meeting Monday at 10 o'clock, another budget workshop meeting. In that meeting, the first thing we'll do is understand the calculations. Is it possible to get Ms. Johnson via Zoom? What do y'all think, gang? Do y'all want Ms. Johnson to attend via Zoom, maybe with some charts or
I'd like to see as much written information
I'll-
beforehand.
As
ASAP.
possible.
Tonight.
Talking to her is not going to help. I want to see something to write.
I mean, yeah, we can have her. I mean, I just want us to be really mindful of the fact that we can't spend that whole 4 hours
Cannot.
Yeah, yeah.
debating
Yeah, yeah.
about, I mean,
Yeah.
we have to.
And we have to have some hard stops. And so from 10 to 11, we'll talk to Ms. Johnson. And then we'll commence from 11 to 2 to do.
I don't
the-
even know if we need to do that, honestly.
You don't even think that long, or you?
I
are
don't
you-
know if we, I mean, like, I like the idea of having her available, but I'm so concerned about how much talking we're gonna have to do about everything else. I don't want to give her an hour of our 4 hours.
You want to give her 30 minutes,
I mean,
15?
Yeah, 15. I mean, I don't know.
It
Like,
doesn't matter to me.
you know, I think if we, you know, per Joe's comment, if we have as much material as we can see ahead of time, I mean, for me, I'm gonna operate on what we've been given by Susie is what we gotta go on, because we need to make decisions. If we can learn some things, but at that, if we have information at the time that, hey, maybe there is some difference here, that's a different story. But
Okay.
I'm not gonna parse through it and try to argue anything, because we've got deadlines to meet.
Now, I can send everyone the worksheet that was given to me from Ms. Johnson's office before the shift and then after the shift of the debts, okay? Some of the numbers, even I cannot type because those numbers came directly from Ms. Johnson's office. And they have the database, like the values excluding the improvements, those kind of things. So I don't even have those numbers. I couldn't even tie those numbers yet. So, but I'll send you the worksheet, and some of the information really truly came directly from their database, not ours. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll do my best.
We'll reconvene next Monday at 10. We'll give Ms. Johnson 15 to 30, no longer than 30, 15 preferably, to answer any quick, brief, pressing questions that we might have, and then we'll get into the business of what stays in, what goes out.
Okay. And you want Ms. Johnson to be available 10 o'clock sharp or? 10 to
Yes, 10 o'clock
10:30?
sharp. Yeah,
Okay.
we need to get this done.
Okay.
before, yeah.
I'll arrange it. with her.
Any other comments or questions, gang, before we go home?
No, thanks, staff. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
I'm
so
so
much,
sorry.
all of you.
No, this is a great budget workshop. Again, let me say this. There's not been a more transparent council
Mhm.
than this one. There has not been a more thorough council than this one, especially as it relates to budget workshop. We've had discussions about operations and organizational charts. We did our best to understand each department and how they work and what they need. And so I'm proud of you guys for the way that you've approached this. Different than we've had before, but I think more productive in the long run.
And I do need to bring up another final item to let council know. We still don't have the latest number on windstorm insurance yet. Usually we get that in August this month. So I just estimated 5% increase in the proposed budget for windstorm, because that is over 100,000 price tag in our budget. That's why it can be very significant. Medical insurance, we still don't have the quote from them yet. We may have, because I've been in budget workshops, so I don't have that number in my head right now. So the estimated number in the proposed budget is 5% increase. Maybe more,
Sure.
maybe less. So the medical insurance and windstorms, those are really estimates in the proposed budget. That can
But
change.
Your proposed budget, you did include the 2% pay raise for the employee.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Our proposed budget, we do have the 2% cost of living adjustment in there. Yes, sir. For all employees, including collective bargaining groups.
Chase, I'd like for you to, before we go and dismiss, I'd like for you to get with Susie. There are some gaps in our budget where we have not utilized the funding that we budgeted last year. And perhaps there are some things that are pressing that you all plan to get next year, right? Some one-time ticket items
Mhm.
that you all thought that you might get in
in the incoming budget. If at all possible.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get them in the budget that we're in now, since we didn't have as much human resources and things of that nature, right? Because this is gonna be a rough, it's gonna be a rough budget.
We're gonna draw down on the fund balance by the end of this year anyway, regardless.
Yeah, it's a rough budget. So let's see, let's do what we can.
Okay.
All right, gang. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
We stand adjourned until Monday morning.
Right.